Welcome to Drone Manthan 2024. And without officially starting this session, I'll request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, we are thrilled to welcome everyone to this prestigious Drone Manthan 2024. And this gathering is of the brightest minds of the drone technology, as well as the innovators who have gathered in this for this very pertinent event. And today we are in fact extremely honored to have Mr. Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa for India, with us as our chief guest. And PhD CCI has meticulously curated this Drone Manthan so that we are able to understand the nuances, the intricate aspects, as well as possibilities of drone technology. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, our President for PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly start the proceedings with the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Shri Amitabh Kant ji, G20 Sherpa of India, Lieutenant General Vinod G. Khandare, PVSM, AVSM, SM, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defense, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PhD CCI, members of Managing Committee, industry captains, startups, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, I would also like to welcome Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Good morning to you all. As we delve into the discussions and insights that will shape the future of drone technology in India, it's my honor to extend a warm welcome to a visionary leader and a stalwart of innovation and progress, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, to Bharat Drone Manthan 2024. Mr. Kant, with his exemplary leadership and relentless pursuit of excellence, has been at the forefront of propelling India into the global stage, making significant contributions to the economic and technological landscape of our country. Mr. Kant has been instrumental in driving pivotal initiatives that have not only fueled India's growth trajectory, but also laid the foundation for a sustainable and technologically advanced nation. Today, as we embark on discussions about the future of drone technology, its application and its potential to transform industries, agriculture, healthcare, and more, we are privileged to have Mr. Kant amongst us. His insights and foresight into the integration of technology with development goals promise to enrich our deliberations, our path towards embracing innovation for the betterment of society. On behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and all the distinguished guests present here, I extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Amitabh Kant. We are eager to hear your thoughts on how India can navigate the future of drone technology, fostering innovation while ensuring sustainability and inclusivity. Let us all make the most of this remarkable opportunity to learn, collaborate, and envision a future that is uplifted by technology and innovation. Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant ji, for inspiring us to look beyond the horizon and strive for a future that is transformative and boundless. Once again, on behalf of PhD CCI, I welcome you all to the summit. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for laying the foundation of Bharat Drone Manthan 2024. And with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, for giving his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, the president of PhD CCI, Mr. Saket Dalmia, who's earlier been the president of PhD Chamber of Commerce, distinguished colleague, Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, who's done some path-breaking work in many of these areas, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Mr. Ranjit Mehta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first compliment the PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing both this exhibition and this Bharat Drone Manthan and making India a global drone hub in Amritkal, which to my mind is a very, very critical task, because India is aspiring to be a leader in Industry Revolution 4.0. Our aim, as we've grown at about 8.3% plus in the last quarter, our aim is to be a $35 trillion economy by the time we become 120 in 2047. The Prime Minister has extensively spoken about Amritkal period and how India must become a developed economy, and this really requires us to grow at rapid rates of 9 to 10% per annum, year after year, for 3 decades or more. And this growth has earlier been achieved by countries like Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, in recent times by China. India has also grown, but we've grown for a relatively short period, for 5 to 6 years. And the challenge is now to accelerate the pace. Now, having carried out structural reforms, having carried out digitization, having undertaken major initiatives in many key areas of growth of infrastructure, I think our aspiration is to be a leader of Industry 4.0 and our target of being a major global hub for drones by 2030, because many of these new areas, when we get in, we start importing, and we start importing the end product. We then don't manufacture, we don't do component manufacturing, and then we became importer all through. And therefore, it's very important that to become a global hub for drones by 2030, it will help us to boost our GDP by 1 to 1.5%, and it'll add close to about 5 lakh jobs in the coming years. And it's also important that in the rapidly evolving world of technologies, drones are not merely confined to the realm of surveillance and recreation. Unmanned aircraft systems, they offer tremendous benefits to almost every sector of the economy. They have a huge impact on agriculture, as we'd seen the Kisan Didi outside who's using drones. They have a huge impact on healthcare. They have an impact on infrastructure for better management. They have an impact on emergency response, on transportation, on geospatial mapping. They have a huge impact. They have an impact on media and entertainment, law enforcement, and national defense. And drones will have a huge impact in disaster management, mining and mapping, tourism and entertainment, and all across India. If India is to grow at rapid rates, drones will have a huge, huge impact. And to my mind, the potential of the drone industry in India is immense, and the government has tried to support it by the production-linked incentive scheme, which is restricted to just a few sectors. But drone was brought in as a special sector so that we can have a thriving startup ecosystem in the drone economy. So if you look at the drone sector, the annual sales turnover has grown from about 60 crores in 2021 to about 500 crores in 2025. And we should be reaching about 1,500 crores in the next 2 to 3 years. But the global market, you look at the global market, that will reach about 55 billion. It's a $55 billion market by 2025, and it will be a $100 billion market by 2030. Yeah, and if it is a $100 billion market by 2030, India must aim to take at least 10% of the share. That is, make itself a minimum a $10 billion economy in the drone sector. So the scheme of PLI is targeted both drones and component manufacturing in India, and it is part of a broader strategy that includes liberalizing export policy for drones so that we become an exporter of drones, and we support farmers and self-help groups with drone technology. Apart from the PLI scheme, we have the Kisan Drone Scheme, which provides incentives, which provides subsidies and financial assistance to farmers to buy drones to monitor crop health and spray fertilizers, and a range of other positive initiatives such as the drone type certification scheme and Drone Shakti have increased drone adoption across industries, and they've all created a conducive environment for drone manufacturing in India. And therefore, this particular PhD Chamber of Commerce initiative of Bharat Drone Manthan is very well timed. It's very well timed because the key factors which will play a very critical role in making India the drone hub by 2030, if you look at it, are the ease of doing business, the drone rules which were brought in 2021, which played a major role. Then there was huge complexity earlier, which has been simplified. There's been demand creation through financial incentives of PLI. The government has played the role of a market maker by procurement by government. We've done export liberalization and domestic industry promotion through the Make in India initiative. Now, it's important to say that we've taken the lead in 5G technology, and 5G technology has significantly enhanced the capabilities of autonomous drones. Traditionally, drones have relied on less dependable point-to-point links, and they tend to lose signal intermittently during flight. But 5G technology, because India has taken the lead, you will be able to access 5G on the drones, and that will be key. But there is a huge potential of the drones, and we realize in the government, we realize the potential of drones in transforming a range of sectors of the economy such as agriculture and healthcare. And regulatory frameworks have been streamlined to encourage innovation while ensuring that there is safety and there is privacy. The liberalization of the drone laws and the introduction of the Drone Sky platform was an initiative to manage drone traffic in the Indian airspace, and that is a testament to the government commitment to fostering a conducive environment. And by offering incentives on incremental sales, the PLI scheme is attracting significant investment now in this sector. My view is that while the segment has seen 300% growth in investment over the past 3 years, it is still at a very low base, and therefore we need to make a quantum jump. Like we've done in mobile manufacturing, the next big spurt of growth must happen in drone manufacturing. The advent of Industry 4.0 is actually characterized by automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies. And to my mind, drones equipped with advanced sensors and artificial intelligence will facilitate the collection and analysis of data in real-time basis. They will enhance decision-making process across industries. And the integration of drones within Industry 4.0 it will enable us to drive inclusive growth in India. That will ensure that benefits reach even the most backward and the most aspirational districts of India. And to my mind, the drones taken to many of these backward regions of India will help us to transform these areas. To my mind, the startups are critical. Much like many other sectors where startups have done disruption, the Indian drone startups are not only focusing on manufacturing, but also developing software solutions for drone operations, analytics, and service delivery. And it's very important that we start fully manufacturing both the drones and the components here. And the startups will play a crucial role in addressing India's logistical challenges by deploying drones for last mile deliveries, especially in hard to reach areas, and that will help us to improve supply chains and reduce delivery times. My view is that the application of drone industry is very critical. We've seen this in agriculture. Drones are being used for precision farming. This has enabled farmers to increase crop yields while reducing costs. The Kisan Drone Scheme provides incentives, subsidies, and we would like that these farmers are able to use this to monitor crop health and spray fertilizers. The government has also rolled out a very, very major scheme to provide, with Prime Minister's own commitment towards the scheme of providing over 15,000 self-help groups headed by women, one of whom is represented here in the exhibition, and I would request all of you to go and interact with her. Headed by women with drones, and that is Drone Didis, that is, we'll support 15,000 self-help groups headed by women. The self-help groups would be able to provide these drones as rental services to farmers for agriculture uses. And the farm Didis, I was just checking up with her, she's able to get an earning of over about 5,000, 6,000 rupees a month. So that's on 5,000, 6,000 rupees a day they were doing. So that's a huge earning to my mind. The healthcare sector also sees drones delivering essential medicine and vaccines to remote areas. We have huge logistical issues because we are a very large country, but if we are able to use drones, we'll be able to ensure that medicines reach the right place. Actually, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has approved a pilot project in collaboration with the Telangana government, and there the project aims to explore logistic routes for the secure and precise delivery of healthcare items in remote areas through the use of drones. Now, infrastructure development benefits from drone through aerial surveys and monitoring, significantly cutting down project times and costs. And I visualize that the Border Road Organization, the National Highway Authority of India, or for the Hill Area Development Program, the Border Development Program, the border villages, all of them will employ drones as we go along. And therefore, the integration of drones in logistics, supply chain management, infrastructure, in cold supply chains will unlock new growth opportunities and ensure that we are able to create world-class infrastructure, we are able to do timely deliverable of perishable goods in due course. The way forward, to my mind, is that the focus area for the Indian drone industry will be on developing indigenous manufacturing capabilities. Focus on Make in India and significantly reduce reliance on any import of technology. This is no rocket science. This is no rocket science and can be easily done in India. The goal should be to build the most innovative and competitive products, not just for India, but also for the world. And integrated drone ports in future cities will revolutionize all these smart cities being built by the National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation should have drone ports which will revolutionize logistics, agriculture, healthcare, and will foster enhanced connectivity, efficiency, and resilience within our sectors. Therefore, my view is that with the objective of Make in India, there's a need for a conducive environment for research and development in very close collaboration with our academia, industry, and government. There is still a lot of work needed in improvement of battery technology to yield solutions for extending flight times and faster charging, addressing critical challenges in drone endurance. The payload capacity is vital for drones, explicitly designed to attach additional equipment or sensors, limiting their usability for specialized applications. And therefore, enhanced payload capacity is crucial for expanding the scope of drones applications. I would also like to stress that obstacle avoidance and navigation, that is enhanced safety features such as obstacle avoidance and precise navigation systems, are needed to maneuver drones safely in complex environments. This will minimize collision risk. It's paramount for expanding drone applications. And going beyond standard cameras, the integration of advanced sensors is crucial to cater to a wider range of functionalities and operational needs. Drones with diverse sensor capabilities can offer more versatile applications. And quality assurance is, to my mind, non-negotiable for mission-critical applications. We must, when we are doing Make in India, we must ensure that we are world-class. We are the world's #1 in manufacturing. And therefore, drone manufacturers should adopt a very holistic approach encompassing very rigorous testing, continuous monitoring, and robust validation process while developing products and solutions. And I would also say that integration of sensors and 5G in drones revolutionizes their capabilities. Drone manufacturers should adopt a holistic approach encompassing rigorous testing, continuous monitoring, and robust validation processes while developing production solutions. And lastly, I would say that integration of sensors and 5G in drones revolutionizes their capabilities. Advanced sensors will provide real-time data for precise mapping and environmental monitoring. With 5G connectivity, drones can transmit large volumes of data swiftly, enabling seamless communication and enhancing their effectiveness in application ranging from agriculture to surveillance and disaster response. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also say that there's a huge role of artificial intelligence, robotics, and cloud going forward, and the advancement of AI, robotics, and cloud will see drones becoming intelligent flying robots. We are talking about autonomous and precise flight patterns, real-time data analysis, and superior decision-making in any environment through artificial intelligence. This is all frontier technology, and India must champion this. Cloud-based platforms can provide a centralized hub for scaling drone operations, making it easier for teams to collaborate, track flights, and manage regulatory compliance. These technologies will enable new use cases such as rapid and accurate delivery services, frequent and automated inspection of critical infrastructure, and precision agriculture at scale. Therefore, my view is that there is a need to create a huge environment that encourages research and development. It should reward innovation and create an Indian intellectual property ownership along with financing mechanism to support all the drone manufacturers, particularly startups or MSME companies working in the sector. I would again like to congratulate the PhD Chamber of Commerce for taking the initiative. This is the first chamber which has come forward to launch a Bharat Drone Manthan, and it shows its commitment to the sunrise areas of growth and for driving many of the schemes of the Government of India in this cutting edge areas. So my compliments, and I wish PhD Chamber of Commerce all the best and all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your impactful words and also being an exemplary leader for fostering innovation and growth in the drone sector. Before sir leaves for meeting, I will request our president and our immediate former president, Mr. Saket Dalmia, to kindly felicitate our chief guest with a plant and a memento, please.
Thank you.
So that was in fact such an important keynote session, and we had the privilege and honor to listen to Shri Amitabh Kantji in this very, very important Bharat Drone Manthan 2024. Now with this, I'll request our distinguished speaker for special address, Lieutenant General Vinod Sheikh Khandare ji. He is PVSM, AVSM, SM. He is the Principal Advisor to Ministry of Defense. Over to you, sir, for your insightful address with the august audience, please.
Jai Hind to all of you. My respects to all the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. And it's really heartening to see a full auditorium, and especially after this topic has caught the imagination of the entire country. And again, my compliments to the organizers while we are talking of the organizers as a chamber of commerce, but frankly speaking, they are the pioneers to be leading towards what the Indian Prime Minister's vision is. The political will has been very clearly outlined, and efforts of each and every one in this path or in this journey have to be together. So when a Chamber of Commerce organizes and gets everyone together, it's an indication that we are understanding what is whole of nation approach. While I talk to you about the topic per se, let me indulge in giving my small little suggestion to the organizers, and I'm sure it will be heeded too. When we look at a new vision, we look at a new journey, then we have to chart out waypoints towards that. And in our waypoints, one of the factor is convergence. And in convergence, a little bit of tinkering with the organizations and the charter is also essential. So like Chamber of Commerce, when I looked at your entire details of how you take members, you have ordinary members, you have professional members, you have association members. I have a small little suggestion right in the beginning. Could you also look at startups as members? They may not be able to pay what you charge otherwise. They don't even have the turnover. Okay. So please put it on the website also, because there are a whole lot of startups here who would want to be members. And secondly, beyond the startups, there is another community which gets neglected, is those researchers, the R&D people. They are also one of those who need a lot of support. They need a lot of hand-holding. And more important than that, what they are doing at least should be known to the people who are setting up industries. Because when we talk of Atmanirbhar, if we are trying to do what the world is doing today, we will take time. What we should be looking at, what the world will be like by 2047, what the technology will be by 2047, and the research has to be positioned in a manner that research today looks at what services we'll get by 2047. It's not a 1 year or a 5 year plan, it is a long journey. And in that journey, the West has already taken a major lead, and we have to go beyond the catch-up stage, and we have to say, okay, somewhere I will go beyond. So that is one thing which I had. The other point is regarding drones. Excellent theme, excellent event which is being organized. So here in the entire day's events, while I looked at your entire schedule, I find very interesting topics, empowering topics, because you're looking at what the Civil Aviation Ministry has to say, you're looking at what the legal provisions have to say, you're looking at what financial issues will be encountered. So to that extent, it is a very comprehensive package. Maybe there will be more which will emerge during the discussions that we see. And again, in the list of panelists, extremely good selection of speakers. I think the organizers need to be complimented towards this end. Another important issue which, and most of the issues have been already highlighted by Mr. Amitabh Kant, and I worked closely with him, especially when he was in Niti Aayog, and I find him to be one of the erstwhile bureaucrats with a very open mind. And while we as advisors, and advisor here on the stage, Shri Piyush is also there, it's a challenge for the advisors to get our ideas through to the political hierarchy as well as to the bureaucrats, which have to match up with those who are all involved as stakeholders. But there is always fun in trying to succeed. And when we succeed, we look at the various granules in this entire fabric. So you have think tanks, you have foundations, you have researchers, you have startups, you have bigger industries, you have integrators. And this entire thing has to be smoothly brought together. Now, what do I mean by bringing smoothly together? So if you see, the policy needs to bring out our best at the earliest, but at the same time, a longer journey also has to be seen. Somewhere in the policy, if we try to say that everything will be indigenous right from day one, it may not be possible. So there are critical sectors where we lack capability. But as we keep moving ahead, our course correction has to happen in the policy and in the provisions. Other ministries are also doing it. I'll give you an example of the DOT. In DOT, the policy which is already there is that you will take help of those countries or those companies which are labeled as trusted partners, and the products are also labeled as trusted products. Why is that important? We all realize that we have certain vulnerabilities and handicaps in our hardware sector. And if we do not look at that hardware sector carefully from the strategic implication of security, then the business of growth and development at some stage can always be hijacked. So like I see peace, harmony and development, one more pillar there is security. So while security cannot be taken as something which pulls you back, but security ensures that in the long run you are still in the race. Otherwise, somewhere down the journey, our entire ecosystem can be brought down to a paralytic stroke. You know, there are countries where because of cyber, the entire country has come to a standstill. Say, for example, Estonia in 2007. Who attacked them? Who held them to ransom? Nobody knows till date, because this is non-attributable and totally deniable. Can the same thing happen to the drone sector? Of course, it can happen to the drone sector as well. So when we are looking at growth and we are looking at development, the issue which Mr. Kant brought out is the safety standards, the testing. There can be no compromise on that. Can such chambers of commerce also encourage testing centers to be a part of it? Why not? If that is given a backing, we don't have to be running across our borders to get testing certificates, nor do we have to depend on fraudulent testing centers. I think we'll have to be very honest in our integrity that this is not a question of selling, but it is a question of building our national capability. So that is what is extremely important. Why is drone so important to us? You know, drone sector, while it is a sunrise sector, it is something which is extremely important for the agriculture, for roads and transport, it is important for railways, it is important for civil aviation. While I stand here as a Lieutenant General, it is extremely important for our border areas also. Now, our Prime Minister says that our border areas should not be neglected, because Chanakya has also said that a nation which has its borders developed, secure and prosperous will always withstand designs from the adversaries. So when the Prime Minister said that please stop using the terminology of the last village, when he went to Mana and he stayed the night there, he said that is our first village. And where do you neglect your first village? But we have neglected our first village. I come from Garhwal Rifles and I am come from the troops whom I command are from Uttarakhand. Believe me, there has been depopulation of the villages which are right on the border. And look at China, they didn't have population on the border, but they are populating the villages on the line of actual control. So we have a dichotomy. We civilizationally were there on the border and we are coming down because our border population wants better life. Drones are a solution to a large extent, along with the digital and physical road connectivity. If you encourage people to stay there, but how do you encourage? Their provisions have to reach there, their products have to come out. The faster we grow our logistic drones, the better will be our situation along the borders. It will help the security system, it will help the civil population as well. We have very peculiar requirements from the armed forces. We have people who are positioned at altitudes of 18,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 24,000 feet above sea level. They stay there because we can comfortably live here. How do we maintain them? I have been on Siachen Glacier in 1987-88. We used to carry our requirements on our back, 10 kgs, because you can't carry more than that. We have to climb the ropes. And those ropes are when we are wearing the mountaineering gear, crampons, ice axe, and we carry that. And we climb up at night because we don't want the Pakis to hurt us. Is the situation going to be the same? As of now, it is the same. Can we bring in technology to overcome the geographical hardships? Yes, of course. What kind of requirement is there for such logistic drones? It is the same as required by the civil population which is residing in the forward areas. The drone has to have a powerful engine which should be able to withstand the altitude challenges. It has to withstand the wind currents. Are we there? We are not there. Can the services and can the states give such challenges in the form of problem statements? Of course. So here there is an integration which is required, that the user has to give a problem statement in just one page, A4 size page, in the language which the industry understands, in the language which the scientist or the developer or the innovator understands. I may be a military man, but my language, the designer will not understand. So again, there is a convergence which is required, and such ideating sessions are important not only to listen to people like us, but to talk amongst each other. And that is when, very correctly it is mentioned, network tea or network lunch. It is to sit across the table and talk, exchange your credentials, and then again subsequently meet. There are experts who will talk about the continental security challenges and the development challenge. There are maritime experts. Admiral Ghormade is here. He is one of the leading people who talks about maritime security. Because today, while we look at our challenges along the northern borders, the day is not too far when we will be looking at maritime challenges from all the three sides of the seas. Our identified adversaries are not going to let us live in peace or tranquility or to grow at a level where we start challenging them. So these challenges to our prosperity, growth, development will always get factored, and that is where our interaction for both these pillars has to be constant. Our designing factor, our standards, our testing, everything has to take into account the external threats and the internal threats. Why did I say internal threats? If you recollect our previous CDS, General Bipin Rawat always used to say that we face a 2.5 front threat. Two front, everyone knows, China and Pakistan. But that half front which is residing inside, which includes certain sleeper cells, which includes all the kinds of challenges which you can't even dream of because you're living peacefully, that will emerge at a critical moment, and that critical moment, the national resilience has to stay put. The national resilience can only stay put if you have quality. The Prime Minister has said that we are looking at the women who should be able to repair, maintain, upgrade drones and also fly the drones. So that is bulk of our population which should be involved in this sector. So we have a population 1.4 billion. What is important in that? How technically skilled are they? How strategic culture works on them. It is not only about making profits by white labeling products which you get from outside, but extremely important is what you develop here. What you design, develop and manufacture here, and thereafter the entire ecosystem is full of indigenously produced. There may be certain items which today we may not be able to produce. Say for example, there are sensors which we may not be able to produce, but there are certain other things where the encouragement has to be done. One of the most critical factor will be the engine. We have been looking at various countries for collaborating on engine manufacturing in India. We have looked at various models. Earlier we were totally dependent on transfer of technology, and we realized that the person who's giving you this, he never gives you the entire technology. He keeps a screwdrivers away distance and you are continuously dependent on them. And then we looked at a model which is called the joint venture model. So like BrahMos is one, AK-203 is one. These are joint ventures. And this is a model where we are into co-ownership. There's no question of licensing. There's no question of royalty. So while the country is going through this journey, the chambers of commerce, the think tanks and the foundations also have to look at providing studies to the government so that the policy correction is also made accordingly. The organizers have given me ample opportunity to speak during the day. There are 2 more sessions where I am going to speak. So I will conserve my rest of the points for those sessions. Thank you so much to the organizers as well as to the audience for having very patient listening. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Saab, for a very, very visionary perspective and also a very sort of deep commitment you have, particularly for our security sector. Your words, in fact, says everything. And as you know, sir, advised by you, we will definitely look for having some forum or some committee for researchers also, because that is the need of the hour. We do have a committee on startups, and it's our pride to say that last year when India hosted G20, there was also one of the verticals by the name Startup 20, and PhD Chamber was the program directorate for Startup 20 under G20 umbrella. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor for special address, Shri Piyush Srivastava. Shri Piyush Srivastava is the Senior Economic Advisor at the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished people on the dais, Lieutenant General Vinod Ji Khandare Sahab, Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Mr. Dalmia has left, but he was here, Mr. Michael Jain and Dr. Jitinder Singh. After the detailed exposition by Mr. Amitabh Kant and the insightful speech by General Khandare, it's always a challenge to say what we need to do, because everything that had to be spoken has already been spoken. But the positive aspect is that I can pick and choose what I want to speak about, and I can restrict it because of the time constraints, so I need not speak much and give my throat some rest and maybe give you time to have tea also. Well, as is amply clear that we are witnessing a revolution in the skies, the drones. Mr. Amitabh Kant said in the morning that by 2030, the global drone market is going to be 100 billion, and we should aspire to have at least a 10% pie in that, which I think should be the bedrock of our dream of being the global drone hub. Unless we have that share, we cannot actually even start calling ourselves as aspirants for that goal. But drone tech, the beauty of this technology is that it is relatively low. It doesn't have many entry barriers, or the entry barriers are relatively low. And the second thing is that it has multiple applications. It was said in the morning that it is not just limited to surveillance and entertainment. It has various other applications. And the good thing about India is that India has found a fertile ground for the drone industry. So the drone industry is set to expand, and we already have an impressive number of startups and entrepreneurs who are fostering a culture of innovation and competition. The industry has in fact capitalized on many of the initiatives of the government, and it has worked in conjunction with the government, which is essential for the sector to grow. Swamitva was spoken about. It is the largest land mapping scheme in the project in the world. They plan to map almost 6 lakh villages under the edges of the Survey of India. The highways and the railways have been using drones for the survey of land and also for monitoring the progress of the physical contracts. In the mining sector, it has been made mandatory by the Ministry of Mines that any excavation beyond a critical threshold has to be monitored by drones. Drones have found application in traffic management, disaster management was spoken about. And agriculture, of course, the Namo Drone Didi, the 15,000 drones that will be given to the women-led SHGs will not just transform the lives of these women, they will also transform the economy of these areas, because it has been found that the application of fertilizers as well as nutrients and insecticides is much lower when you spray it by the drones. So this is going to be a transformative thing, not just for the economy, not just for the society, but also going to contribute hugely to the growth of the country. And again, I'll harp back to what Mr. Amitabh Kant said. I will do this a couple of times more because, you know, there's a saying in Hindi, the हाथी के पाँव में सबके पाँव होते हैं. तो अमिताभ कांत साहब ने जब बोल दिया तो everything that needed to be said, I suppose he is already covered. But as far as the government is concerned, the government as the regulator and the facilitator of the drone industry is very conscious that we need to put our best foot forward. So the first step that we took is ease of doing business. The drone rules were put in place. They, in fact, in many ways democratized the use of drones. There were hordes of applications that had to be filed, the hordes of permissions that had to be taken. We've brought them down from 25 to 5. There were various fees that had to be paid. We have brought them down to 3 now. You don't have to pay any other fees. The aerospace map has been published, according to which 90% of the aerospace in the country is green. You're free to fly the drones there. DigiSky was spoken about, but I believe that there's some work that needs to be done in that space. We are trying to bifurcate the activities into two parts. One is the regulatory part, which will be taken care of by the DGCA, which is the civil aviation regulator. And the other is the operational part, which will be taken care of by the Airport Authority of India. The government has announced financial incentives. The PLI scheme, although a very small scheme in terms of the magnitude of the amount that is there for the scheme, but it's a very successful scheme because of all the schemes that are there in the DPIIT portfolio, the 14 schemes. The PLI is the best performing scheme. We've already spent more than double of what was allocated to us in the first year of its implementation. And the second year also, we are likely to exceed that. So in effect, in the last 2 years, even as I speak now, my team in the office is busy and we'll be able to disburse 28 crore rupees by this evening, I suppose. So overall, we'll be able to spend almost 60 crores in the last 2 years that the scheme has been in operation. And I must mention that the scheme itself is just 120 crores. So we are very much on target, and the aspirations, the cup of aspirations is full. The government has also played the role of the market maker. As we spoke about the Swamitva and the drone Didi schemes, we purchased drones which creates a market for the drone industry and gives and spurs them on to manufacture more. Export liberalization is a critical aspect that we had actually touched upon, and it is actually an achievement that the SCOMET rules were relaxed. So the export of drones for civilian use was actually facilitated, which has also helped the domestic industry in a big way. And I have got commendation letters from the industry on this, so I can say it on authority. A problem of the drone industry is, as of now, is that we are not manufacturing much of the drones, not even all the components. But then the first step has to be taken, and we said that we will allow only the components to be imported, not the entire drones. So the import of drones is banned, but semi-knocked down and partially not knocked down kits are allowed. We need to move forward. We need to now consolidate whatever achievements we've had, and we need to build upon that so that we can actually become the drone hub. The first step, I believe, is not just the application and the use of the drone technology, but also the manufacturing of drones. The PLI scheme is just one aspect of it. There are other aspects. Yesterday, I had friends over who had spoken about the design aspect of the drones. I think design is an area that needs to be addressed for sure. And we need to have a clean sheet design also, because ultimately we can address technology in 2 ways. One is doing business as it is and trying to catch up with the others who is already ahead in the race. And the other is that we bring in some disruptive technology and actually beat them at their own game. This will only happen if we have a clean sheet design program in place. The big question that everybody is scared to answer is, how do we go about that? Where do we get the money for that? Where do we get the experts for that? The last question is answered easily because we have lots of experts here sitting in this hall itself. The financing issue is something that we need to work on. Financing can come from various sources. Yesterday, TIFAC was mentioned. There's some scope that available in the TIFAC that can be utilized. Then there are other sectoral schemes of various ministries which would address specific aspects of the drone components which can be leveraged. But I would say that now certain drone industries also have the financial heft and muscle where they can themselves leverage the funds and not depend on anybody else for their funding. I would urge them to actually do it on their own and also join hands with their fellow partners, keeping aside their competitive instincts for a while, in the interest of the industry and themselves, because ultimately if the market share increases, their share would also go up. The other areas that we need to address is, of course, the UTM integration. As of now, we are only looking at the drones, and the drones are working in isolation. The Digi Sky map is not dynamic, but when we see a proliferation of the drones, we would need to have a dynamic traffic management. This has to be integrated with the ATC sooner rather than later. And we also have to take into account that as of now, we are only looking at the drones, but there are also the eVTOLs. They are just around the corner. So when the eVTOLs also come in, this space restriction that we are looking at 400 feet for the drones would also have to be sort of relaxed for the eVTOLs to function. Now, eVTOLs will function somewhere in between the helicopters and the drones. Who manages all this? So to my mind, this has to be through the ATC because it has also got the expertise, but then it requires a lot of coordination between the defense and the civilian airspace managers. A related issue is about the BVLOS. We get a lot of requests that BVLOS should be allowed, especially for surveying areas which are otherwise very remote and not accessible for human beings to go, even if it is a power line or a survey. I do understand that this is very important and BVLOS has to be done, but it is not going to be a reality till the time we can actually develop the capability of real-time monitoring and, of course, the UTM policy, as I mentioned, where it can integrate the entire airspace. An issue that was spoken about in the morning is about the quality. This is something that rests on the industry themselves. We need to be very conscious of the quality of the product that we give, not just to our domestic consumers, but also to the foreign consumers, because ultimately nothing is more important than your reputation. So we need to build that reputation. I didn't want to take any names, but since this is in many ways pitch for the Indian manufacturers, I would say that, till a very short while ago, the Chinese products were considered as inferior. They were considered as bad, poor quality. But they overcame this, and now the DJI drones are supposed to be the best in the world. So the quality aspect cannot be underscored more, and of course you are very conscious of this. Quality is not exactly a compliance issue, but it is an industry issue. But I would also address two compliance issues, which would have a bearing on the long-term growth of the industry and also a bearing on our dream towards being the global hub. One is about adherence to the permissions that are given. I recall a case where a permission was given to a particular operator to do flights for R&D. But he ended up delivering food items using that license. And this particular drone that was delivering the food items was also involved in a mishap. It crashed, and this whole thing came up in the newspapers. Then there was another case where this drone landed on a metro rail track. Again, this was transgression of the permission that was given to it. All these things, what happens is that then there will be a regulatory backlash. There will be a dig-in by the regulatory and the enforcement agencies, and that will only harm the industry. And you can't blame them for that. Once they see all these things happening, they are bound to give a pushback. I did mention about the DJI quality, but I would also hasten to add that that is something that we need to prevent. The DJI drones are somehow infiltrating the Indian markets, although there's a complete ban in the import of drones. Of course, it's the DGFT that has to take action and the customs authorities that have to take action, but it is also incumbent on the industry not to import. Please do not import drones and pass them off as your own. I'm not saying that this is an industry-wide phenomena. I won't dare to do that. There's a lot of good work being done by the industry. But even if it is happening in a small percentage of cases, it brings a bad name to the country, a bad name to the industry itself. And the worst thing is that it is sometimes palmed off to security agencies as indigenous. Now, this creates another aspect of risk because it can be manipulated by somebody else who is having the master control across the borders. So please ensure and help us in trying to prevent the import of drones into the country. Last point that I'd like to mention here is about the data, the information. We need to build up a database of all the dimensions of the drone industry, whether it is manufacturing, whether it's industry, whether it's the operations, because eventually it helps us in planning, and maybe if at all we decide to give in, to have another scheme of incentives or some other financial or schematic intervention, the information base, if it is robust, it helps us in planning and implementation also. I forgot to mention one point about the ease of doing business. There was one demand by the industry that the remote pilot license, or rather the certificate requirement, was conditional upon the person having a passport. We realize that most of the drones are actually used in the rural areas where the person who is going to use it will not even have the passport. So we have taken the necessary permissions, and the permission has been granted that the passport requirement for the RPC shall be removed. And the notification is in the works. It should be out in a week or two. It needs to be vetted and all those processes are on. But there is also a requirement, a demand by the industry that the other aspects of permissions for D2 and D3 forms, where you have the UIN registration and the transfer of the UIN, there also the passport requirement should be done away with. This is a new demand that has come to us. We are working on this, and I'm sure with all your support and best wishes, we'll achieve that. I think I'll stop here because it's a time for tea. And before I end, I'll just mention that there is a limit of 400 feet for the drones, for the flight of drones. But the sky is not the limit for the drone industry. So I wish you all the very best. And my compliments to the PhD chamber for having organized this, and for all of you to be such a patient listener for the entire morning. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your special address, and all the points that you have mentioned. They're very, very pertinent, particularly with relation to the regulations, related to some of the challenges, and also the role, how convergence has to play an important role in drone technology sectors. Very important. Thank you very much, sir. And before I invite Dr. Ranjit Mehta, our ED, for vote of thanks, I'll request Mr. Michael Jain, the co-chair for Civil Aviation Committee, and Dr. Ranjit Mehta to kindly felicitate our distinguished speakers with a plant and momentum from PhD chamber. Thank you, sir. I will request Mr. Michael Jain to kindly fetch the State General Saab. Thank you very much, sir. Now I will request Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PhD CCI, to kindly give formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra. It is my proud privilege to give a vote of thanks to the distinguished speaker today, Mr. P.U. Srivastava, Senior Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Lieutenant General Vinod, in absentia, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, President PhD CCI, Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal, Mr. Saket Dalmia, immediate former President of PhD CCI, and all the distinguished people who are present here for this Bharat Drone Manthan 2024. And today I think the vision has been given that India should have at least $10 billion share in this drone market. That comes to around $2 billion from 2025 itself. I think these 5-7 months we should definitely prepare ourselves and we make sure that we achieve $2 billion every year starting from 2025 till 2030. That should be the goal, and with the kind of supportive policies that Government of India is having and the kind of requirement that industry is providing to the industry, I think it's a great opportunity for each and every individual sitting here, the entrepreneurs, the startups, the young entrepreneurs who would like to come in this industry. And on behalf of PhD CCI, I would again like to thank you all, and I hope that you'll have a great session during the day ahead. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta, for your vote of thanks. In fact, we have an exhibition also which is laid down outside. Please visit all these stalls. They are all very, very promising ventures. And I request everyone to kindly join us for the networking tea, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for joining back. I think all the delegates are coming in. Meanwhile, I'll invite all our eminent panelists for this special session, which is on why India becoming a drone hub for 2030 is a big opportunity. So it is our special pleasure to call back Lieutenant General Vinod C. Khandare, sir, PVSM, AVSM, SM, retired Principal Advisor to Ministry of Defense. Thank you so much for taking out time and being with us here today, sir. A big round of applause for sir, and I think we all will learn a lot from his experience today. Requesting Colonel Manik Anand, the brain behind and the support for this session. PO, Aerospace System Division, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense. Requesting Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, VM retired, Senior Fellow, MP IDSA. He's one of our advisory boards, and this program would not have been possible without sir's intervention. Requesting Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director PAD, Quality Council of India, who is also part of our advisory council, and where we are today is all because of sir's support. Thank you so much. Requesting Sai Sir, Sai Patibram, CEO Zupa Geo Navigation Technologies, and Mr. Ankit Mehta, founder Idea Forge, to join us on the dais. A big round of applause for the experts, please. Thank you. So I hand over the floor to Colonel Saab.
So are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, there's no Josh. बाहर से सब आ गए हैं? You need to close your tea counter. Who attended the Aero India seminar in Bengaluru? 17th February 23. Ankit, is the date right? Anyone? Oh, you were there? Okay. Backbenchers, why don't you come ahead? Come ahead. Let's. जो फोटो खींचेगी लिंक्डइन में डालना पड़ेगा शाम को तो ऐसा लगेगा बहुत कुर्सियाँ खाली हैं तो why don't you just all come ahead? All the backbenchers come in the front row and fill the front seats. You will not get a better panel in India than this, I'm telling you. They have all been carefully chosen by the organizers, and I'm part of the organizing committee. We're very thankful to General Khandare. He is such a busy man, you know, to get him out for one full day. I'm sure the youngsters, he was my instructor in Staff College, so right since a young major, he has groomed us. So I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. No, sorry, it's good afternoon now. It's past 12. So the next 45 minutes or 1 hour, we are going to discuss, you know, what are we going to discuss? Anybody? Any youngster? Come on. I would like to have an interactive session. Yeah, the gentleman there in the second row. Yeah. Can you tell us what's the theme of today? Yeah, please. Yeah. What's the theme of today's talk? Not aware? Anybody? Okay, the theme is why India becoming a drone hub by 2030 is a big opportunity, issues, challenges, solutions, and policy recommendations. So since we are already behind schedule and we have a long day ahead, so now I will invite my mentor, Lieutenant General Vinod G. Khandare, Param Vishesh Seva Medal, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defense, for his opening remarks, please, sir.
Jai Hind. This is very good. I got a good response of Jai Hind because normally when people feel shy of responding to Jai Hind, then you know that his mind is somewhere, body is somewhere else. And why I emphasize on Jai Hind, and the meaning of Jai Hind is victory to India. A victory to India has to be in every field. It has to be in Olympics, it has to be in your T20, it has to be in the national growth and progress. And that is the vision of the apex leadership of the nation. And we all are contributors to that vision. So while they have a vision, we have a mission. So as long as we understand that, we are fine. Thank you, Manik, for getting me here. And I must tell you a small secret. Whatever I taught him, he has used it on me. He's made me busy whole day today, in the first session, in this session, and in the last session. So I can't even reach my office for anything. But anyway, I'm happy to be here because this is a formative period when we are all looking at destiny, and we are all possibly going to be the silent contributors to what happens by the time we cross 2030 and 2047. There is a very good list of topics which have to be discussed, which I think Manik and Group Captain Narang both seem to have contributed. My point here was, in addition to whatever you're discussing, there is something which is about ease of doing business. And Abhijit Sinha is here, and I have interacted with him. They are the people who bring others together. I think he will take a lot of points from here because they will be able to integrate multiple ministries, multiple sectors, multiple personalities. So that is essential for how the government functions. One more important point I was discussing with somebody during the break was about artificial intelligence. We all are talking about artificial intelligence without talking about data. And that's my main point of concern is drones are going to generate huge amount of data. And if we want to find solutions, and there we want to use AI, unless you have AI-ready data, you will not be able to generate any solutions for that matter, at least not the satisfactory ones. Prediction is also possible using AI, but again, you have to look at the legacy data, which has to be harmonized with the present data and have future formats also ready. So that is another important issue which may not have been put in the points to be discussed, but anybody from the audience who has expertise in this can contribute. This is an interactive session like Colonel Manik said. It's not only that it's a one-way radiating session. We are also like sponges. We are also ready to pick up whatever you tell us. And let us have a very productive interactive session. And I'm not going to stand between you and the subject matter experts who are on the stage. Let's have a good ideating session. Thank you.
Thank you, General Kandare, for your opening remarks. So here we go. Certain ground rules before we start. The entire panel here, except one, I think was part of my Aero India panel last year. So they know, but still, I would like to repeat. Please be brief, specific, and to the point. The audience, you can just send your questions as the session go on. Bhavna, are you here? एक बंदा रखो यहाँ तो जिसने भी पर्ची में लिखना है you can keep sending me the questions. I want each one of you to get involved because as you heard the G20 Sherpa talk in the morning, this is going to be a whole of nation approach, and we are trying to integrate. After the Aero India seminar, I formed a think tank, and we had a meeting with the Additional Secretary Mocha yesterday, which he talked about. We're meeting the Secretary DST on 2nd April, and then we're meeting the Secretary of Ministry of Consumer Affairs. So it's a whole of nation approach, and I want the audience to interact, and primarily the young, budding drone entrepreneurs. So you can keep asking the questions. Okay. Well, now, why Bharat becoming a drone hub by 2030 is a big opportunity. We all know the Startup India was launched in 2018 by the Honorable Prime Minister, which has resulted in a vibrant ecosystem. In fact, I'm working on a book from drones to space, where the right from drones to aircraft manufacturers, people like Ankit Mehta, Samir Joshi, Awais Ahmed are all going to be part of that book, where we are going to chronicle this moment of the aerospace industry in India's history. There are around 14,000 MSMEs in the defense sector. Drones find complementarity with various other industries. Ankit is here. I still carry his report of September 2022 as a Bible, Guru Granth Sahib or Gita, with me wherever I go. He did a fantastic study. And where I came to know that, we have made LCA Tejas, as a fighter aircraft, but we can't make drones. I don't know why. Although drones have got complementarity with various industries in the automobile, electronics, and communication. These industries are known for their prowess in India. So we have a successful fighter aircraft program, but drones, we can't even have a MALE. We don't have a MALE auto talk of a hill platform. Okay, we have one Indian company doing some work with a foreign OEM, supplying 2 drones to Indian Navy under the Buy Indian category. Anybody in the audience know what's Buy Indian? Hands up. What is Buy Indian? Anybody? Please get the mics. Yeah, Anas, what is Buy Indian? Why? You write it 100 times, okay? And tell me. Anybody? Buy Indian kya hota hai? Okay, so you're dealing with the defense. How many startups are there? Just raise your hands. सीधा हाथ में जब फौज में खड़े होते हैं ना ऐसे खड़े होते हैं हाथ ऐसे खड़ा करते हैं सीधा ऐसे नहीं सीधा let me count 1 2 3 4 5 6 okay don't worry we are going to hold a webinar in the first week of April which I have flashed over this thing to make you aware. So Buy Indian means a thing which has not been indigenously designed and developed and manufactured. Okay, it's a foreign thing like what the Adanis are doing with Elbit on Drishti. Yes, to a certain extent. So, okay, we'll not go there. And we don't have even a mail platform. Tapas, we know what's happened. Group Captain Narang, I'll be asking this question to him. Okay, now the first question to my Dronacharya, Ankit Mehta. Ankit, so I'll be standing here. Please take the... so what lessons can we learn from other drone manufacturing countries like Switzerland, Turkey, and Iran? When Ankit did this study in 2022, I was surprised. You know Switzerland? Switzerland for drones. How many of you know? Oh, good. You guys know? I didn't know. So, but now I know. And Iran, even after all these sanctions, you know, they are drone, this thing, the Shahid drones are doing wonders as far as the military side in the Ukraine-Russia conflict is going. So, Ankit, what lessons can be learned from these countries which we can replicate to make India a global, Bharat, a global drone hub in Amritkal?
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me for the panel, and real pleasure to be here with all the dignitaries on the stage and in the audience as well. In terms of what we can learn from other countries, I just wanted to throw light on a fact that is fast emerging as far as the drone industry is concerned globally, which is that no longer is an active war. The only end effector is not the largest drone. In fact, the largest drones in the war, if you see what's happening in Ukraine and many other wars, are actually staying far away from the active battlefield. So a lot of time has been spent over the last 20 years in so far as the drone technology in this segment is concerned, with the world fully focused on what we can do with the largest bird that we can build. However, I think we are at a very opportune moment where all the efforts that Indian young industry, particularly Indian MSME startups that have invested over many years now in this technology space, have been able to get to a place where there is now appreciation of all classes of the drone technology. From the very beginning, at IdeaForge, we've believed that there is room for all classes of drone technology to be inducted in the forces with equal vigor and equal amount of importance. And it is not that the larger ones are more important than the smaller ones. In fact, presently, not even the smaller ones, but the hobby-grade systems are becoming, the truth and the daily.
You are going to give drones to America. That's great news. So how are you going to do that?
So I think what I'm trying to say is that we should look at the industry holistically, and we should look at what we can be great at today and what we need to become great at going forward. And therefore, there are segments where we do have differentiated offerings.
How the Iranians could do that? Any idea on this? How the Iranians could do this?
Again, whenever there are sanctions, India has been able to build a space program under sanctions. So I think anything that is denied is an opportunity to, buckle down, hunker down. There is more investment available at the sector level or the center level to drive that initiative. If you are thinking of large drones, unless and until the customer who has to buy or the government who has to enable it is the investor behind that.
Okay.
Also for the private sector, it is going to be very hard for people to be involved because it is very difficult for other people to invest behind it in a very linear way because of the lack of demand or lack of visibility of demand. The other part, what you said, sir, is that if we have anything differentiated, and we do have, given the way our ecosystem is developed, we should try to take it to the rest of the world, and we should enable whatever we can do to get it to the rest of the world. And we are taking some efforts at IdeaForge, but we do see that what we have developed as an ecosystem in India.
I see Ankit Mehta as the poster boy of drone industry. No IdeaForge today. Okay. No IdeaForge will be talked of today. Everybody knows that. Okay, Sai, same question to you. What can Bharat learn from Iran, Turkey, and Switzerland?
Good afternoon, as you said. Thanks a lot for having got me on this panel. Now, I have a small experience to share because we happen to be a deep tech company largely involved in the autopilot and the software and firmware development space. And what we find when we have interacted with customers abroad, specifically in Western countries like UK, Canada, and also to some extent in US, is they are all looking for non-Chinese alternatives. And especially for non-Chinese alternatives in secure use cases which deal with national security, as General Kandare had said, it's important. So they're looking for non-Chinese alternatives to be used in defense, to be used in homeland security, to be used in law enforcement, and wherever there is data that is sensitive as far as a nation is concerned. And I think this is what offers us an opportunity. And coming to the earlier question which you had asked about this, as I totally agree with Ankit, Iran, thanks to the sanctions, didn't build a credible air force, so they went in. And I think that possibly is one of the triggers, that is, the sanction is achieved, and the same thing was achieved by us for our space program. So I think, given our, reputation.
So adversity is the mother of invention.
Yes, necessity is the mother of invention.
Okay.
And the second factor is, that we have a very, very strong reputation as a responsible and a trusted technology partner, thanks to our IT-enabled services, fintech, all these areas that we're working in. Now to add a hardware element, add a drone into it, and then use the same kind of reputation to build a credible, secure, non-Chinese equivalent solves not only our problem, it will solve the global problem as well, and that will give us an opportunity to export. That's it.
Thank you, Sai. Okay, now let's get the audience also involved. I have a very different way of moderating my sessions. So, this is anonymous, so I don't know who is he, but okay. There are multi-funded drone startups who are simply importing drones from China and white labeling it. This is quite dangerous. How can you stop it? Can the gentleman or the lady just raise their hand? Or can you identify yourself, please? Please send the mic there. People on the mic have to be just moving around. मैं कभी भी question पूछ सकता हूँ. Could you just tell us who you are?
Hello everyone, I'm Mayank Agarwal, founder at localking.in.
Great.
So we are a B2B manufacturing tech startup.
We're not talking about we. We're talking we as a nation, no individual companies now. Okay, the question is this. So the answer is, the think tank has already given to the NSCS a presentation which has got data of all possible companies in India who are doing all this stuff, and the agencies are at work. Okay, that's the answer to this question. Next is, provision manufacturing is still a problem. Steps to incentivize the import of CNC machine. Who is this? I have not understood the question. Who is this? Anybody? Okay, question deke chale gaye. AI drone data processing inside with data integration. Ankur. Yeah, what is the question?
Earlier you was also talking about the data processing, but the problem is the data processing is going to happen in the server side. It takes at least half an hour to process the data. Why should we not create such ecosystem or something like that where the data, basic data can be processed inside the drone, and it can be immediately get action on the AI.
Okay, I got your point. Anas to answer this question. Give the mic here. Anas, he is working on this, so he will answer that question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, there are techs which is being developed in India, and there are companies working on, one of the companies in Nord working on this segment, and there is possible things that can be done on the edge, and there are things which need to be done on the cloud itself. So both the things together can solve the purpose, not individually the edge. So that's how we can solve the bigger problems.
Okay, there is IIT Hyderabad, right, Tihan? If you've gone to the Indian Mobile Congress, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister some months back. So I've seen a demonstration by DST where AI edge, on edge, 5G edge computing has been developed by the prototype by the IIT Hyderabad Tihan. Okay. Now let's go forward. Group Captain Narang. Now the question for you, a very serious question. We have seen international players like the US, Turkey take the lead. And till date, we've not been able to build indigenous medium altitude long endurance UAV. I've been seeing your interviews splashed all over the media, on LinkedIn and other platforms on YouTube. What do you think are the reasons for that? And second part of the question is, now we are importing MQ-9 Predator from the Americans. How do you see the HALE platform being developed in India? Do you think the Indian big industrial defense giants should take up this? We tried the SPV model with the Adani and the DRDO, but it didn't kick off. There will be some TOT, as somebody was trying to say some time back. We are going to get some technologies which the DRDO gets as far as the MQ-9 deal is concerned. So if you could do some crystal gazing, and when will India have its own MALE and HALE UAV?
Thank you very much, Colonel Anand. I think thank you for giving me an opportunity to be on this panel and to PhD chambers. Yes. Now he's told me to do the crystal gazing, so I'll do the crystal gazing. We tried to develop a first fighter aircraft in India as early as in 1955 when we started the Marut program. It did not succeed. It was a beautiful aircraft. In 1971 war, there was not a single aircraft which was lost to an enemy fire. It was one or two aircraft got severely damaged and it had flown 200 sorties. But it was not continued. Now let's come down to our program with Russia. So we wanted to co-develop 5th generation fighter aircraft with Russia. We started a program, we gave the funding and it did not become a successful project. We thought probably collaboration will get us advanced technologies. Then we came back to India. We came to Tejas. Tejas, till about, I think, 2001 or 2006, the users were not closely involved. So when users were not involved, it was not really making the cut.
So you're talking of the ownership. The end user has to get muck in with the industry.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's not possible.
So when ADA model was developed, Aeronautical Development Agency, the model was, it was an autonomous model where decision making was fast and all the people were available there. National Flight Testing scheme or school was part of this system. So the users were part of it, designer, manufacturers. Though it's not fully optimized, it is the best model we have in the defense sector. In the space, we will not talk about it. So that's what. Now you come down to Indian drone program. Let's start with the Nishant.
No. I'll just see, we're running 25 minutes behind. I want you to just focus, how does the MALE and the HALE, MALE, I think we are already under the Buy Indian category, procuring 2. So the question is very specific. How do you see the MALE program panning out? And if ever India would ever becoming, only India, the US and the Japanese have it in the world as far the HALE is concerned. So would we ever see in the Amrit Kal a HALE program?
No, I just wanted to speak about one line to tell you the trajectory of MALE program.
No, please. We don't have time for trajectory. I just want you to please answer this question, very specific.
So what is, what specific?
I want you to see, the first question is, would HALE ever be a possibility in India with the present trend?
You have a LCA-like project management, it will happen within about few years.
Great.
If you have a LCA-like program, which is autonomous, which has got all the approvals and the stakeholders on board.
Okay, thank you. Ankit, MALE Buy Indian IDDM, kab banega?
I'm not aware of the efforts that the industry is making on this side. I'm only aware of the efforts that DRDO was making. I'm assuming that the program is not lost, it is continuing in
Ramit, any idea? Would you like to, this thing? Yeah, Ramit, please give the mic to Ramit. Here he's sitting here. So Ramit, the question is, you understood the question, right? Short and sweet answer. MALE Buy Indian IDDM kab banega Bharat mein, aur HALE bhi kabhi banega bhi? That is the question. Give the mic to Ramit. He's there. Who's Karna? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, after him, if he doesn't answer.
Give out a program in IDDM, it will be done in the time frame in which the program is given out. No program has been given out till date in the private sector. You give out a program of a buy case, with warning of about 6 months to 1 year, and you will see the results. Simple answer.
Give the mic here to Mr. Karna. We don't want your company, just tell us this answer.
Yes, sir. Sir, as a person, I've worked with a lot of mail building activities in DRDO as well. So I come with a lot of experience of what the hell is happening with the mail industry.
You work with DRDO?
I have closely worked with
DRDO. Which lab?
With the lab which makes the mail in India.
You name it?
ADA.
तो बोलो यार उसमें कोई trade secret थोड़ी.
ADE as well as ADA. So the main problem that I see is that we are very focused on the product and we are not at all focused on fundamental technologies that make the product. When you talk about
मेरा question ही समझे आप.
नहीं sir. When you talk about Japanese and Swiss.
No. My question is India भारत में mail UAV कब तक बनेगा?
जिस दिन हम अपने फंडामेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्डर्स को प्रमोट ना करें तब तक ऐसा मेल नहीं बन सकता सर because
okay thank you thank you I got the answer, thank you. Okay, we have to move on. Now coming to quality, very close to my heart. When I did my MBA, I was doing some research on total quality management, and we have got the joint director from Quality Council of India. So CS, how do you see the drone infrastructure coming up in the UP and the Tamil Nadu industrial corridors? How do you view the issue of testing sites and operating bases? This is the question 2 people have sent me. What do what are your views on this? Yeah.
So as far as testing infrastructure is concerned with respect to manufacturing, whether it's drone or drone components, already a lot of efforts has been, I would say, given in this direction. We are in close touch with the NABL, which is an accreditation board for accreditation of laboratories, and specific scopes has been defined. Initially, we were facing some challenges with respect to testing of batteries. Now the things have been streamlined, and number of labs are available in the private sector as well as in the government sector for testing of drone and its component. And recently, Quality Council of India has approved NTH, which is a government entity for certification of drones.
Vishal would like to add something on this? Yeah, please give the mic to Vishal here. Just let us know what the NTH is all about. Yeah.
That's the National Test House.
True.
And I think they're going to take about at least a year because they neither have trained people to do the testing and they're still setting up the facility.
So NTH has been already approved for testing of and testing and certification of drones.
Yes.
And right now they are outsourcing certain testing activities, which they don't have right now in house.
Yeah.
So, but applications are being processed.
Right. Yes. See, the point is that there are a lot of facilities, and is there a way that if everything can come together? So let's say, for example, if I want to get my drone type certified or tested, I just send it to one person, one agency. And
okay, hold. That's for my second session. No, not now. Okay.
Oh, there's another session.
Yeah, which you are also part of. Come on. Okay. Oh, I'm keeping it very focused. Okay, next question to Sai. Has the product link incentive energized the drone sector as far as indigenization of drone components is concerned? Do you think, no, my question is not complete. Hold on. Do you think there's a requirement of a design link incentive, or my friend Ankit Mehta's term R&D fund, is required to incentivize indigenization, because we are known as a nation of assemblers and aggregators as far as the drone is concerned as on date? Sai, and after that Ankit, the same question.
Yeah, so to start with, the PLI has energized the drone industry, but it's not really energized the drone component industry.
Although PLI does talk of drone components.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the drone industry because from there the component industry comes in. Because from a supply chain perspective, if you look at it, the shift has been made from import of product to import of components. But now the shift has to move from import of components to indigenization of components. So from this perspective, the PLI has not achieved the purpose of indigenization of components because it is just a question of, you buy it for an X amount, you assemble it and you sell it. And you get a PLI based on the differential, which is based on the GST or the value addition that happened between the buying and the selling price. Now, this is certified by a chartered accountant. That's how the PLI works. So it has achieved the purpose from the purpose. If you look at it, map it against the semiconductor industry or the electronic industry, it's achieved the purpose of shifting the the supply chain from import of a full product to import of components and assembly in India. Now, the DLI or the R&D fund is essential to take it to the next level, and that is to make sure that indigenous components are made, and indigenous components that are being made are being adopted by the Indian drone ecosystem. So I think this is, in that way, there is a similarity between the
How do you see the design link incentive rollout?
The design link incentive rollout could be in 3 different ways. One is it could be the DST model, which is a which is a low interest loan, which has been operational by the DST for over close to, I think, a decade or so now, or more than that. Or it could be the IDEX model, which is, where you raise...
IDEX is ruled out. IDEX has said no.
I'm talking about it from the models.
No, IDEX has been ruled out.
So either there is a part grant, part equity, or the third is, the semiconductor way is where you spend the money, you develop the product, and you get a rebate after that. So either of these models are there. Now the point is how we adopt that could be, a question that has to be deliberated further.
Thank you. Ankit, your views.
Yeah, I think my view is that, I beg to disagree that PLI is not doing enough for component manufacturers. There are adequate number of component manufacturers who are also getting compensated under the PLI scheme. However, the incentive, like Sai said, to build your own components or subsystems is something which is missing. However, to do that, a DLI is again going to back end the incentive or the capital that is a necessary element for getting that incentive. And therefore, my proposal would be to have a R&D fund that specifically looks at innovative technologies.
Who will set up this fund? Which ministry? Where? When? How?
So I'm not sure of which ministry, but I do believe that it should be.
But your recommendation? Any recommendation?
My recommendation would be that whatever it is, it should be jointly done with with a group of industry or an industry body along with the government. And the governance.
Any ministry you recommend? Any METI, DST, MOCA?
So many
MOD?
industries are involved in the drone ecosystem. We have the defense industry, which has a very large stake in what is needed. There is Ministry of Civil Aviation, which is promoting the use of civil drones in the country. And there is MITI, which is closely linked to all the critical technologies and some of the collaborative technologies that go into the ecosystem. So I cannot presently peg who specifically should be doing it, but I do believe that a collaborative fund that has very specific agenda to incentivize innovative
development. Next question to Group Captain Narang, and we'll keep it short and sweet. You talk of Atmanirbharta Bharat in every forum. Now we'll talk of the civil drone sector. This is not a military, although a lot of military people are here and steering this entire issue, but because we fear for the security of this nation. So which specific areas should be earmarked for the R&D initiatives in the drone sector? There's an interplay between academia, end user and industry. We have got a lot of IITians who have worked with us in the think tank, you're aware, how the IITians have come together with how they can play a role in this. So which are the specific areas you think need to be earmarked?
If you just allow, Colonel Manik, I have an example of Pakistan's mail program.
Okay, you're going back in time. Okay, fine.
Okay. Just this month, Pakistan relaunched its Shahpur Mark II program. It's an old program. They never shelved it. They integrated the missile on it. And today they want to sell it. They invited the ambassadors of 11 countries to watch the demonstration. So I think it's a lesson for Indian industry that you don't shelve what you have developed. And I support his program. Once you value the critical technologies, public or private.
IP of Tapas should be Guarded.
Guarded.
And given to the Indian Army or the Navy.
Wherever.
Okay.
I'm saying it's a national asset, should not be wasted.
Great point.
So that's point one.
Great point.
So now I come to the civil industry. World is moving on civil-military fusion. Civil-military fusion means if Indian defense industry has a clearly Atmanirbharta policy, do we have a civil aviation Atmanirbharta policy? Unless we have this civil-military fusion, I think rest everything will fall in play once we have a civil drone Atmanirbharta policy, R&D ecosystem, what you have been pursuing. So I think it will start with the Atmanirbharta policy. National Civil Aviation Policy 2016 does not have a single word on Atmanirbharta. So next target of India should be to form a Atmanirbharta policy on civil aviation, Atmanirbharta policy on drones. Thank you.
He's been very candid about it. In fact, when Anas AI on drone was launched, and I was sitting next to him, he was moderating the panel, and he clearly said, the MOD has done so much, and what has others done? So I really felt very good about it, sir. I just want to tell you. And in open forum, live in front of an auditorium, when your ministry and your department gets praised by an expert, and when he's auditing, and I really thank Dr. Narang for being so frank and blunt. And that's how, as professionals, we need to be, to take the bull by its horn. Okay, coming to CS again. How do you feel the domestic drone industry has done enough as far as the IPR or patents is concerned? Is there any incentive of patents in the sector? First CS, and then who would be in the panel? Ankit, you, of course.
As far as indigenous innovations are concerned, research and development, and specific to IPR and patents, I suppose a lot of it to be done. We are in the initial phase of such innovations where our products are being patented for different type of application. Despite of various initiatives from the government, and I understand that a lot of startups which are focusing to become unicorns, there are some ground rules to work on such research and development activities, that whatever the solutions they are looking for, that solutions should be acceptable to the relevant stakeholders. That solution should be scalable, technologically feasible, administratively doable.
Is there any incentive right now for these startups or companies like IdeaForge to have patents in this drone sector?
There are certain initiatives which are being given by Ministry of Commerce under Startup India initiative. Those sometimes are linked to specific innovations, but mostly those are linked to the operational and performance aspects of
So we can
startups.
do something about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ankit, now you can talk of IdeaForge. And we have discussed the issue a number of times. I've discussed with you. So you tell us the patent issue, which we had discussed in Aero India also.
No, absolutely. I think if India has to become the drone hub of the world, we need to build innovative technology ourselves. We need to focus on building world's first or the world's best. I think there is no two thoughts in my mind that we cannot do by merely doing what the world already does at a very average performance or quality level. We have to be either the world's first or we have to be the world's best. And I think that can only happen if we focus on intellectual property.
What have you done? Tell us.
As IdeaForge, IP has been an extremely important pillar of our growth and success, and we have filed over 65 plus patents all over the world. We have more than half of them granted as well in our favor globally. So therefore, I cannot stress enough about the confidence.
But there are certain trade secrets you're not doing it so that because your business model is based on that.
No, of course, there will always be a balance of what you want to protect in public and what you want to protect as an intellectual property for your
in Amrit Kal, if Bharat has to become a drone hub, how do we sort out? If IdeaForge is the only company or maybe new space having these patents and then they are not sharing it with the rest, then how do you solve this imbroglio?
I think there is enough and more that we are not able to do. Not because we don't want to, but we are not able to. We have only going to, at any point in time, limited capital and resources. And there are enough vectors, enough types of platforms in this industry that can be innovated upon and can be worked upon. Therefore, I do not see that what we are doing is a limitation for the industry. There is a very, very large scope in the industry, and there is potential to collaborate on the back of intellectual property. Because what I feel very strongly is that there is a very poor lack of collaboration in our industry, because people are not building differentiated stuff. They don't have confidence that what they're building is differentiated enough to collaborate with others and not lose the secret sauce. So I think IP is a very, very important vector where largest companies in the world are extremely collaborative when it comes to building large markets and large opportunities, and India has to get there.
Yeah, Sai, yeah.
See, one of the things that we have worked towards is we have a computing architecture which has been published on the WIPO site, and that is a computing architecture that we use for our autopilot. But one thing as a startup which I can, I would like to mention to you, that patenting per se is not something that is easily affordable. It is an expensive process, first to get the patents, file it across the world, and then to maintain it every year.
So can we improve the system?
So there needs to be something to be done by which startups would be able to, file these kind of IPs and against some kind of
So can I request Zupa, IdeaForge and NewSpace to make a think tank and give to us the MOD, something that, you guys think? Yeah, yeah.
So there is a scheme by Minister MIT, which does give, at the back end of having a granted patent, refund for some of the IP
Do you think there
expenses.
is some reform required, Ankit? He's saying it's expensive, maybe it's time consuming. What are your views on that?
It can be expensive if you're protecting it globally. It can be very expensive, so one has to be very strategic.
What are you doing? You're going abroad, you're going, so what are you doing?
We have to be very strategic about how we protect our intellectual property. But of course, protecting it in India is the first thing that we should all do by default. And it's not that expensive in India.
Great.
In that one sense.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
Is the funding by METI is also for international patents?
Yes, yes. In fact, it is, I think, for international patents, in my opinion.
Great. Thanks, Ankit. Okay, Sai, now the next ball rolls into your court. What do you think are the key national strengths that can be leveraged as on date, as on 28th March 2024, which will move Bharat towards becoming a global drone hub by 2030?
See, there are, as I see it, I'm being a little blunt about it, but as I see it, there are two parts of the Indian drone ecosystem. One is what I call as the Indo-Chinese drone ecosystem, and the other is the Bharatiya drone ecosystem. So which is, I think what I've said basically describes it itself. So the Indo-Chinese ecosystem can't ever get to a scale in terms of the component level or even the drone level to be challenging the Chinese. So I think it is the Bharatiya drone ecosystem that needs to be pushed along to get to the, to get India to be a drone hub. Now there are various strengths that are there, and as I see it, we have a past experience of either the mobile industry or the laptop industry, where at some point of time, the hardware does become standardized, and the overall means the shape of your cell phone or the shape of your laptop or the, the entire working of it is determined, and the upgrades are determined by the processors that go into it and the softwares that are built onto it. So application, software, and the processor level is
what are the strengths right now we have?
Pardon? So I'm just coming to that. So one of the strengths that today we have is the IT sector and the IT-enabled sector, which we have, the IT sector especially, which has a very good reputation globally. I mentioned it earlier also, as a very trusted and a very reliable partner, and who honors IP and all these kind of.
So that's a strength. What else?
So that is a strength that we can take and build behind it the hardware capabilities.
Okay.
To give a composite non-Chinese kind of a solution to the world. And I think that is the IT sector, which already is scaled, is something that can go a long way into building this kind of a ecosystem. And I think going further, drones will develop into, as General Kandare sir was saying, the data and the drones generate a whole lot of data. So data management, data analysis, software is related to that, software is related to operations of drones, software is related to applications, specifically like surveys,
thank you,
etc. Is something which we can back end now with some hardware strength, then we can take it forward.
Ankit, SWOT analysis.
Sir, I think...
Hold on, listen to my question. Listen to my question. You know SWOT analysis?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so do a SWOT analysis of Bharat becoming a drone hub as of 28th March 2024.
So I think the biggest strength we have is that India is one of the most challenging geographies in the world in terms of where we need to make our drones operate. They have to operate at plus 6,000 meters at minus 30, 40 degrees, to operating in the desert, to operating in the marine environment and across board. So that is one very, very important strength we have, because when we build for India, we potentially build for being usable anywhere in the world. That is one. The second strength, which is also one of our challenges as a country, is that we are a pot boiler of a large number of challenges, and a lot of those challenges appear at scale in our country. When you look at law enforcement challenges, when you look at terrorism, when you look at
so that's not a strength, right?
It's not a strength, but when you build applications, when we build applications for
let's
solving
let's get it focused.
That
Strengths,
can be taken
I firstly want what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses. Let's just talk.
This is an opportunity because we have so many challenges we have to
So
solve
strength
for.
में, can you summarize strength for me? क्या strength हमारी आज की date में?
Strength, I think, is the fact that we are forced to build for our country, which is very complex and diverse. And secondly, we have the necessary talent that does need more grooming, but we do have the talent base that we can leverage from. Because
Talent
this same
base,
talent
okay.
is building for the rest of the world when they go.
I have got no doubt in my mind. My favorite thing on LinkedIn is India is the intellectual capital of the world. What are the weaknesses?
Weakness, I think, is lack of focus on doing high quality work, high intellectual
And to
property
convince
work.
Indian companies to do business in national interest.
To do business in national interest, more than that, I think to be collaborative with each other, to build a large ecosystem that can compete in the rest of the world.
Okay.
Opportunity, like I said, is the fact that there are a lot of challenges that we need to solve for our country. And these challenges appear in large parts of the world in some form or fashion. We can build that analytics capability. We can build that stack that can solve those problems for the rest of the world as well once we fix them for our own selves.
Thank you. Group Cap Narang, airspace integration, UTM. Why are we waiting for any helicopter to crash before we wake up?
So let's understand who undertakes airspace integration. Globally, it is the Federal Aviation Authority in USA and EASA in Europe. They are leading the airspace integration program. Simultaneously, NATO was trying to integrate defense drones in their combat roles. In our case, we neither have a military program nor have a civil program to integrate drones. Though some individual efforts, let's not count it. Still, some people are trying to integrate, but that's not.
Why people not taking it seriously?
Probably because I think it's a mindset change to adopt unmanned systems. Because still,
why are we always reactive? कुछ होगा तब हम react करेंगे.
See, we have never
2611 होगा तो NIA बनेगा.
We have never been a technologically foresighted, having a foresighted approach. Meher Baba is the only.
No, we have a UTM policy in place.
Yeah, see, policies we have always been regulators or adopters of the technology. If you see, your standards are adopted from Europe and
Who should take the lead?
It is both ways users, user ministries, Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Civil Aviation. I think here the greater role comes of Ministry of Civil Aviation, and that will come when you have a R&D vertical and the...
You are an Air Force guy, you should be telling him something different.
No, I have a both opinion. See, defense people also have to do it, but they have a different requirement. The civil integration
I know you
is the largest.
loyalties to the service you have.
No.
Okay.
No, 90, see, largest airspace available in India is with the civil aviation.
Okay.
So I have to be honest when I am talking as a researcher. That's it.
You could be more forthcoming on this, I thought. Anyway, okay, before I take questions, we'll have 5 minutes, if I have your permission. Okay. Ankit, the final hurrah to you before we take the audience questions. How does Bharat project itself in the mid and the long-term destination for export of high-quality drones?
I think the future that I see for our country is that if we adopt drones as a part of our governance and security infrastructure, we would have built the necessary scale and the necessary capabilities that will help us scale or export high quality technologies to the rest of the world. And because we have that need, we can do it.
So what are you going to export to USA?
We are obviously looking at our differentiated portfolio of products.
Which product? Netra?
Of course, yeah. Right now, presently, we are looking at our Switch and the Netra V4 Pro as the key vectors.
Logistic drone also?
Eventually, once we have it built.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now some questions from the audience. How will you ensure that drones type certified by DGCA are sold in the market and manufacturers don't alter the specs? That is, drones are in conformance to the type certification. DGCA/QCA only certifies one drone and not all manufacturers change the specs and sell it as type certified. CS, have you understood the question?
Yeah, so any drone which is being manufactured, yeah, I could understand. Any drone which is being manufactured by any of the manufacturer, first model need to be type certified. It means that particular model specifications need to be type certified. And once that model is being type certified, it means that they can produce number of the same models in their manufacturing floor. Now, once that model is being certified, a manufacturer or startup is supposed to produce same specifications which has been given in the TC. If they want any change in the TC parameters, that need to be routed through a defined process where those parameters need to be submitted to authorized testing entity, and that revised TC need to be issued or TC need to be updated. So that is the process for any model wherever there are any change in the existing model. If any user changes the specifications in a particular model, it's not allowed, it's illegal, and if anybody is doing it's against the defined process.
Type certification, any views, audience? Anyone having problems? किसी को type certification में problem है? खड़े होके? Yeah, please get the lady the mic there. I hope you understood the question. Do you have problems with type certification? Okay, yeah. So he's the guy who's going to answer and give you the remedy.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah,
so
we can
my
hear you.
name is Taranum, and my problem is that once we have taken the type certification for a drone, and I have used a battery from X vendor, then if my X vendor goes down, then I go down, my entire supply chain goes down, then my customers face problem.
Could you identify yourself?
Taranum.
Okay.
And when we were formulating the DGCA rules 2022, why did you not think of this implication? The DGCA people did not think of this implication because this is not going to build us a sustainable ecosystem for us. We are going to be extorted by, we are going to face exploitation by those kind of vendors. They can hold me hostage for the prices.
Okay. We got the question. So you think that the type certification is not easing doing business in India? It's not business friendly right now. Yeah, I also feel the same. Ease of doing business is not facilitated by the current type certification, and believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the Additional Secretary Mocha has been apprised of it yesterday, and we are proposing that, and QCI is on board. They have done 53, every policy. We also part of the government. He is sitting in other ministries, we are sitting in another ministry. But we understand this concern in the various forums, and it has been taken very seriously. And that's why in the ease of doing business, we still have not cracked under 50. This is one of the reasons, so we are at it. Okay, any other question from anyone? Yeah, Pravesh, you want to say something? Yeah. Give the mic to him. Any other question? Just raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My question is for Arun, sir. So we run a defense accelerator, and I come from a venture capital world. So sir was saying there are almost like 60 plus IPs we have. And we work with one of the largest IP platform RIPA, with almost 3,000.
What is the question?
I'm coming to that.
One line. I'm not going to permit any.
Okay, so
what
we
is the question?
have IPs sitting in IITs. There is no commercial value of it, which is shown either by Ministry of Defense or in civil to get
Question kya hai yaar?
the VC. So how should we get the ease of doing?
Huh?
We have IPs, but there is no commercial value of it shown anywhere in the defense.
Yeah, please. Okay, only two more questions.
My name is
one lady and one gentleman. Yeah.
Abhijit Sinha, I'm National Program Director of Ease of Doing Business.
Say again, please.
Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director of Ease of Doing Business.
Okay, great.
My answer is not answer, it's only an initiation which we have just started, is to have commercial pilot for drone to make it as smooth and as possible as you are calling in Ola and Uber for your commercial value, for your commercial use. But it requires a lot of stakeholders to work together, and we have planned the pilot in 4 commercial uses: mapping, rescue and SOS services, also the commercial delivery, and last, agricultural use. We will be doing this pilot into 14 states with consultation with 8+ PSUs, and they will be 1 year hand-holded by Ease of Doing Business. After 1 year, it will be given to the different states.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, the young boy there. And one lady, only to the girl. Yeah, the lady in the pink. After that, and then we close it.
Hi. Would it be pragmatic to have like...
Please identify yourself.
My name is Amardeep Singh.
And what are you doing?
I'm still exploring.
Huh?
I'm still exploring.
Are you undergrad?
I graduated in 2008, long back.
2008? Oh, great.
My question is that, would it be pragmatic to have like a drone city where we could bring in startups and component manufacturers in a close vicinity and they could work together? So let's say any startup wants to start a business in drone, they could be provided cheap office space, and also being close, I think, can bring in investors at one place, and I think things would work so much better.
Okay, thank you for your question. The answer is that, in India, I've been to so many IITs, triple IITs, ISC, Bengaluru. The gentlemen, some of you have incubated in the drone sector, so that's already been done, right? Testing is an issue. My ministry is looking after it. We're getting 3 testing sites coming up in the Tamil Nadu Industrial Corridor at Cholavaram, Ullarpet, and there's one more name which is a tongue twister for me, so I've forgotten the name. So we are seized of that idea, and the Defense Secretary has been very, very particular about this. My colleagues from the Department of Defense Production are here. So the DTI scheme, or Raksha Mitra, is being implemented very, very seriously, and drone testing sites is a priority for us. And we would encourage that you all should set up your ventures in the 2 industrial corridors, Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, where this, in fact, in Tamil Nadu, these 3 drone testing sites are concerned. So that's actually the site to go right now. Does that answer your question? Yeah, the lady. Yeah. Hey, you.
Yeah. I am Preet. So my question is, in the drone ecosystem, there is a huge role of drone pilot training centers. And it's not just that type certification, there is difficulty in getting the type certification, but also when it comes to the RPTO approvals.
Group Narang, this question is for you.
So, yeah, shall I repeat?
No, drone training, samajh gaya. Ek line mein, learn to be short and brief. Time okay. Bhavna will say, please leave the floor now.
Okay, sir. So there is not just the ease of...
Question kya hai?
Okay, difficulty sirf drone type certification mein nahi hai. There is also difficulty in getting the RPTO approvals and also scouting the drone instructors to train the drone pilots.
Okay, RPTO training.
Yes.
Group Narang, you worked a lot on this. Bataiye. No, RPTO training mein kya problem hai?
No, you are saying training the trainers. I think we have our syllabus. I have an issue with the current syllabus. In long run, when we are talking of a drone which has to operate tomorrow with a manned aircraft and an unmanned aircraft, that is a challenge. Today, current level of training is very, very elementary. The second part is the current availability. It's an expensive process. Third is the availability of the slots.
Instructors.
Yeah, instructors and slots.
That's really delaying process.
Yeah, so I think the number of instructors which are cleared are limited. Yeah. And so the cost of training is higher. the syllabus of training is inadequate, if I have to view it in from my point of view. It's not adequate that you can operate it, 25 kg plus kg drone. Tomorrow we have an accident, we may have to review it. So as an initial process, we are okay, but I think we will have to do a mid-course correction.
Okay, thank you, Gopinath. Now I'll request Jan Khandare for the summing up, please. Jan Khandare, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Manik. Now, a few important points, not in any particular order, but non-availability or less availability of instructors, that will get sorted out as we go by, because even in the armed forces, we have a lot of people who are after a particular time leaving, and they are possibly ideal instructors. So again, there is a convergence which is required, which will happen. I am aware of a couple of them who have already taken up these assignments. In addition to what Manik said about 3 testing sites, when we were setting up, we were trying to see that everything should not be Delhi-centric. We have to reach out to the place where the ecosystem already exists, and that challenge we have to reduce. The issue about airspace being made available, there is some work which is already happening with Air Force talking to Ministry of Civil Aviation and clearing certain routes and certain timings. As you all are aware, there is a lot of training that Indian Air Force uses for flying. So those timing synchronization is also being done. I'll come to the point which was mentioned about edge computing. I think that is what is expected even for the satellite sector, space sector. There is some convergence which can happen here, because if there is software challenge which is being met in edge computing for our satellites, I think similar solutions can come up in drone sector as well. One interesting point which had come up was regarding the sanctions. Who applies sanctions on anyone? It is basically the developed countries, the superpowers, who apply sanctions. And a very good example was given that when Iran is under sanctions, how they have been able to develop. And so was the case when, after the Smiling Buddha movement here, how did our space sector move ahead? And we have been talking to the Americans many a time, and we've been telling them that, look, your policy of sanctions benefits only you. And the second person who benefits from that is China. Like when they apply sanctions on Myanmar, and we are not allowed to export to Myanmar, then it is the Chinese who flood that market. So we have a whole of government approach again, where our Ministry of External Affairs keeps pushing the Western countries that your threats that you are going to put industry or commercial sector, not letting them use the SWIFT system. So that has to be reconsidered. So again, there is some work which is already going ahead there. The SWOT analysis, very briefly, was a good insight into how we can look at it. And while the strength, weakness, opportunity has been given out, I want to mention something about the threat part which was not mentioned. Any country which lacks strategic culture or self-discipline will be vulnerable to threats from outside and threats from inside as well. So if I just draw a parallel to what in China, what was done till they were growing, they followed that method of hide and bide. Hide your strength, bide your time. So if you're not in a position today to challenge anyone, there's no point in rolling up your sleeves and standing up and get beaten. So whatever you're doing, it has to be under a very clever cover-up, and keep growing, avoid conflict, and then at the moment, when your moment arrives, that is the time you have to do it. For ease of doing business, the National Program Director, Abhijit, has very correctly said, and I must tell you, you must make full use of his program, because he's doing it for all of us, and we are the ones who have to give him inputs. If there is a particular program being run in 14 states, we have to give him inputs to say that please include this, it will help, because finally the same effort cannot be repeated again and again. So anybody who in the hall feels that they need to give inputs, I think this is the forum. Group Captain Narang very correctly brought out this aspect of park program which was revitalized. And this is specifically what I want to mention here. In our country, we have a problem. The previous person who did something was wrong. And I am the greatest man who will do something. And you are at the drop of the hat wanting to dump a program which is not correct. There have been many apex level meetings in which I have attended where the concerned ministry or department used to come and say, sir, just drop this. And I can confide in you that in a particular meeting, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Doval, he said, look, we are not dumping anything. But whatever is the knowledge which has been churned out by this study or by this program, let's first pull it aside and see how we can integrate it with the next program. So we should not be in a hurry to dump anything. Because when you dump something, it is time wasted, resources wasted, and a lot of enthusiasm which is dumped. R&D fund is another very good suggestion, and we've all been struggling with R&D fund. We called it defense fund at a particular stage. And this R&D fund is not only for defense, it is for economic growth as well. Now, when you have this kind of thing, then it leads to dual ownership and nobody wants to bell the cat. So maybe there is a method. See, we all have to know how the nation functions. We all have to learn how the government functions. One possible way which I can suggest is, when Mr. Amitabh Kant was here, he's done a great job in Niti Aayog. Two wings of PMO, Prime Minister's Office. For security, it is NSCS, and for growth and development, it is Niti Aayog. I think best way to do it is to approach them and say, why am I saying this? Because these two meet every month. And if there is something which is a missing link, and then they are supposed to advise the Prime Minister, and then that goes to a concerned ministry that it's not a request, it is a directive. So maybe that is whether we want the Ministry of Finance to do it. And once that is approved by the CCS, I think there is no looking back. So that is one option that I can think of, and maybe the outcome of this session, Manik, you could possibly include there. There are certain very valid points. What about design-based incentive? Most important, otherwise we are not going to shift. We are going to only shift to what Sai had also said, that instead of the product import, we are now doing component import, and that's not the best way to do import substitution. So that is again extremely important that we have to look. Okay. Testing and certification. Again here, we as a nation will have to be very specific about the integrity of the people who man such organizations. If we are going to get compromised there, then the whole nation will again slide down, and the entire ecosystem will get quite convoluted. So there again, in such places, and the government does have recruiting rules, I think that should be applied in such sensitive organizations. What Ramit said is very correct. You give out a model and you say that this is the model to be followed with some improvements. I think anything can be achieved. You look at what Abdul Kalam did to the missile program. He was able to bring it together. He was never an administrator, he was a scientist, but see how he brought the program about. So I agree with you, Ramit, that this is something which can be done, provided we apply our mind and we let it happen like that. Okay. One more good example which was given was when you go to any other country and expect them to share technology, and what was given out about the 5th generation aircraft, and we paid the money and it didn't work. That's what will happen. If you try to be over-dependent on any country, see, they are not lost twins. They are going to extract their pound of flesh. So we have to develop our own, and we have to be clever while developing that. And when we arrive, that is when we should say that Tejas has arrived. Otherwise, it won't happen. And I agree fully, when the services gave their best possible human resource capital for Tejas, you all may be aware that our previous Air Chief Marshal, Bhaduria, was a test pilot in this program. So when you have the best possible dedicated lot there, then such things will happen. But if you compromise on giving and you look only at taking, then these programs are not taking us anywhere. Sensitivity of data is also extremely important, because we can keep generating data because it is free. But what is the price that you will have to pay because your data is used against you? So, and your adversaries are always on the lookout. In fact, I can assure you, whatever we are discussing in this conference will also reach the adversaries. So how much of it is to be spoken where, and how much of it has to be spoken in closed door conferences, that we have to decide, and be careful about the data sensitivity that we are going to generate. These were the few points which in this interesting session, and I must thank the moderator for actually conducting this with military precision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everybody for a very interesting session. So we are joined by DGCA with us, so we will straight away go into the fireside chat. Can we have a big round of applause for our experts here for setting the tone for today's conference? And may I request Dr. Jitendra Singh to please present mementos to our panelists as a thank you. To Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, sir, thank you so much. To our moderator, Colonel Manakanand, sir, thank you very much. Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang. Mr. C.S. Sharma, sir. Mr. Sai Patabiram, sir. And Ankit Mehta, sir. Thank you so much. Let's have a group photograph and we'll straight away go into the DGCA session. I think you all have a lot of questions from them.
And let me thank Bhavna for a wonderful thing. She has been working very, very hard for this. Big round of applause.
Thank you, sir. We still have another session with you for the day, so we will look forward to that. And may... So requesting Mr. Manish Kumar, sir, Joint DGCA, Mr. Tulsi Raman, sir, Director, Drone Directorate, DGCA, and Mr. C.S. Sharma, sir, who's the moderator for this session for a fireside chat with DGCA. Let's have a big round of applause for our guests from DGCA. They've taken out time and they've been here with us. So thank you very, very much, sir. And I hand it over to Sharma, sir, to take it forward.
Am I audible? Yeah. So, very good afternoon to all. And welcome to this special, I would say very, very special session. I would like to thank PHDCCI for organizing this particular event and this particular session where we can listen something direct from horse's mouth. We know that after the clarion call from our Prime Minister that India should be a drone hub by 2030, DGCA is one of the regulator who has played a wonderful role in terms of capacity building of entire drone ecosystem. Whether we talk about the manufacturing, if we talk about the competence in terms of RPTOs through for certification of drone pilots, or any other means in terms of international collaborations with respect to international associations like ICAO, they are doing wonderful jobs in terms of making India as a drone hub as far as responsibilities lies with the regulator. We also understand that there are certain challenges with respect to the ecosystem in terms of implementation, in terms of compliances, in terms of standards, and in terms of certain initiatives which need to be taken by respective stakeholders, whether it's industry, academia, certification bodies, or conformity assessment bodies, or even if the policy level interventions need to be taken. So before I invite the top management from DGCA, I would like to thank officially and formally at this forum that DGCA is one of the regulator in India who has adopted this private partnership model to build the capacity in terms of quality control and quality assurance protocols in terms of drone certifications. And DGCA has signed an MOU with Quality Council of India in 2019, and we are working in the direction of maintaining and enhancing quality assurance and quality control protocols. So I would like to invite Shri Manish Kumar, who is joined DGCA, to share his views in terms of recent developments in DGCA with respect to all the I would say pillars and aspects, what DGCA is doing, what are their expectations from other stakeholders, and what are the policy level interventions which they are looking for in near future, so that the capacity building can be strengthened further. I would like to also understand whether there is something possibility with respect to new regulations or new policies which DGCA is looking for. So I would like to invite the views of Shri Manish Kumar, sir. Thank you. So you have both options, sir. You can go there. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon to everyone here, the eminent people from different expertise who are present. Is it okay? Yeah. So it's my pleasure and privilege to be here, and I really thank Ms. Bhavna Singh and PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this seminar, which involves discussion on various aspects related to drone operations, their futuristic plans, and a diverse group. The previous session I was just part of a few minutes there, and I can see the diverse expertise which have been gathered and brought to discuss on these issues, so that we have a lot of takeaways which were mentioned by the chairman of the previous session. And besides that, I think other sessions would also mention about that. So that would be great, and I request PhD Chamber of Commerce to reflect those conclusions to us, and we'll see how best we can put it as part of our policies, and understand that that's a perspective which is coming from the other side, who are users or similar regulators in other sphere and who are interfacing with this kind of processes. So with regard to Civil Aviation Department, DGCA Ministry, we made an humble beginning in the year 2021 by issuing the drones rules, and that paved the way for operation of drones, wherein previously it was restricted to certain scientific agencies or the government agencies, and everybody could do that. And for that we did the airspace classification, where all you can operate. We also laid down the certification scheme, type certification scheme. I heard about it. People are facing difficulties. We'll come to that, right? So type certification scheme, because the belief is whatever an aeronautical product must pass through stringent quality checks, design parameters, so that they are safe. They do not lead to damage to property, human life, and the accidents, we have seen that it has happened, wherein non-type certified aircrafts, drones which have been used, and that has led to certain accidents and injuries to the people. So that's the aim, wherein this is the kind of safety margins which the aviation provides, that it looks for certification and detailed certification scheme, as Mr. Sharma mentioned, that those certification schemes have been developed in association with Quality Council of India. And that's a great help. That helps us in standardizing, looking at the testing agencies who would do the field testing, ensuring that they meet the design certification criteria which have been laid down by DGCA and Quality Council of India. And obviously with a lot of inputs from the industry. So those are met, and people are only awarded type certificate after that is done. Yes, there's too much of to and fro in the process. And for that purpose, Quality Council of India and DGCA has been holding meetings, getting all those testing agencies, experts, talking to the agencies who are looking for the type certification or who already have the type certificates, to look at, understand, to make them understand what's the process and procedures they need to follow, so that the time limits are in the process are reduced. And that has always been our endeavor, to ensure that people get a quickest service, but ingrained with the safety. It cannot be a product is certified with a not proper care and diligence. So in this respect, initially starting with a small class of drones, the medium class of drone, which has become reality. The government schemes like Swamitra scheme, the drone Didi and agriculture use, that has given a big push to the drone usage in the country. And because of that, the drone in the medium category, which would be suitable for the agricultural operation, carry more payload, has become reality, and that became a challenge for us also. Developing type certification scheme with a little modification, but more was the training of the people. Whether this would mean a substantial shift in the training requirements, because somebody who has till now been operating 25 kg of drone, will operating 28 kg of drone make difference? How much difference it would make? So these things were carefully analyzed, and on basis of that, a conversion course from a small category operator, a small class RPC holder, to a medium class RPC limited only up to 50 kg has been designed, and it's happening very successfully in the industry. And another thing is, when you are training on that's a basic training which is being imparted based upon DGCA requirement. If you are looking at a specific training, specific utilization of drones, which would happen, right? When we are using for agriculture purposes, people are having another set of training wherein they are made hands-on, comfortable with the utility functions of the drones for the intended use. And for that purposes also, now these platforms are also getting, looking for multiple utilizations. And DGCA is, along with the Quality Council of India, is looking at how to address those issues, looking at the Delta certification. That's so that we are able to ensure that the single platform which has been created becomes more cost effective for the owner, for the manufacturer, and for the purpose they are being used. And 365 days they are utilized. And so besides, obviously the issues has been raised regarding lot of import component in the drones which are being manufactured. And yes, to begin with, that was a good proposition, but not a long-term solution. So here we have we created a committee of experts within DGCA to look at what are the critical components for which we should develop standards. And we are having dialogues with the SEMILAC also, a working arrangement with SEMILAC also, so that we together work and develop the design standards for such critical components. They are, and so that a large base, because civil aviation itself may not consume that much of components. But when it is together with defense and other ministries, then the scope increases. If we have same kind of design standards for sub-assemblies and critical components, then consumption is high and it becomes financially viable for the manufacturer to make them in India and comply with DGCA standards. So these are the things which we are looking at. So besides that, there are processes, there are difficulties in getting the approvals for the instructors. But when DGCA started, it had a very sketchy staff. Today we have more manpower, more resources dedicated for the purpose, and I think things are much better now. Things are moving very faster, and we are personally looking into it. But people have to come with the right case. They have to ensure that they are meeting all the requirements. Then things would move faster. Yes, 60 days is a timeline which we have specified in our rules that for a person to have an RPTO approval. But it all depends upon you. You know, there are cases where people have shown us a land in a university, but that area is not barricaded. The people who are not connected with the activity, they are free to move into that area even when the activity is on. I don't have photos to show you how much injurious it could be when people are coming in that area where the drone activity is on. So that is something which should be seen by everybody, and that would make people realize that this is a serious business, and it's when we are doing a large scale. So that is where it takes time. Our teams are dedicatedly going at the sites, doing inspections and doing a helping hand for the RPTOs so that they are able to meet our requirements. And in fact, we have also started the process of online verifications where the verification required are smaller in nature. So this is the kind of processes we are putting in place for expediting. So another thing which we are looking at is we are transforming our processes from digital sky platform to EGCA, wherein we have much more control on modification, the quality of services. So that would happen maybe by next couple of months. We will have that process up and running. Few of the schemes, few of the verticals have already been launched, and we are stuck because of one critical component to ensure that the service becomes fully functional. So, but one thing I would like to make a pitch here is that people must inform DGCA. You know, there are, thank you. Sorry for my, recently we had an accident where the loopholes in the rules have been utilized for a commercial venture. These are something which would bring bad name to the entire industry and give a setback to the entire process. So I think we should all work towards following the rules, regulations, and guidance material which DGCA has issued. If there are issues, we frequently engage our stakeholders, and there we take in their views so that we are able to resolve them. And we are coming down heavily on all those people who are doing violations. So with these words, I end my talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You could give a very well perspective in terms of various interventions which has been taken by DGCA, specific to whether it's about type certification process, whether it's about RPTO approval, whether it's about other interventions with respect to frequent interactions with the stakeholders like certification bodies or ATs. I recall that recently there was a meeting was called among all the, I would say, type certified manufacturers and certification bodies where their pain points were discussed. So I can see that a lot of interventions has been done in terms of understanding the challenges at ground level, and DGC is taking appropriate actions in terms of whatever the possible solutions which can be implemented. Today we have with us Mr. Tulsi Raman, who is also the director of Drone Directorate, and he is looking after the certification scheme for drones as well. So, sir, I would like to ask a few questions. Right now we understand that 55 type certificates have been issued, and those are for various models and specifications. But those certifications are limited to VLOS operations. So, are there any plans in DGCA that how frequently or in future we can move for BVLOS scope for drone certification? And if yes, then how we should collaborate with respect to all the stakeholders? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's lunchtime and the focusing here is very difficult, I understand. I'll be very short and sweet. So for enabling BVLOS, first question is, are we ready? Are we ready for BVLOS operation? Is our drone is ready? Is our remote pilots are ready? And our associated elements and structures, are they ready? The straightforward answer is, we are not. Straightforward answer. So that's why we are doing, we are working on enabling this BVLOS. That's, trust us, we are working on it. For enabling the machines, we need the DAA system, detect and avoid, should be there. Because we all know that pilot is not on board to perform the operation of see and avoid. So something has to be on board to enable that function. So that we are calling as detect and avoid system. And the detect and avoid system must work to detect a cooperative aircraft, a non-cooperative aircraft, and of course your static collisions. Real-time identification and tracking of the cooperative element is required. And for that, we need standard specification for the real-time identification and tracking systems. Specifications are not there right now. We have information what is to be pinged, what is to be delivered to the system, but there should be a system that receives those and transmit them with others in a real-time fashion. That is not available. So we have to come together to answer to that solution. So we are creating, we are working with QCI, we are working with the industry to find specification which is bare minimum in nature. And of course, we need support of Airports Authority of India in setting up the UTM infrastructure in place so that it pictures the final piece for the puzzle. And regarding the exemptions, currently we are giving, Ministry of Civil Aviation is giving exemptions, the power is with them. Case by case approval is there. But that cannot happen in the long run. That cannot happen in the long run, considering the voluminous nature of the applications that we are going to receive. So we need a system in place that can work on its own. So my question to the industry is you should come up with consensus standards, specifications, so that we can help you in enabling that in the regulatory provisions, so that you can operate legally. Sir rightly said, we are utilizing Rule 42 of the Drone Rules 2021. People are misusing that rule as an experimental cases and covering, doing a commercial operations, which is wrong, which is a total violation of the rules. We cannot allow that to happen. So we are coming up with the guidelines soon for that, so that we can, and also plugging the holes in the Drone Rules 2021. And for now, we have the option to leverage to the existing infrastructure, existing regulations. for enabling the BVLOS operation. As far as certification is concerned, we are working with QCI, we should do that. And for the remote pilot is concerned, we have the syllabus in place for BVLOS operation, which is not the basic in nature, which is very detailed, and it is as good as your PPL, private pilot license holder's syllabus. So his muscle memory should be kicking in place in case of any exigencies or emergency that is happening. And by the time I believe that UTM will be in place and we should enable BVLOS commercially. That's from mine.
So thank you very much for this detailed, I would say, specific answer. And what I could understand that RIT and UTM are the biggest challenge which we have to work together to find out the acceptable solution. And industry and all the stakeholders has to take certain initiative in this regard. You talked about the VLOS operations and certain exemptions which has been given in terms of BVLOS operations for a specific use or trial cases. So I would like to understand, are there any controls or guidelines which are being defined or executed in terms of operation of non-TC drones, or are there any guidelines with respect to reporting of incidents and accidents which are being reported?
For reporting of accidents, it is available on the Digital Sky platform. Anyone can make a complaint. In such case, in case you are not able to utilize that platform, do email us at drone.dgca@gov.in.
Right.
And other issue you raised is regarding non-conformance drones. So we are taking with the state administrations that when they are engaging, they should look into this aspect, and we are sharing our website that these are the type certified drones which meet all the safety standards. They should be utilized, and the RPC holder should only operate. So these are the things which you are impressing upon all the state authorities. And at the same time, yeah, we are very much concerned about it, that we get to know only when accident has taken place. So maybe this together with the industry efforts, we are able to make those changes and people look at operating only the type certified drone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. One more question. That till now, after the launch of this certification scheme for drones, 2 years have been passed and 55 type certificates have been issued. So what's the view of international community like ICAO in this regard, that whether we are at good pace in terms of number of type certifications, or what are their views in terms of compliance system which India is taking care of?
ICAO regulations applies for international IFR operations, and they are much more concerned on that only. Okay. As far as the drone operations, which is within the country and domestic operations, they have issued a guidelines, model US guidelines are there. As far as the type certification is concerned, we are the only country that are doing the type certification for drones. That is the first one. Nobody else is doing. And they are doing case by case, and we are in touch with YASA and FAA and other regulatory authorities to showcasing our type certification mechanism in place so that they can also follow and do the same.
Okay, I suppose this is one of the, I would say, very, very interesting point, that this is the unique kind of scheme which India is operating, and DGC is trying hard in terms of international equivalence or collaboration with other countries, but the same type of model can be followed in other countries as well. One last question from my side, then I will see that there are some questions from audience or not. That what are your expectations as in DGC or regulator from the stakeholder, whether it's industry, quality council, approved certification bodies, or academia? So what are your expectations with respect to enhancing this credibility in the drone ecosystem?
Thank you. I have already covered that part. Yet again, I would like to say it again. Our expectation is you have to keep DGCA in loop, give the informations to us. People are working in silos. People are, I don't know why they are not able to reach out to us. There is some scare element that is still there, which we are trying to do away with. You try to reach us to drone.dgca@gov.in, we will be responding to you.
I suppose this is a very good input for all the audience. If you would have certain solutions, you have certain suggestions, you can directly reach to DGCA, and I'm sure that they will taking cognizance of your submissions and suggestions. Now, if audience have any query or some question with respect to the interventions of DGCA and drone ecosystem, yeah, please.
Hi, I am Rajesh, and I am from the telecom and IT industry. And recently I have explored this drone industry also, and I have become the drone pilot also. But my viewpoint is I have seen on the DG site also, there are around 18,000 drones, which is already having the UIN number, and around 9,500 drone pilots are there. But that kind of training which is being provided for 5 days, that is okay, because just to get the license. But I have not seen anything in the market or in the industry that these persons are getting. If they are not getting the job, that is okay. But suppose I am getting a 10 years license and I am not getting any practice or etc. So then that's a waste of license.
So what I could understand that you are talking about some upgradation in the syllabus or need of the hour in terms of job creation and linkage of that particular job market with the current training syllabus. So Mr. Tulsi, you would like to add something on this particular? Yeah, please.
One more small question. As far as regulation is concerned into drone and mobility of UA, there are 4 basic pillars which we understand as ease of doing business, very important for us to deliver. One is regulatory, second is administrative, third is technical, and fourth is commercial. So commercial is something which we could do with a commercial pilot, but regulatory, administrative, and technical, what are those organizations who are in sole position and proprietorship of all power and entitlement to give clarity about policies, regulatory, administrative, and technical? I don't know, so I'm asking this question to.
So I think, sir, if you can give some input on this, yeah.
See, as far as the regulation is concerned, regulatory framework is basically driven by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, right? And Ministry of Civil Aviation is not alone in this matter, because drone has other implications also. Then there are other ministries also on board, which help us in framing proper regulations in this regard. As regard the administrative controls, I understand the operations of the drone. Yeah, so that squarely lies with DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, because we are formulating policies on how people get trained after high-level regulations in place, and then we are making subsequent guidance between how they will be and how they, when BV loss has been mentioned. So when we look at the BV loss, then we need a UTM service provider also. So UTM service provider, yes, we are looking at various options wherein certain people who are looking at specific issues like pipeline survey, for a long stretch of pipeline survey, they would have their own, they would demonstrate that they have a specific UTM, the drone capability also, those kind of stuff. But what we need is a more pervasive UTM, and that we are looking for, and then that UTM has to be integrated with the ATM, the conventional air traffic. The helicopter also moving at almost similar level when we have the innovative air technologies or the advanced air mobility also come into the picture. So that we are looking at the ANSP provider at the stage to be an integrator, and with large number of private UTMs also. So that kind of configuration would, so these would be two, administrators when it comes to the drone ecosystem is concerned. And what about the job scenario? That has to be driven. That has to be driven by the industry. To begin with, what I understand, the drone was only seen as a pleasure stuff. But you see how it has been used as in multiple ways by the armies by the police, by the geological survey, for the agriculture, and for city mapping, for designing new urban cities, smart cities. So these are these use cases, these thought processes have to come from the industry. It has to come from the consumers, the administration, the city administration, who would use that. You see, well, we are, and I tell you because the government push towards smart city has also ignited this thought process in the state administration, where they would like to know how advanced air mobility would happen. Right, that process has also kicked in. Right, so that part of the thing has to come from the other side. While we can support, give them guidance, this is how things happen, this is what we are doing, this is what you need to do. That kind of hand-holding can happen from our side. But the effort has to come from the consumers. Right, they have to become entrepreneurs, they have to employ people, right, to ensure that the critical platform which is available, which is very versatile, which is very cost effective. You know, doing a survey with an aircraft, a helicopter, is a costly business. And then it has its own, you know, the risks. But a platform like drone, it can go everywhere, you know. So it has no inhibitions. So that is what should come from the other side. I hope I have cleared the... Technical portion. So technical portion, could you clarify on what you mean by technical? Okay. So see, as I said in the beginning, when it comes to design, certification, it is a combination of 3 agencies: the DGCA, the Quality Council of India, and Authorized Testing Agency. Right? And manufacturers themselves, they also have to be self-regulative, they have to be innovative, coming out with the new processes which can be incorporated in the design schemes, right? So these are the 3 processes, these are 3 agencies which are looking at the certification processes. And the QCI doesn't stop there. QCI also audits. And now, since I have a manpower, I am also insisting that those audits should be also done by my officers. They should go to the testing agencies and see whether they are following the protocols as laid out in the scheme. They have the requisite technical skill, manpower or not. How easily they are available. So besides, we are also looking at a joint certification of these authorized testing agencies as we go forward. I hope I certified your question.
Thank you.
So,
my name is Suresh.
Yeah, please.
Recently, it was found that a director of DGCA had secured appointment through a fake master's degree certificate. What steps is DGCA?
Mr. Sharma, I think
actually,
this is not
you have to ask the relevant question.
I'm asking the relevant question.
No, sorry.
No, this
sorry.
is no longer.
This is not the forum for such questions.
No, what steps is DGCA taking to ensure the citizens about the
No,
authenticity of the training and testing certificates?
Yeah, please.
So,
Mr. Sai, you would like to ask something? Yeah, please.
Yes. Sir, you had mentioned during your talk that, you know, moving from small to medium, there is a recertification, or a bridge course kind of thing being done. Now, there was one gap that I have been observing, is that everybody starts with a particular category, whether it is small or medium. The person does a 5-day course, as the gentleman there said, and then after that, they don't have the ability to practice and to keep going with it. But there is a gap which I have noticed in the past. Now, if you look at the private, the airline, whatever the pilot's training part of it, you go through a process of a single engine prop, then you go through a process of a jet, then you go through a process of multi-engine jets, and that's the way you scale up your skills. Whereas here, somebody can directly enroll for a medium and do a 5-day course and then get ahead. So I think, don't you think that to improve the skill, there needs to be something intermediary that comes in, where just the flying skill is first built up, then the category skill comes up later.
Yeah. So what you said is that was the question we were actually confronted with when we looked at these agricultural drones, which were more than 25 kg. Right? That's actually we thought, how do we go about this process? Because the range is too large, up to 250 kg. Can a person who is operated 25 kg drone, can he fly a 250 kg drone? Does he have a skill that? Because maneuverability, the inertia, all those things are quite different, right? But here we are looking at transformation from 25 kg to 28 kg. It's a marginal difference. It's a marginal difference. That's why we limited this process only to 50 kg. We split it into two parts. That is up to 50 kg only. For anybody who goes beyond 50 kg, he has to have the training requirements or a certification for a low category. He cannot directly go to the 50 kg above. At the moment, what we are permitting is somebody who has done a small category drone, who has an experience. We are not blankly, when these certifications happen, certain amount of flying hours are seen. Then you need to undergo a 4.5 hours of conversion course, wherein it's actually on hand-on. You need to fly that. You see, here the people have to be honest. When a person goes to an RPTO, they should ensure that the person gets a required kind of training. And if person needs more training, you see, it's happening in few cases, then that training should be increased. Nobody stops in that you end the day here only. The person, when he comes out from an institute, he has to be a skilled person. He should be capable of handling that machine up in air. And on the ground, he should be totally skilled in that way. So nothing stops him from, nothing stops an RPTO. What is required is people doing their work very diligently. For that, we are checking those RPTOs. We have suspended their approvals also. There have been cases without testing, without doing an assessment, people have been given RPCs. You see, we have stopped those RPTOs, and we have insisted that those people undergo assessment again. So this is, yes, as we move forward, the loopholes are emerging, and we're looking at plugging them, ensuring that, and as far as this is concerned, this 4.5-hour capsule, this has been well discussed with the industries, with the trainers, who have been assessors also, and after discussing with them, we have put it in the place, and if we get a field feedback that this is insufficient, because it is one thing saying that this is insufficient, but if we get a feedback from that even a person who have been flying a small class drone till now is incapable of handling a drone more than 25 kg and up to 50 kg, then we'll have a relook at it. Everything has to be data driven. It can't be merely on thought process. Data must support it.
What I mean is, now what I meant was actually that between the pilot license and the drone pilot license,
so Mr. Sai, what we can do?
There is a point, just 2 minutes.
Yeah.
There is a point where you go from flying capabilities to category specific licensing. So first you get the flying capability and then you get the category specific license. So that similar system, I think, could be something that you could think of.
No, we actually thought of it. I have more than 30 years of experience in flight safety management, right? And I have been dealing with accidents, incidents, safety management for the last 30 years. So I thoroughly understand these processes.
So if you don't mind, yes, I suppose that was a very specific and detailed answer. And throughout this discussion, what we could understand, that ease of doing business is the need of hour, but at the same time, compliance to safety, security, and quality requirements are paramount. And there is no compromise on those requirements. We are in the initial phase of drone ecosystem, which is moving towards India becoming drone hub by 2030. So only thing we can say that जब तक हमारे स्वप्न अधूरे, पूरा अपना काम न समझो, युग परिवर्तन के प्रथम चरण को अंतिम सोपान न समझो, कंगूरों की शान बढ़ाने हमको नींवों में भी खतना होगा, अब भारत को जुटना होगा, अब भारत को जुटना होगा. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Sharma sir, to bringing a Urdu flavor to our intellectual discussions for today. And a big thank you to DGCA for taking our time and being here with us. Can I request Dr. Jitendra Singh to please present mementos as a token of our appreciation. To Mr. Manish Kumar sir, Joint DG DGCA. Can we have a big round of applause? I think they've cleared a lot of misconceptions today. Thank you. Mr. Tulsi Ramal sir, Director, Drone Directorate, DGCA. Requesting the panelists to please stand for a group photograph. So we'll be starting our next panel discussion on drone component manufacturing in India. I think we'll have an overdose of information today. Thank you all for your patience. Also, a big round of applause for DGCA. Thank you so much, sir, for coming today. So requesting the experts for this session to join us. We'll be talking about the drone component areas. We have Ms. Divya Manchanda, Chief of Airworthiness, the E-Plane Company. Requesting ma'am to join us on the dais. Ms. Shreya Rastogi, Founder and CEO, SR Aerospace Solutions, and she's been ex-NASA as well. Mr. Prithvi Raj, Co-Founder and CEO, Vector Technics Private Limited. Mr. Gaurav Asudani, Head Business Growth and Strategy, Tech Eagle Innovations Private Limited, and our moderator for this session, Mr. Arindam Majumdar, Assistant Editor, Aviation, Economic Times. So we're in for another interesting discussion. Requesting all the delegates to please settle down. Thank you. A big round of applause for our panel, and I hand it over to Arindam, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. So, as part of my job, whenever I meet the global manufacturers of the aerospace company, one common question that I keep on asking them to a Boeing or an Airbus executive is, when are you going to build a final assembly line in India? And the most common answer that I get from them is that, why are you looking at a final assembly line, or FAL they call it? When you have the supplier of the ecosystem base set up in India, that's the dividend you get. You don't get much dividend from a FAL, but it's the ecosystem or component manufacturers that give you the most of dividend. So speakers before me have touched upon this dream of India becoming a global drone hub of 2030. And my esteemed panelists today should be the poster boy of that if we have to achieve that dream. So we have Divya Manchanda of the E-Plane Company, and I can start with you, Divya, probably. Like, Divya has had more than 2 decades in aviation, starting from flying the narrow body to a wide body aircraft, and now she is in the verge of like in the urban air mobility, coming into the urban air mobility space. Firstly, I just wanted to understand, India has liberalized its drone policy. Like, if we see from 2018 to 2021, we have walked a lot of space. I would just like to understand if you can throw some light, how much probably we have gained from that, and how much needs to be covered.
Right. When you said 2 decades of experience, I suddenly felt so old. But yeah, so if you look at the drone policy, a lot has been set from that, and a lot has been benefited by the industry from the drone policy. It's a framework which was very much needed, and we're very thankful to the DGCA and to the ministry for having those drone rules in the first place. I have always believed, because of the aviation background, that safety, quality, and reliability has always been at the cusp in aviation as well as in aerospace. So the moment we talk about any kind of policy or rules, you're straight away going and setting up the regulations for it, right? So come drone rules, you define that, okay, you can fly up to a certain altitude. Come drone rules, you have been able to define that, okay, there is a categorization of drones, which is your small, medium, large, etc. come drone rules, you have defined that, okay, you need to have a remote pilot certificate for the pilots to be able to operate the drones, which is very similar to the commercial world. So I think the drone industry has laid down the pathway for standardizing, regularizing, and welcoming the drone industry in the country.
I would like to come to you, Shreya. SR Aerospace Solution is into like propeller manufacturing, and I think you have got certain acknowledgement of your product from the industry itself. I wanted to understand, after this liberalization probably of drone policies, how is your balance sheet looking like? Are you getting more orders from our industry? Where have you worked since then?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think one of the challenges as an innovator is that when you innovate, the first thing that we were asked as a company is who else has used the product. If it is an innovative product, it cannot have been used before. And I think that's why we had to use parallel frameworks that had been touched upon before by the industrial partners to use that as a reference frame to build what we were building. And hence, we got certified as an aerospace manufacturer and distributor to build that reliability. Like, ultimately, we are building within that paradigm, right? Like, where we want to support the innovation here, but also we understand that the industry has progressed a little bit already, and we needed to give something so that it could be swapped out with existing specifications. Having said that, the industrial response that although they were very happy with our product, they couldn't really use it because there is no legal frame or incentive for them to switch it out with one of ours, even though the performance and the whole indigenous aspect of it is very attractive and appealing to these partners. So at the end of the day, like, I do want to touch upon this as an OEM building in this industry in India, that ultimately a lot of the rules cater to the manufacturers as a whole, and we are a subpart to that. Our success is in lieu of the success of the manufacturers. So for them, we need two things. One, there should be a framework where as OEMs, they can gain reliability into our products and validity. And second would be that they get consistent orders. I feel like because there's a constant fight for orders, there's an insane amount of underbidding, and underbidding can only lead to compromises in quality, right? There's only so much margin you can take off in your bid. So those are my few takeaways that I've had experienced in the past few months working in the industry here.
Interesting. Prithvi, I will come to you. You are have also made some progress in propulsion techniques in drone, and Shreya touched upon this topic about like that needs to be a proven standard. Otherwise, you keep on harping on cost model and not get the best of quality. But just want to understand from you if you can touch upon about this, the indigenous technique, about the need of the market, because a lot of our market is now focused to agri-based usage, customer focus. In that place, where do you stand? Like, what are the challenges that you faced to get customers in that?
First of all, thank you for inviting PhD Chambers and recognizing that drone components are also part of the drone ecosystem. We have to have a big round of applause for PhD Chambers and whoever thinks components are part of the ecosystem. You acknowledge that? I'm very grateful for that. Second thing, what Shreya has touched upon is absolutely spot on, and I'm in the same boat. But I would like to come back to your first question, which is, with this relaxation, has there been any improvement? There has been a lot of improvement for the manufacturers, and there's a reverse improvement for component manufacturers. So the liberalization clearly says, don't import a drone, but please import components. That's the underlining statement of it. So we need to address that first if we want to be a drone hub in 2030. That's my take on it. And she was absolutely right. Whenever I go to a customer, he's like, who else used your propulsion? And even if we are better than the propulsion that they are using, they are very reluctant to take up on it. And quite frankly, it's their decision, right? But I think the industry or the ecosystem should incentivize people, manufacturers, who are trying to indigenize and supporting the indigenous components. For example, I would say, for example, if I go to customer A and I will say, hey, this is the T motor, a Chinese motor that you're using. This is my alternative to it. He would say, how is it performing? It's like, it's pretty good, damn good. And he's like, what would be the cost? I'm getting it for XYZ price. Is your price XYZ? Or is it XYZ plus XYZ? It will be definitely more than a Chinese pricing. And that is a setback for them to take Indian components, including myself and Shreyas. It's like, no, why should I spend a penny more on taking an Indian component? So until and unless they are incentivized to be tendering for a higher pricing, they would not be coming to us and paying a little bit more price, because quite frankly, we are super capital intensive business as a manufacturer. So we cannot sell it at the price where our neighbors are selling it for. And they're dumping. There's clear proof, and there'll be a test. I mean, Anas and a few other delegates have made a study, and it's very clear proof that whenever we launched a product in India, there has been a 30% decline in our competition product pricing online, right? So unless until we secure whole of this scenario, I don't think we'll get there where we want to be. That's my take on it.
We heard both Shreya and Prithvi. I'm sure like the other user on the spectrum, someone like Gaurav probably will have a very different take on it. Prithvi, you mentioned about liberalization of drone, which has made it for manufacturers, and probably reverse impact it has had on components. One of the very recent, one of the reasons the government gave was that the availability of component makers in India is probably not that adequate enough now to boost this nascent industry now. Gaurav may be able to touch more upon that, and since we have heard from the component maker, you can help me to understand like what is the impact of that.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me, and really glad to be here. And as the previous speaker mentioned, definitely there needs to be a lot of stress on indigenization of components. Like, we are manufacturers of drones. So if I break the drone into parts, it will be an airframe, it will be hardware, software, and then electronics. So we are manufacturing airframe and then having these components like batteries and propellers and integrating. And I'm quite certain that if we have Indian components which are of that standard, we would be very, very happy to collaborate on those aspects. And yes, that's true. Price is one of the key metrics when we take those decisions. But if we are competing with international, we are going in the international market, the key has to be the quality, right? And we are open to collaborating with component manufacturers on deploying their solutions, integrating their products into ours, and coming up with one solid product which is made in India completely. So yes.
Right. Would you be ready to pay a higher price for a better quality indigenous product?
So in the past, yes, we have. We have collaborated with some Indian manufacturers on certain components, and we are very keen to be, we are very keen and looking forward to it in the future as well. So not too much, but marginally going up, promoting Indian components, yes.
So Shreya and Prithvi, probably you have to take care of the delta that Gaurav is mentioning so that it doesn't become unviable for them.
Can Nagesh? I add a little bit? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Because we are still on this topic. While I agree about the delta, right, at the end of the day, you have to look at the offering as a whole. If we are Indian, right, at the end of the day, are we a startup? We are an MSME? Or what category of workplace do we fall in? How much margin hit can we take as a business for you to be lucrative enough in your margins? That is something that is always negotiable, given there is a volume that you can address, right? At the end of the day, if there's just a very small volume and you want a massive discount, there's no room for negotiation from either end, because their hands are tied from the money they have in their budget, and our hands are tied because of the margins we have in cuts that we can take. Ultimately, I feel like we are trying to develop the ecosystem, right? I'm not trying to say that, okay, just like start using ours right away. What I'm trying to get more awareness out and about for is that ultimately we are also here now, and we are here to help. Like, you did what you could earlier and you got your tenders done for what it was. MROs are something that we can address separately, but at the moment, the need of the hour is that whoever is building now, they need to know that there are OEMs who are here. And if you're innovating, that we can help you get on board with the right solutions and right components at the end of the day. Like, you know, it's a matter of quality.
Nagesh, and no one better than to talk about building of a market probably, and if you have to provide a volume of a market, I think the domestic market has to lead that growth, and then we can look at export. From your perspective, if you can just help me to understand, like currently government is the biggest buyer, and in the foreseeable future probably they are going to be the biggest buyer. In that, when you look at government procurement policies for many of their schemes, does it encourage indigenization?
Hi, hello everyone. Yes, it's supporting in some cases. Like if I talk about MOD, for an example, post-COVID, they came up with fast-track procurement, which is talking about specifically procuring made in India products. And this has helped many companies like New Space and Daksha and many other companies in the ecosystem. And they have grown a lot in these kind of setup. I think IDFOG was one of them who has bagged one of the biggest orders. And similar way, the other companies like other ministries, like Survey of India came up with a project called Swamitva for mapping of the land records. This is something which has helped, you know, the service providers mapping companies who are making drone, you know, survey mapping drones. So it helped a lot to that kind of scenarios. If I talk about the currently, you know, there are certain tenders which has come from Ministry of Health, which is promoting the experimental baby loss operations, who is helping, you know, startup companies like Tech Eagle, Sky Air, and other 2-3 companies, through which we are getting an opportunity to demonstrate and, you know, deploy our products, learn from them, and get an experience from them. This, which will help in, you know, working on what we were lagging and what is needed in the future for the development of the new policies that will be coming up for baby loss and UTM and other factors.
But does it specifically encourage, the Swamitva is a big scheme, like the volume is quite good. Does it encourage indigenization?
I am sure the companies who have worked under that scheme, who has participated, it might have helped them a lot.
Right, and you specifically worked in the health scheme, like
we are a drone service provider company. Yes. We are into drone logistics, and UTM we have as a product.
Right. Prithvi, if I can come to you basically, and since we are on that topic of encouraging indigenization by the government, and like it's a very contentious topic, and like the PLI scheme had come in that, like there's this specific grievance from the industry that that we keep on hearing, is that probably the scheme is not very well designed in terms of encouraging component makers like you. Probably from a cost model, it has to shift to something others, where the policymakers need to, so that players like you can get more encouragement. On that lines, you'd like to give?
See, in the PLI scheme, first thing is there are two components to the scheme. One is the manufacturer and the component manufacturer. And there have been some component manufacturers who benefited from the scheme. The amendment we would recommend for that scheme, if it's going to continue, is make sure there is a priority on what you define as a component. I can make a screw as a component. That doesn't mean if I cross 50,000 rupees of my sale, I would be eligible for PLI. You need to define what national security wants to prioritize for our supply chain. Do you want propulsion? Do you want autopilots? Do you want composites? What needs to be prioritized as a component first, and then give PLI scheme to them. It's not just generic blanket PLI scheme. I can just get carbon fiber and make an airframe and call myself as a component maker. I can just turn a screw, a titanium screw, and I can be a component maker. So, but does it serve the purpose to enable the ecosystem to grow? It doesn't, right? So you have to find what do we need as an industry to grow. Whether if there is no propulsion company, you have to incentivize the propulsion companies. Or if there is no autopilot company, you have to incentivize. So they have to be a panel. You have to come up with a list on what you need on priority for component manufacturer PLI and give them. I think what we do is we just generalize the PLI for component manufacturers. I cannot talk about the manufacturers by themselves. But as you can see, on the manufacturer side, whoever the 55, so I was talking from the QCI, 55 drone manufacturers have got type certified drones. Look deeper. Where are the frames coming from? Where are the autopilots coming from? Where are the propellers or the propulsion units coming from? Where are the batteries coming from? Half of them are EFT, which is a brand most of you know already. And all the batteries are coming from our neighboring country. And majority of them don't even think about designing it. So I think there is a session about DLI, which is very crucial at this moment, that you have to incentivize design so that people, including the manufacturers, will strive towards designing something unique, something more tightly in the ecosystem, work with us. I would like to touch upon the topic along the lines with collaborative innovation. If we don't collaborate with the manufacturers, or the manufacturer doesn't collaborate with the component makers, we will never become not even close to DJI. If we want to beat DJI, you have to work with the component manufacturers. DJI doesn't take T-motor, DJI doesn't take KTE motor, DJI doesn't take a propeller from anyone. They sit along with those people, they sit along with the component manufacturer, design it very thoroughly so that the system, the aircraft becomes tightly integrated so that they get the benefits. Here we don't do that. I think the PLI scheme or DLI scheme should focus on design-linked incentive in a very, very, very organic way that these people collaborate, they innovate something, and they get incentivized for that.
Right. So Prithvi suggests from a Make in India model to a probably Design in India model.
I would just add to this one point that Prithvi made about the PLI scheme, right, and something that we were discussing as well. So PLI scheme does have a component for the MSME, which says that it's 2 CR given for the drone manufacturers and 50 lakhs, which is given to the drone component manufacturers, right? At what point will a new startup reach that 50 lakh mark to start utilizing that incentive? So what is really going to happen with the PLI scheme is that somebody who's already out there in the market, somebody like an IdeaForge, or let's say even Honeywell, even though in the non-MSME scheme, that amount which is given is 1 CR instead of 50 lakhs, but Honeywell falls in that bracket. So those are some of the other things also that we need to look at in the PLI scheme.
Shreya, probably you can like touch upon this entry barrier for startups like yours too.
I think these are very great points, but one other thing that I want to build off on is that at the end of the day, whatever components are available in the market for any given design, say like if they're off the shelf, your designs are only as good as how good that off-the-shelf component is. So in some ways, like some thought process or the vision of how the industry is growing needs to put that together as well, that at the end of the day, if you are comfortable using what's off the shelf, that means it's very easy to replicate. It's not yours alone. And that also means that in some ways, the Chinese have limited us what our industrial growth can be. It's synced with what their growth is. You get, like, it's a double-edged sword here. So the moment you identify that, you need to know that where you need to innovate at all costs. Like, there are some critical spaces we must innovate. And I think software is one such space. There are such things as critical systems and non-critical systems. Propulsion system, even though I'm from that space, I identify completely that for innovation for any aircraft, propulsion is key. If your propulsion system doesn't add up, you can have the best sensors on board. It's not going to do the job. That is one. But at the end of the day, for any software company, they also need to be placed well in the industry. Like, they need enough recognition. So where we all kind of merge now that everybody is here, there's policymakers, there's industrial partners who are manufacturers, and the component manufacturers, everybody is here. I would just want a clear vision of like how we move together as one. Like, as an OEM, even I need validation in what we build today. And there needs to be a little bit of a risk appetite from everybody's end, right? If we don't have that, like, I guess Americans have done that well. They have a very significant appetite for risk. And to that end, you can only look for something you know exists. How do we know that somebody who's innovating in India, how do they know that, okay, this solution also exists from any other partner in India? A lot of our market validation came from partners overseas. Even though we ran a pilot in India, a lot of my initial findings were validated by Indian companies, but our actual validation came from a lot of overseas partners who were quick to see, okay, like this has longevity, this has performance. So that sort of mature insight can only come from somebody, which I understand can only come to us over time. But since we are catching up, I guess it need not be a step-by-step process. We can jump ahead and integrate at multiple levels. Yeah.
Right. Gaurav, what would it take to build that integration? She touched upon the model of US. There is a great entrepreneurship there. There is corporate backing out there, which may not be present in that scale in India. But as the end user, what would you suggest that can build up that ecosystem?
So I think it's a multi-layer working that needs to be done. At the component level, as she rightly pointed out, while they perfect their components over the years by actually putting them into action, at a manufacturer level, quality, while that remains at the top priority, we integrate these components and see how the indigenization progresses. Also at the policy level, I think, same component can be used in different drones for different use cases, right? And at some level, federations, Drone Federation, PhD, knows they can help us collaborate on those levels, which components should be prioritized. So going forward, while there is a ban on import of drones, going forward probably duties can be changed as per so that the Indian components are promoted. So I think it has to be multi-layered approach towards how we approach indigenization on components. Yeah.
Nagesh will probably indigenization list policy, like kind of what the defense says, Ministry of Defense, a similar approach from the civilian use cases. Will that help?
Right now, if I talk about, we are a very cost-sensitive market. India is a very cost-sensitive market. And as far as policies and regulations are concerned, we go with L1, we don't go with T1, L1. Like technical qualification, a combined qualification is required usually to go with the quality what Gaurav has mentioned. That is one of the key factors which can be focused on when we are talking about, implementation of that thing. And the other thing is, there are some applications which has dual use cases like surveillance drones, survey drones, and logistic drones. So for commercial use case, and there has to be a synergy between two different industries, even for deployment. As far as deployment is concerned, even for manufacturing and other things. Like for an example, I'll talk about if we break down the component list. If we talk about propulsion system, they mostly drones operate on BLDC motors and propellers. Yeah, similar kind of setup are being used. Like similar motors are used by robotics in robotics industry. Yeah, right, heavy electronics are used. So similar way, airframes, like we talk about airframes. So there are aviation companies who are making indigenization, airframes and everything. So similar way, what ecosystem is already there, leveraging that ecosystem and helping, hand in hand, it should grow. And first of all, two of my panels was talking about, when they go to the customer with their product, they ask about, who has bought it. So we compare, when policies are concerned, we start talking about FAA and EASA. We also have to learn about, they have something called a sandbox or a testing environment where you deploy every, partner comes to that location. They have a controlled testing environment where you deploy in real environment. You get every validation, and then it becomes a reliable thing. That reliability can help the new customer to depend on, and they can go for similar kind of systems which is indigenized.
And when you talk about quality, and probably Divya will come to you with this, about the need for a standardization, that is the benchmark of equality. And if our market's reputation of the component makers has to improve, there needs to be a quality standard for that on which everyone can trust. You are going into a category probably where the drone policy does not cover that, and there has to be a separate policy for that. So when you are building a UAM, what are the challenges that you face in terms of standardization to get that certificate from the regulator?
One very good point that Nageshwar touched upon was, setting up test beds, test centers. This is one of the biggest bottlenecks that we have right now in terms of certification, and especially aircraft certification. There are many test centers, like for example, you have the DRDO, you have the NAL, you have HAL, but these are not very accessible to the civilian use cases, right? So when we have to go out there, we're looking at customizing and setting up these test equipments for ourselves, which can run into several crores of rupees. As a startup, I don't have that kind of money. And raising that money only for testing, that is one. Point number two is the people required to do these tests. We don't have that skilled labor right now to help us achieve that. The test in itself run into several crores of rupees, right, for me to run any test. So these are some of the bottlenecks that I wanted to touch upon when you asked me this question in terms of standardization, quality, and what are the things that are there in certifying our product, which Nageshwar already touched upon. When it comes to our aircraft, which is the eVTOL, UAM, like you rightly said, that we are awaiting an eVTOL policy in India, and we're quite happy that MOCA and DGCA are, aggressively working towards it. There was a time when, I come from an aviation background, and we used to be scared of DGCA. But from the time that I have started working in this company, and we are working in aircraft certification, believe me, and I have never come across any regulator who is so with you in, certifying your product. So they sit with us and they say that, why don't you come to us, certify this, and we will build the policies together, we will build the certification together. So we've been working with them, so we are awaiting the eVTOL policy. Now coming to your last question, which was about standardization and quality, there is a 4-step process in an aircraft certification. The first process is a design organization approval, which is nothing but me as a regulator is saying that you as an organization have the capability, the processes, the people, the resources to design and certify a product. So what we're having on the drone side right now is that you come and say that, okay, you have these quality checks, right? A, B, C, D. So one organization will say, I have 5 quality parameters that I'm using to do a quality check of my product. Another organization is saying, I have 7 quality parameters to do the quality check of my product. What are the processes that are there to lead you to that quality check? There is no standardization of processes over there. And when we talk about processes, it's extremely important that the processes are standardized in the design of the components as well as the product in itself.
Just if you can touch upon that, like the liberalization of policy also harped upon, like probably players having self-control, more and more self-control policy rather than a regulator prescribing it. One fear is that probably it impacts quality, and we have seen certain incidents over the past few years. On that lines, what do you think? Where should this bridge lie?
It's a great question about quality, and that's the key. Specifically to this industry. And I would like to go back to this type certification, the document, the gazette, which has been in the industry for a while. It's a great set of documents to go through, but there are some basic anomalies in the document itself. You ask a manufacturer to test their aircraft based on OEM certificate, and you self-certify. How is that working? I would say my motor will work for 10,000 hours. How will an aircraft manufacturer will prove it? Let's assume they want to prove it. Do you have the test bed or a test facility to prove it? You don't. Second, electrical aircrafts. You want an electrical aircraft to prove with this a LiPo battery pack over voltage protection? Seriously? How? How is it even technically possible to have over voltage on a battery pack? Third, you want a propeller to be tested to its maximum limits. Good. But where is the test bed facility? NABL labs, we have many. I went to all of them. And none of them even allow a motor to be tested along with the propeller inside the test chamber. So where should all these people do their tests? So they will self-certify that it will work. And it won't work. We have observed many crashes happening recently because they are not certified. And there is no proof that they can be validated. I can certify my product as great. But unless until I prove it with certain methodology, we cannot. Similar to how NAL have a lab or DRDO have many labs, we need to have access to those labs which allow this specific electrical propulsion and those jigs in those labs to be accessible to everyone, maybe in a structured calendar format, to be tested in a certain way. And just asking for 1,000 hours test, and people who are putting a lot of money into their businesses to get type certificate, they'll say, yeah, it is tested for 1,000 hours. And how do you want to test it? We'll do some jugaad. We are very good at it, right? So overcurrent protection in your speed controller. Nobody has it. They're asking for overcurrent protection at 380 amps for a 60 amp ESC. How? So the basic type certification questions on what you want to be validating the type certificate for, it's flawed. So you need an expert committee to review that first, then come to the component manufacturer saying that, hey, these are the standards, you follow the standards, we will follow. We will exceed those standards.
Gaurav, I'll come back to you. One thing all the panelists and probably had harped upon is this lack of ecosystem about the funding. And in US, we have a kind of the DARPA system and all, where it promotes such kind of practices. What do you think that there can be this collaboration, right from this academic institution to the manufacturers, right to the industry? How can you build that bridge?
So there needs to be forum like these where we can share ideas. This is a great forum where we could share ideas. These testing beds are required, sandbox is required, these ideas come from these. One additional point that I had wanted to share is also that we are at the end of the day startups, right? We are also dependent on VCs. And a lot of times we face this challenge that what is the commercial viability of our ideas and concepts. So that mindset also needs to be relooked at, that a lot of times, a lot of these products that we are dealing with are R&D based, and that mindset also needs to be relooked into, that it's not only always commercial, it is sometimes, a lot of times, it will be R&D driven also. And therefore, these incentives like DLI will be very, very important when we do a lot of these innovation R&D. So these kind of schemes and incentives will be very, very helpful.
Right. Probably a change of focus from the people funding it to a more R&D approach to encouraging those rather than a commercial approach. And I feel that it can only be done by government, not by venture capitalists who will be eager to get more and more commercial revenue out of it. I'm very sorry, we have a limited time, and I know the topic subject, it can be endless. But what I wanted to say at the end was that there has been 3 industrial revolutions in the world, and India has missed the bus of all 3. And now we are at the cusp of the 4th one, and we probably don't miss it, and we can change whatever mistakes we have done in the past. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
Thank you so much. I know everybody's hungry, but we have another interesting session and then we'll have lunch. Sorry about that. So a big thank you to our panel for being here today. Thank you so much. And can I request General Khandare sir to just come on the dais and felicitate our thanking Mr. Arindam Majumdar for excellent moderation of the session. Ms. Divya Manchanda. Ms. Shreya Rastogi. Ms. Prithvi Raj, Mr. Prithvi Raj, sorry. Let's have the applause coming. Yeah, they've taken our time and they've come here. So big thank you. Mr. Prithvi, Mr. Nageshwar Singh, and Mr. Gaurav Sudani. Can I request Dr. Jitendra to please join us on the dais for the group photograph? Thank you. Requesting the panelists to come for a group photograph. Thank you so much. So thanking all of you again for your patience. We have very, very interesting sessions coming up. The next session is on drone technological advancements and new innovations, which will be moderated by Mr. Snesh Philip, Deputy Editor, The Print. And we have some VIPs and some very well-known people in this session as well. Ms. Sarita Alawat, MD, co-founder, Botlabs Dynamics, IIT Delhi. Mr. Mohammad Anas, founder, Inod. Mr. Gaurav Sudani, he will stay with us from Tech Legal. Mr. Vidya Sagar, product head and founding member, Crystal Ball. Captain Ehsan Kulla, Associate Vice President, Sky Air Mobility, and Mr. Karna Raj, co-founder and CTO, Vector Technics, joining us for this session. Thanking you again for your patience and requesting all the delegates outside to please come back. We'll have a quick session and thank you. So handing it over to Snesh. Please have a seat, please.
Hi, good afternoon all. I'm really sorry for making you late for the lunch. This is the last session before the lunch. I'm sure all of you are looking forward to the lunch, as I'm sure the panelists are. Thank you so much for taking the time out and attending this session. You know, a lot has been spoken about the drone ecosystem and, you know, the whole part of India becoming a drone hub in the Amrit Kal by 2030 is something that we are looking at. But are we really becoming a drone hub? You know, when I look at the drone, for example, I cover defense. I write on defense and security issues. I cover the Aero India and Def Expo. The last two editions of Aero India and Def Expo, when I went there, I was amazed by the number of companies that had sprung up. You know, about 80% of the companies that were on display there were displaying products related to drones. But the sad part is that, you know, India, while we have a drone ecosystem developing, but we are still known to be more as an integrator and assembler of drones per se. Are we really, you know, when it comes to the drone technology, are we really upping our game? Or are we just importing stuff, assembling it, repackaging it? Or is there any forward movement at all? And for this, you know, I have an excellent panel here to discuss about these issues and to talk about the technological advancement that the drone industry has seen as a whole. My first question, of course, is to Karna Raj. Karna Raj is the co-founder and CTO of Vector Technics. and the vector is into making the various parts for the drones, like propulsion, power system, accessories. So, Karna, my first question to you is India a drone hub, or are we just assembling and integrating drones?
Well, hi everyone. Thanks for having me, and very nice question. So first off, building a drone, it's a culmination of a lot of smaller technologies like aerodynamics, you have electromagnetics, you have power electronics, then you have your digital systems, communications, and so on and so forth. A lot of them, even cloud, artificial intelligence. So all this cannot be done by a single company, a single, so it needs a lot of expertise, small groups of specialized people developing those skills and offering them, and that exchange is what, the culmination of it is the drone. So in India, we have not done, we are very much like, okay, we'll make a drone. How, we are not so far-sighted to like, how are we going to sustain making drones in the future, and how are we going to, be agile towards it. So development of the smaller skills is the key, and we need to work on that. And today, I feel we are in certain levels, yes, doing some innovation in component level, but that needs to be a lot more, because this components found the foundation of the industry, and the drone companies are the ones which are visible on the top to the customers. So if you see IdeaForge, there should be like 20 vendors for IdeaForge who are supporting IdeaForge as the foundation of it.
Interesting that, you mentioned that we are still getting there. I think you were being too nice about it. For example, I was recently visited a particular factory of a big company which is into the defense sector. And they had displayed some drones, which had Indian names, of course. And so I went around, looked at it more closely. All the stickers were out, but there was still a propulsion system which said, even though the name of the company was not there, but in the small, minute detail, it said made in China. And now this is a drone which will be supplied to the Indian Armed Forces. So again, I come back to you. Are we really there yet?
So let me rephrase my answer this time. No, we are not at all a drone superpower, nowhere close to it. And till the day we are independent on the component level, we cannot be the superpower on the product level.
Well, that's a very honest reply, and I think that's something, a big takeaway from here. Ms. Sarita, we talk about the future, the technological advancements that is there. I think your firm, I think, is perhaps the oldest on this thing. I think this firm started in 2016, much before others really got into the game. You started off with a few number of drones. You first talked about, you were the first ones to really talk about swarm drone system. From initial about 40 drones, somewhere in 2020 or 2021, you've now, congratulations, you were able to attend the Ambani pre-wedding, where you showed a display of 5,500 drones together. What is the technological advancement that has happened there for you to be able to manage to do that in just a matter of 3 years?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarita. Our startup Botlab Dynamics is from IIT Delhi. And sorry, I'm going to be a little slow today. I've not slept really well for last 10 days, so I find the connection between my mouth and head little off. And now that lunch is also delayed, so it's going to add more, so forgive me. So now, thank you so much for the kind introduction. So we did end up making a world record. At least in this, I can say we beat China. China has a world record of 5,164. And thank you. And we flew 5,500 drones. And of course, the record goes to Reliance, not to us. But yes, so coming back to us, we started our journey very humbly. It taken a lot of time. And initially, we were assembling the drones. And after experiencing a bad failure at Pokhran, we realized you cannot build a robust system if you're just assembling and only putting your algorithms. And so now, after that and during COVID time, at least I can say for BotLab, as much as we could have innovated or built in India, we did. So we did build our own flight controller, motor controller, GPS, RF components, and we designed our own casing, and we got the local manufacturers involved. So now our drone, and for example, I mean, a lot of time people say, how much is this Indian? See, China has put in a lot of time and effort. They started way before us, so making these tiny motors that we use are very difficult to make in India. Batteries, I think we are joking when we say we're going to compete. वो already पूरी दुनिया को supply कर रहे हैं. ऐसे sometimes you feel very bad, अरे India import कर रहा है. भाई rest of the world is importing from them. 80% of the world supply of lithium-ion batteries are from China only. So I think where we can catch up, we should. And so we were able to catch up in last 3 years mostly. Because initial years it took us to understand what is ecosystem, and जो scientists लोग होते हैं उनको थोड़ा time लग जाता है समझने में कहाँ से पैसा बनेगा, because we get very involved in just building the technology, and I think most of folks here can. So you're so much in love and building the technology that you forget that somebody has to buy and give you money for that. And so when we built the swarm, we figured if we put lights on it, people get entertained. And with the entertainment money, you can do the R&D and make a system for defense, and that's what we have ended up doing now. We are getting our systems ready for defense. And so what technological advancement? So in drone, all these folks can tell you, 3 months is a new cycle. There's a new ASC coming, new flight controller coming. So this sector is actually evolving very, very fast. And India has to move extremely fast to even stay in the race. I'm not even saying to win the race. And so a lot has happened, and that has also benefited us. Open source is a good, so a lot of Indian companies are able to build great technology because we are using open source, and hopefully we are actually the biggest user of open source material in the world. But I think when we the community gets larger, we will be able to contribute, and a lot of drone companies, at least I can speak for, are aiming to contribute to open source communities.
You know, one of the many criticism as I was critical of the entire ecosystem is that we are not manufacturing here. A lot of components are imported and all. That's a technology aspect of it. Sarita, even to manufacture own components in India, do we have the technical know-how? And also, do we have the skill power? For example, you are hiring people because your company is expanding. But do you get the required skill power? For a lot of things that you mentioned are part of the hardware. Do you get the engineers in thing, or is that also an issue there?
So एक बात तो मैं बोलूँगी जो मैंने खुद देखा है, what has happened right for Indian drone community particularly was that in 2021, we banned the import of foreign drones, and look what has done to drone community. Had that not been done, none of us would be sitting here and talking to you, wouldn't invite us. And so the question is, can we make it here? Absolutely, we can make it here. We are not making ESCs. ESC is so cheap because you can buy from China. So the cost plays a very big role. If there is a mandate that you make this ESC, flight controller, anything that any drone needs here, of course there will be lag, but it can be done. Now the question of scale is a very serious. So when the companies are expanding, so we are in that stage now that we don't worry about funding anymore, but what we worry about finding skilled people. To up your game, you need people with experience in design and software and firmware. And I always jokingly say that finding a husband is easier than finding a firmware engineer. And so when you have the skill is, I mean, I'm from IIT Delhi, and the criticism is to all engineering colleges in general, that we are not building good hardware engineers. Rather, there is very little emphasis on training people on hardware, and they do not see a big career though now situation is changing a little bit, people are joining startups, but what we end up doing is, a lot of other folks probably do the same. You hire fresh and train them, and then they become valuable in 6 months, a year, which is a cost that goes into building things.
Can I add? Yeah, please add.
So, yeah, the question was very nice, and you have hit the, hammer on the nail head. So, it's also the same with us. First of all, material. We have to acknowledge our shortcomings so that we can work towards them. Forget about chip manufacturing. We don't even have proper diodes, capacitors, resistors to, the kind of tolerances that we need. So then again, when it comes to chip manufacturing, China, let's say there is STM32. There's a very famous chip that we use for our flight controllers and this. China has basically started manufacturing STM-based chips, and there are like 20 companies, and they manufacture it at such a low cost. And in the interest of national security, we procure from the UK company, and we have COCs and all that, so that there are no hardware backdoors. There are no firmware already loaded into it. So to ensure this kind of clean solution, there is a cost. Often it's not seen. Forget about that. The steel which is used for manufacturing of our motors is a 0.2 CRNGO steel. Tata Steel, we have approached Tata Steel. They had, with all due honors, asked us to leave because they can't do it. Jindal cannot do it. There was a ThyssenKrupp plant which shut down 15 years back. They were exporting it from India. So India, as the largest steel manufacturer, we don't do specialty steels. We need to work on those. World is going a lot of fine, lot of smaller and specialist systems. And these are only with the help of the larger companies that we can achieve that. So there is an import segment to our indigenized product also, which needs to be looked at as a full supply chain security. And coming to people, as she rightly said, we have gone, opened up new offices in swanky places to attract talent because they didn't want to come to our industrial area to do firmware development. I have personally taken classes for development of, Keel and C, embedded C. Firmware is the key. And I have gone to many institutes, IITs, triple ITs, and even I have gone to the in Hyderabad, there is a place called Ameerpet where they'll teach anything from blockchain to, I don't know, whatever, in 2 days, 3 days. People don't know what is Arduino board there. So the level of the skill today, we are developing software, but the world is run by embedded systems. And we really need those resources to be able to make the solutions work. They fire the injectors in your car. They fire the, they run this light systems and everything. So the world is run by embedded systems, and we do not have any embedded system engineers who are willing to work for this. So we need to make the space more attractive, and that's my 2 bits on this.
Space more attractive. Skill development is something that is often ignored when it comes to manufacturing, especially in the drone sector. While we're talking about drone sector and the growth in this, I'm very happy to note that we have Sangapriya with us. He's the founder and CEO of IG Drones. You've made a foray into the defense sector. You're now setting up your own a factory, which is scaling up the numbers. Do you see a difference in the defense and the civil sector per se in the approaches to the drone sector? No, we have from IG Drones, I was trying to check the name. Oh, there's no one from the IG Drones here? Okay, because it's, okay, fine. Then.
So thank you for inviting me. So basically, so related to talent, first of all, I'll come to that point as well. So coming to when we talk about startup having team, right people to work on to solve the big problems. So we need people who are really who can play out of the box. And in this case, as mentioned by her, that it's hard to find the skilled people. So it's not a one-layer problem; it's a two-layer problem. First, we need to come to the layer. So we are in minus. We have to come for a ground, and then we have to go up. So it's a two-layer problem which need to be solved for skill development primarily. And then the particular domain, we can say that we can create something out of the box. Now, this is about the education of people into particular domain. A second point which is mentioned by Prithvi and team. So basically, making any space very, what I say, exciting for people to work is very hard. Are you getting me? So let's say drone sounds very interesting for youngster, but at some point of time, when it comes to hardware, core embedded development, or these kind of development, it's very hard to attract people to work on ground, testing for several hours, doing back and forth. It's not that fancy. They are ready to jump into AI, ML, deep learning. We do have a scope of doing that. I'll talk about that example. When, let's say, 10 people join in odd, and 5 are for, let's say, 5 joined in a hardware and electronics or embedded or flight testing operations. Rest of the people join into AI, deep learning. There is a probability of converting people from hardware electronics from this stream to AI, deep learning, computer vision, these kind of things. Reason is they find it maybe easy or maybe more comfortable to do, even after educating them. So we have taken first floor, first we have come on the ground floor, first floor, now they are interested in switching. So it's a third layer problem now. So this is what I wanted to communicate, particularly for the skill development. Yeah.
Mr. Asaudini, you know when it comes to the whole drone sector, you are into the mapping, the survey, agriculture, healthcare space, and also from the Tech Eagle on-demand delivery of drones. Do you think that's a sector which is growing? What do you think is the impediment in the whole growth trajectory as of now?
So, yeah, Gaurav Asudan.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, the sector is definitely growing. So, we specifically focus on logistic drones. And in the logistics space, healthcare is the lowest hanging fruit. So that sector is definitely booming because recently Government of India through Ministry of Health came up with about 22 tenders for the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So a lot of us would not know, but there are about 80 names which are active and running and really changing the healthcare ecosystem. And those came out with tenders to deliver medicine, vaccines using drones. And Tech Eagle has pioneered that space along with a couple of more companies. So AIIMS, Rishikesh, Guwahati, these are the places which are very difficult to reach locations where AIIMS is reaching out to remote villages, delivering medicines, vaccines, and blood and for diagnostics. So this sector vertical is definitely booming. This is on the government side. On the private side also, B2B side also, there are a lot of diagnostic companies, a lot of pharmacy companies which are wanting to reach remote locations. Likewise, our e-commerce companies which are wanting to say connectivity between plains to the hills and the remote locations, bringing down 2-day deliveries to 1-day deliveries. So drones are revolutionizing that space. And definitely this sector is booming and there's a lot of scope in that sense. Just to add to the points which were added, which were shared earlier, I think in the drone space, logistics drone space, I think the innovation is happening at three three places. One is the sensory side, where there will be less number of cameras, more number of sensors, which will help us make images of the surrounding. The second is to speed up the processing on board. So that is very important. And the third important innovation that will happen in the drone space will be on the communication from the drone to the server, cloud server. So probably 5G is already doing wonders there, where the speeds have increased multifold, and we partnered with a couple of service providers where we also one of couple of 5G best use cases where 5G was used to communicate from the drone from the onboard to the cloud. So these are three different places where a lot of innovation will happen, and definitely the sector in the logistics vertical, the sector is definitely booming. So on a high level, agricultural drone did wonders last couple of years.
Yeah.
Surveillance drones were the theme last couple of years, but going forward, a lot of innovation is happening on the logistic drones and big size drones. So yes, we are focusing on that sector, and that vertical is definitely going to boom.
Yeah. So do you think that this when you compare it to what is happening in the defense, there is a lot of hand-holding that is happening in the defense sector. For example, the IF is carrying out the second edition of the Meher Baba competition. You have the IDEX initiative by the Defense Ministry. On the civil side, do you think that the government is doing enough? Is there a hand-holding that is happening? For example, in the defense also, even when it comes to funding, the Defense Ministry is doing whatever that it can do to enable funding, to enable testing of the equipment and all. On the civil side, what is it that you feel?
My personal view is I think it's not as much as we have it on the defense production or defense-related products. However, I think the recent conversations related to DLI kind of gives us a bit hope. And one experience in mine was I resonate with vector techniques. We were working on a custom integration board. It's an electronic device, and we were trying to get it manufactured within our locality from Hyderabad, and I kind of inquired the quotation from all over India. And to my surprise, the quotation came as a 10x more when it is compared to a Chinese quotation. However, it's important for us to keep pushing the limits. Even I think I personally talked to Mr. Prithvi as well to consider using the propulsion system. But I think with DLI in place, players like us, I think, will have a better view and better standpoint to make progress. And I think, yeah, from a government standpoint, encouraging the DLI kind schemes would be the way for us to prosper in the civil domain.
As the number of drones keep flying, keep going out, the numbers will go up in the coming years. You're talking about logistics drones, you're talking about military drones, you're talking about agricultural drones. One big thing would be the, how to manage this traffic. And in that, of course, the question goes to Captain Kuller. What is really happening on the UTM front? Are we really there? Of course, you've launched your UTM last year, if I'm not mistaken. But are we still there? And how much, what is the progress on that in terms of implementation of that?
Sure, thanks. Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. Great question, actually. The implementation of UTM is very, very important for the bridge between commercial aviation, unmanned and manned aviation, right? We've been working on it for a couple of years now. Last year, we launched it with Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister. And yes, we have reached to a point where we are using it for our own selves, yes. We are also speaking to the regulators to kind of install it and so that it becomes a centralized system, right? It has to be, I belong from the aviation industry. Company like Thales or, it's all very centralized. All the softwares are very centralized so that the information that is going out into the airspace is very, very singular. We cannot have 5 UTM platforms for a single airspace, right? So yes, we are working with a lot of government authorities. We are pitching to them. And I would like to have a more collaborative effort as an industry, as an ecosystem, to create a UTM platform which would help not only logistics, but be it aerial mapping, be it surveying, be it agriculture, be it someone like Bot Lab. And we would have to ultimately work with the regulators to get it to a level that it helps the ecosystem. But if I talk about our software side, yes, we have a lot of advancements in terms of, from A to Z, from your pre-flight inspections to your post-flight inspections. We have everything into our systems. We also have other components like RPTO. For the RPTO, we have also developed an UTM system where you can, as an RPTO, you can manage it. Now everything is being manually managed. It can be managed very, not manually. Basically, it can be automated, and that's what we're trying to solve. But to answer your question, yes, we have come a long way, but there's a long way to go.
So in terms, if you compare it to, has UTM been implemented in other countries? Everybody is talking about UTM, trying to create the perfect UTM system. For example, you have the ATC for the normal flight. I think ATC at one point of time per tower can handle about 140 odd flights, 150 flights at one point of time. What about the UTM?
So yes, you're right. ATC can handle a certain number of aircrafts at a given point of time, whereas with a UTM platform, that's not true, right? We can, because it's a centralized software, we can manage more than 1,000 drones into the airspace. We can classify each airspace differently and manage. So what we are doing is we are creating sky tunnels. Essentially, layman language, they're Google Maps for the skies. So we're creating tunnels, and you essentially have to apply for that tunnel and not your route. So if that tunnel can have vertical separation, horizontal separation for all the aircrafts or all the UAVs flying in that vertical. And also, yes, there are a lot of people working on UTM abroad. Recently, I saw a post of Andra. I think they partnered with Google Wing, which is big, right? So yeah, eventually, I think last time I went for the Dubai Air Show and I showed our UTM platform to a lot of big players abroad. They were like, we are nowhere even close to what we are doing as India, We're way ahead of them because of regulations. Our regulations are a little more liberalized than EASA or FAA. And eventually, once the BVLOS policies come in, I think you'll be seeing a lot of drones flying in the air for which we would need a very advanced UTM system.
You mentioned the fact that there would be a lot of drones flying in the air. All these drones eventually have to speak to each other even for your system to work. Do you think that we need a common language for them to speak to each other? Let's say a AIS kind of a system, like how to identify who is who.
Yeah, RFID, ADSB, 4G modules, 5G modules. This can be the language that drones can speak to.
But is it being looked as an industry per se? Are you looking at it as an industry, or are companies doing it on their own?
So currently it's not being looked at. I think RFID, yes, people are talking about it, but not being utilized. We are utilizing on a personal level for our operations, yes. But I think eventually it has to be done for sure.
Mohammed, you had this company called Enord, which is the other way around of drone, right? And you talk about AI, you talk about automation in this system, in the whole drone ecosystem. How does automation come into the picture? Drones, drones are still operate. There needs to be a user, right? How does drone operate on its own?
Yeah. So level of autonomy is in general defined as per the some standards are there. What level of autonomy? 1, 2, 3, 4. So when we talk about autonomy or autonomous flight, there are two perspectives we have. In general, if we randomly pick any drone from the market and ask, is it autonomous? OEM will say yes, and it is. But how it is, how much it is, and how it is. It is based upon the GPS waypoints. You are automating a GPS waypoint to follow by a drone, and there is no such level of sensing, avoiding, detection kind of technology available at some point. At some point, it is available as well, where we segregate based upon the level of autonomy. So with another perspective, we talk about, okay, what if we wanted to operate or do a mission in the place where we don't find a GPS, or we are restricted by it, or there is a compass, probability of compass deflection. We are unable to figure out the direction of the drone really well due to certain circumstances, maybe some high magnetic field interference, which generally happens in drone. So in that case, how we are accommodating that sort of tech to enable the flight in that area. So enabling flight in that particular area. So saying it autonomous, yeah, it is autonomous, but in which particular area, what sort of mission and how need to be understood before defining it completely autonomous. Yeah, that's about autonomous.
You know, all you guys are talking about advancements, talking about new drones, surveillance, then you have logistics, you have mapping, agriculture, all these things. But, you know, as a journalist, my question is, you know, how does the whole certification process really work for you guys? Do you think that, you know, I know for the fact that certification would be extremely difficult process, right? And where do you test these drones? Do you have enough testing facilities? Do you think there needs to be more push from the government to handhold this sector in a much bigger way? When it comes to at least the military part of it, the testing, the certification is much easier. But as an industry, do you feel a lack of you know, certification, or the speed at which the certification is done? Or do you also feel a lack of testing facilities for your drones and for the technology that you are developing? It's for all of you.
Yeah, I can take that. Coming to the current scheme of regulations, do we have enough to get a TC? I can say yes, but again, there are few not very clear asks, like somebody mentioned, over current protection and over voltage protection. And I think recently we were also asked to get a life validation for a propeller, and there's no test labs for that, and we were asked to test it by ourselves. So when we, for example, when we say the life of a propeller is 1800 hours, we're literally asked to test 1800 hours by ourselves without any testing lab. Yeah, that kind of nuances struggle us a bit. But again, if you ask me as a Boolean answer, do we have enough to get the TC done? Yes, but is it being done in a most clinical and thorough way? I might not be able to say 100% yes.
Okay. Yeah. So testing is mostly, I put it this way, that testing is like a mirror. You'll only know whether you are handsome or ugly by the results. So,
well, everybody thinks they're handsome and good looking.
But yeah, so yeah, that is actually true, because when we develop a product, we feel that, oh wow, this is, you know, you're so close to it that you form a bias that, you know, your product is the best. You really need a slap of reality to sort of set you in, like, is it really correct? So you have to design experiments, the test experiment, to sort of, you know, that's the religious scientific way that we eliminate the bias and we really find out the truth, whether it's really efficient or not, or, you know, what do we need to do next? Where is the losses in this system? How is it the propeller that is not efficient? Is it the copper inside? Is it the steel? Is it the ESC? There are a lot of things. So we set out in an endeavor where myself and my CEO always, you know, me being the science guy and he being the commercial guy, would always, I would say, I want this test equipment, that test equipment, I need a facility to test. And as a startup, we were not able to. But we consistently put a lot of, you know, self-developed experiments, and sometimes dynamometers were built by us and sensors were imported. And today we have a test setup in-house to sort of, for ourselves, to know whether we are good or bad, or how good are we, how bad are we. That really helps us to be in touch with the reality. Now, what has happened with this QCI thing is that, you know, drone companies are asked to certify the propeller for this many thousand hours, or do that test and this test. So they all come to us, and they sometimes want a favor, or sometimes some guys demand that we use our test facility. And most of the times we end up doing some weird test that doesn't prove anything, but yet we are like, okay, we ran it for so many hours or something like that. So we would be, this is very crucial what you have touched upon, testing. And testing normally happens in lots of small bits, lots of different domains, electromagnetic interference. There is testing of the reliability of the software itself. We are not experts in that. But definitely, we spent a lot of time and effort into testing systems for propulsion, and would be happy to share or open source some of these ideas that we use to test and see what can be done.
Last point, while, Ms. Sarita was speaking on the issue, she mentioned the fact that she's not thinking about the financing part any longer, which is a good thing to hear. But when this sector, initially began, everybody looked at the sector with a little bit of suspicion. One was not really sure what these people are really doing. From the financing part of it, do you think that more investors, people are ready to fund you, even from a banking channel itself? Do you feel that the banks believe in you so much that they're willing to fund you? Or are you still have to scurry for funds?
So I think I should take it back. We need a lot of money, please give. No, actually funding for a hardware-based startup is always going to be a struggle. So what I meant is that resources initially, at certain point doesn't become a bottleneck, but of course you need money to grow. And so I'm speaking for everybody that banks or VC fund is still not very easy sell for hardware startups, because the risk they assess in you is a lot more, and the growth they see is comparatively less. So funding is definitely a challenge, though it has improved, and I think the funding is linked directly to revenue. If you're making revenue, your chances of finding funding are a lot. So it's a very linear way of looking at it. So if you are in R&D stage, funding is still a very, and I think the panel before us was an excellent panel. I really want to thank them for bringing all the important points, certification and testing. And one of the point the moderator said was, in initial stages, government actually has to come and help, so the founders, the innovators get the chance to innovate. And they're not worried about funding, not worried about other things. And I think government has to handhold. And we are the biggest example. We said private entity, but we are here completely because of government. Our initial funding for first 5 years completely came from government. And had there not been a protection from government, IIT Delhi, we wouldn't be here.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. The lunch is still waiting, so I'll let her take over. Thank you.
Thank you, and a big round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, and I think it's quite an endless discussion, and we'll be, looking forward to more inputs from all of you. Thank you so much. Can I request Dr. Jitendra to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists for taking out time, requesting everyone to join us for lunch outside. Ms. Sarita Alawat, thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Mr. Anas from Minod. Mr. Gaurav. Mr. Vidya. Captain Nishan. And Mr. Karna. And Mr. Philip for moderating the session. And may I request the panelists to join for Vidya? Sir, Mr. Vidya Sagar. And Mr. Philip. So we'll reconvene at 4 for the defense session. for which we have the bigwigs coming in to speak. So requesting everyone to join back at 4 sharp. Requesting the panelists to please come on the front for a photograph. Thank you so much. Next one. Requesting all the delegates outside to please join us. We're about to begin our post-lunch sessions. Thank you. So I'll request the panelists for this session to join us. Meanwhile, the delegates are being rounded up to come. And it's our pleasure to invite Vice Admiral Gurmade sir, ex-Vice Chief of Navy. So please join us on the dais. A big round of applause for sir. The moderator for this session, Colonel Manikanand sir. Commodore Arun Golaya from Indian Navy. Captain Nikunj Parashar, Sagar Defense. Mr. Sai Patabrim from Zupa Technologies, Mr. Vishal Markande, CEO Singularity, and Colonel Ramita Arora from New Space Technology. Please give a big round of applause for our defense, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Anand. I'm just getting everyone to join in 2 minutes, sir. Sure.
We'll let the Vice Chief is here. You can't have audio now. Please.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just take some feedback till the time the auditorium gets filled, because again, this panel is star-studded. It's got the naval flavor, the maritime flavor. I have got 3 naval officers with me. Generally, whatever seminars I have attended, we don't talk of the maritime domain awareness. But today, I'm sure this is also, I think, maybe the first time when the drone warfare, we talk of the naval assets, and there's a, there's a naval drone here, underwater drone, and you've seen it? Parvesh, how many have seen it? Just raise your hands. Great. So I think that's also one of the first, maybe. Please occupy the chairs in the front. We'll take another 3-4 minutes because it will not do justice to that. So how has been the day today? How you guys are liking it? Yeah. How is it? Yeah, the lady in the pink. How do you rate the sessions today? You've been here since morning? No. Who has been here since morning? Yeah, so give the mic to him. What are your views? Let's see. I'm giving you a chance to speak now. कोई chance मिलेगा नहीं आपको जब तक auditor को भर नहीं जाता.
Thanks for giving chance, because in the
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. I'm Ravi Agrawal from Macromancy. We are manufacturer of sensors and detectors, almost supplying all three verticals of defense forces, and almost all Delhi police, BSF, almost all CAPFs and all state polices we are supplying sensors and detectors. And I already had one question with the government that India has so many opportunities about the manufacturing sector specifically, even R&D also. There are lots of engineers that want to do R&D, but point is that lack of testing facilities.
मैंने क्वेश्चन क्या पूछा, तुम आंसर क्या दे रहे हो? तुम लोग कुछ और ही चले गए. What was the question? Exam कुछ और है, आंसर कुछ और है. You will fail. What was the question?
Question is that basically if
इतना बड़ा question था यार. Come on. I'm just asking you feedback. How do you like since morning? How is the day going?
This is great because this is, I think, this first ever drone Manthan where all kind of verticals, specifically not just the drone components and R&D and other kind of problem statements are discussed here. And
so, what is the one big takeaway since morning?
I think for me as the individual and as a company, I think we should have a apply for the PLI scheme and DLI scheme, so, and should design some specific components for the defense forces and civil drones. So at least we can say in the next session, in next year, that we had some good takeaway from this session, and now we have some indigenous component, drone component that is not required to be imported from China.
ये मकसद क्या है ये इतना बड़ा सेशन का? I think it's the longest marathon. Let's have the lady in the red. What do you think is the aim of today's? Yeah. What do you think we are trying to achieve at the end of the day?
Hi, I've just joined, but I feel we are trying to achieve a lot of solutions which we are facing, problems which we are facing in this industry, and would like to enhance the possibilities in the defense sector by this conference, I suppose, and focusing on indigenous production in India.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is the youngest in the audience? Any 20-year-old? 20? Hands up. 20? 19? 18? 18. Okay, yeah. बताइए क्या मकसद है आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का, सेमिनार का? You say since morning? This is targeted at you only. हमें सब कुछ पता है यहाँ क्या हो रहा है, ये आप लोगों के लिए किया जा रहा है. बताइए.
I just here to explore and to learn something new about drone technology.
Come on, speak confidently. हिंदी में बोलो, हिंदी में भाषा करने की पूरी छूट है. If you can't speak in English.
नहीं, मैं आपको सीखने आया हूँ, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में जानने के लिए आया हूँ बस.
ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में जानने के लिए आया है, ये मकसद है. कौन मुझे बता सकता है इसका एम क्या है आज का? ये क्या नाम है इसका? ड्रोन मंथन. हाँ, ड्रोन मंथन 2024. कौन बताएगा मुझे? यू आर टू सीनियर. नो, लेट्स हैव सम यंगस्टर. अगर आपको एम नहीं पता होगा तो फिर तो फौज में कहते हैं. अगर आपको एम ही नहीं मालूम कि एक्सरसाइज का, तो कम ऑन, आई थॉट यू गाइज आर बेटर. या इन दोनों को जो बातें कर रहे हैं, ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आंसर. या यू टेल मी व्हाट इज द एम. गिव हिम अ माइक. So we'll just take 2-3 minutes till the time the auditorium gets filled up, because when the ex-vice chief speaks, I think he should have some captive audience. It will not be respectful. Yeah. नहीं sir, we are trying to marshal them because अभी भी खाना चल रहा है probably. No, I'm the showstopper. Come on, you can't say like that. You were not in the morning session. Yeah.
सब बेसिकली क्या है कि आज के डेट में जो ऑब्स्टिकल और ओवरकम हो रहे हैं,
एक वाक्य में बताइए इस ड्रोन मंथन का क्या मकसद है?
इसका टेक्नोलॉजी को नेक्स्ट लेवल पे लेकर जाना.
He is too. What's your age? No, we will see younger. Okay, आपके बगल में the girls in front. Let's see the girls in front. आपके साथ जो 5 girls हैं, कहाँ से हैं? Which institution are you from? हाँ? IITM. From where? जनकपुरी. हाँ, आप में से कोई खड़ा होकर बताइए. जो आज कर रहे हैं हम, इसका क्या मकसद है? ओवरऑल एम क्या है? अगर हम सुबह से आपको ये बताने नहीं कहे तो आई एम सॉरी, वी हैव फेल्ड.
सर, टेक्नोलॉजी को इनहांस करना ड्रोन.
अरे यार, ओके. नहीं, आप बहुत सीनियर हैं. ओके, द बॉय, द सेकंड राज स्लो. या यू जो पीछे मत देखो, आपको ही मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, हाँ आपको ही पूछ रहा हूँ, पीछे क्यों देख रहे हो? बेसिकली एस्थेटिकली नहीं, क्या काम कर रहे हैं? थैंक गॉड, थैंक गॉड. You'll get one chocolate from me or whatever you want. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we'll start the proceedings. So, is Manthan, I think a lot of seniors are there. Manthan can be related to Lord Shiva and I don't know. So, इस जो मंथन का मकसद ये है कि भारत को किस प्रकार दुनिया का ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना. प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मई 2022 को भारत ड्रोन महोत्सव में ये कॉल दिया था. तकरीबन 2 साल हो चुके हैं. तो इस मंथन का जो इस चैम्बर में है और जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस है वो सारे चैम्बर्स, चाहे फिकी हो, PHDCI हो या SIDM हो या सदर्न इंडिया चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है, सबके साथ काम कर रही है. तो आज इस बार PHDCI की बारी थी एंड इसलिए हम लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं यहाँ पर. ओके, सो नाउ टुडे इन दिस आफ्टरनून सेशन आफ्टर लंच, दैट वाज टू मेक यू ऑल वेक अप. So we are going to talk of impact of drones in the aerospace, defense and civil sector. We have got a star-studded panel which has already been introduced to you, and without much ado, the focus will be primarily on the Indian Navy because of 3 heavyweights from the Indian Navy who are on the panel. I'll now request Admiral Ghormade for his opening remarks. Admiral Ghormade, sir.
So, welcome to this panel discussion, which is on impact of drones in the aerospace, defense, and civilian aviation sector. And of course, the focus will be on the Indian perspective, because as we said, India is to be the drone hub. In recent years, we have the drones or the UAVs. They have actually emerged as the disruptive technologies with transformative potential across various industries. It's across the board. And today, here, our aim is to explore the multifaceted impact of drones in India, which addresses key areas such as research and development, investments, operational challenges, and of course, the utilization in the defense and the commercial sector. Our R&D efforts are instrumental in tailoring drone technology, that this drone technology will meet the specific needs of different sectors. In India, in last few years, we have seen significant strides in R&D with both public and private sector actively contributing in advancements in drone technology. For instance, drones have been equipped with advanced sensors and imaging capabilities, and they have been used to enhance surveillance capabilities. And also, this has helped in surveillance on our India's borders, in maritime areas, and they have also addressed specific defense sectors. And our larger focus has been on the defense sector. We have also had drones which are optimized for agriculture monitoring. They have helped to improve crop yield and also resource management in rural areas. To fully become an Atmanirbhar, we need close coordination between the stakeholders, that is all the research scholars, the industry, users, startups. Adoption of our drone technology will be contingent upon substantial investments, robust insurance mechanisms, and strategic subsidies. The government's initiatives such as Digital Sky Framework have facilitated investments in drone startups and also have encouraged innovation in this sector. However, there are challenges, and these challenges such as ensuring comprehensive insurance coverage for drone operations, incentivizing their adoption through targeted subsidies actually remains a challenge. Therefore, collaborative efforts between the government, industry stakeholders, financial institutions are essential to address these challenges effectively. Our drone operations have become increasingly prevalent across various industries, showcasing their versatility and commercial potential. And we are using drones for very many diverse applications. Simple application has been the aerial photography, infrastructure inspection, agriculture, disaster response. Even companies like Zomato and Swiggy are going ahead with drone delivery services for food. And that's the utility which has been utilized. They've enhanced their efficiency and reduced their delivery times. It's been used for mapping and surveying tasks in civil engineering projects, demonstrating their efficacy in enhancing productivity, and of course, most important, safety in construction sector. Despite their numerous benefits, they still present several challenges that need to be addressed. And regulatory frameworks governing drone operations need to evolve to accommodate technological advancements and ensure safety and security. So therefore, concerns regarding privacy, airspace management, and potential for misuse of drone technology require careful consideration. Additionally, addressing technological limitations such as endurance, range, and reliability is crucial to realizing the full potential of drones across all sectors. As the density of drones or the drone operations increase in our country, the advancements in the technologies like drone tracking and unmanned traffic management will become more crucial, because there will be a coexistence of manned and unmanned aircraft, both in the Indian airspace, and that is getting crowded, and therefore there needs to be some amount of regulation and management in that particular thing. Naval operations as such present unique challenges for deployment of drones, particularly in the harsh maritime environments. Drones offer significant advantages in the maritime environment for maritime surveillance, for anti-submarine operations, anti-submarine warfare. It helps in search and rescue. It helps in logistics. It also in ammunition drop. That is something which we are looking at. And recent conflicts worldwide have outlined the pivotal role that naval drones will play. They have enhanced the situational awareness and operational capabilities. Sinking of stationary naval vessels by Ukrainian naval drones, by those Magurov V5 drones itself, is something which needs to be seen. Unmanned maritime vehicles equipped with advanced sensors have been deployed for intelligence gathering and reconnaissance missions, augmenting capabilities of naval forces in monitoring maritime activities and securing sea lanes. Recent conflicts around the world have underscored the critical role of drones in modern warfare. For targeted airstrikes to reconnaissance missions, drones have become indispensable assets of the military forces globally. Commercially, even companies like Amazon and UPS have exploited drone delivery services to revolutionize their logistics and supply chain management. Industries such as agriculture, mining, and environmental monitoring are leveraging drones to improve efficiency. And of course, India has the potential to become the global drone hub by 2030. And the drone industry can significantly strengthen India's manufacturing potential, reaching US $23 billion by that time. This ambitious goal aligns with our Make in India mission and contributes to the country's economical growth. So to achieve this vision, several key actions are necessary. We need collaboration. Government, private sector, academia, or research scholars and startups must work together to create a robust demand, boost manufacturing, attract investments, and facilitate exports. A strong collaborative approach is essential for rapid progress. We need to encourage innovation. India needs an environment that encourages research and development, rewards innovation, fosters Indian intellectual property ownership. Startups and MSMEs working in the drone sectors should all receive all the support. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat plays a crucial role in this. By focusing on self-supporting and self-creating measures, India can occupy its rightful place as a significant player in the global economy. The Drone 2021 drone rules of 2021 have opened up skies and encouraged development in the sectors. And these regulations aim to make India a global drone hub by 2030. As the drone sector experiences exponential growth, India will need approximately 1 lakh drone pilots in the coming years. So therefore, building a skilled workforce is essential for achieving this goal. By fostering innovation, collaboration and supportive regulatory framework, India can indeed emerge as a global leader. So the impact of drones on the aerospace, defense, and civil aviation sector is profound and far-reaching. As we navigate these opportunities and challenges presented by drone technology collaboration between government agencies, industry stakeholders, and research institutions, it will be very crucial to harness the full potential of drones for societal benefit. We have an extremely good panel today. Commodore Gulaya, Nikunj Parashar, Sai Patimraman, Colonel Ramit, and he's also there, Vishal Markande. So I think we have a very good panel, and I look forward to great insightful discussions and fruitful exchanges during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Ghormare, for your insightful remarks. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, here you have an admiral who used to give his approvals on WhatsApp. Must be quite news to you. So this is how the Indian Navy, and I have been watching them for the last 3 years, and the way the lean, mean machine, the Indian Navy is really performing very well as far as the make and innovation is concerned, whether it is sprint, whether it is Swavlamban. And we have Commodore Gulaya today, his last day in service. His last day in service, 36 years, glorious service to the nation. We have been together in the National Defense Academy. He's a year and a half senior to me. Which squadron? Bravo. So you were in the first world, I was in the third world. And that's how in India we call it. So I'm sure it must be feeling very nostalgic as you leave the Indian Navy. He's been the face of Indian Navy. You know, I've been seeing last 3 years, I do my entire market intelligence on LinkedIn. If it is Indian Navy, it is Arun Gulaya everywhere. You know, when it's briefing the Raksha Mantri or the Raksha Rajya Mantri and all, and that's how the Navy has groomed its leaders. So it's really great, this thing. Okay, now to make the mood light, I'll request Nikunj Parashar to एक शेरो शायरी हो जाए थोड़ा आपकी बहुत होता है इनकी आपने अगर सुनी है कि नहीं तो you can lighten the mood with a शेरो शायरी and I want you to tell them what you told the world at the World Economic Forum at Davos recently. We know we have spoken about that. So पहले एक दो शेरो शायरी बोले ताकि लोग जो सो रहे हैं उठ जाएंगे और फिर अपनी आप कहानी बताइए because here is a startup which went abroad. And then when he went abroad, he's recognized and he came back to India. Over to you, Nikunj, for your story.
Thank you, sir. Arun sir is here. Ghormade sir is here. I have Rahul sir sitting there. I think the journey with the Navy...
Sher or Shairi?
Sir, coming to the Shairi, sir.
क्वेश्चन बहुत स्पेसिफिक है. ओके होल्ड ऑन, मैं कुछ रूल्स बताना भूल गया. बी ब्रीफ, स्पेसिफिक, टू द पॉइंट. Audience interaction, you can send me your questions. जो सुबह बताया था, I thought probably you were not in the morning session. And so you keep sending your questions to me. We get you involved. Yeah, please go on. Share, उससे पहले share.
हाँ sir, I'm coming to the share part.
Okay.
So all the three sirs are here. I think are responsible for what Sagar Defense and Nikunj Parashar personally is here. I have General Kandare sir here, right? When we raised our first investment with the Maharashtra Aerospace Defense Fund, his support was there. Now there is a line which I actually sent across for Arun sir, but with this panel and everybody sitting here, it really stands, and I would like to say that line here once again, and it's dedicated, this time I would say not only to Arun sir, but also to Gurmade sir, Rahul sir, and General Kandare sir sitting there.
To the veterans?
Yes.
Or to the
to really people who made the difference.
Yeah,
and across. And it says कि if हिंदी में कहूँगा इसे मैं, I'm getting nervous.
आज क्या हो गया? You're not in your usual self today. I mean, you're totally different. What happened?
Sir is retiring.
Okay. We all have to cross that stage once in our life. Yeah.
True. So the way it goes across is, हुनर तो सब में है, हुनर तो सब में है, कुछ का छिप जाता है, कुछ का छप जाता है. आई थिंक हमारा छपा, बिकॉज ऐसे लोग थे जिन्होंने मदद करी, खड़े रहे. देयर इज लॉट ऑफ सैक्रिफाइसेस बिहाइंड एंड point here to say certain things I can't tell in the open forum, which we and Arun sir has also discussed at times, and to the length he has gone along with his admiral to approve those approvals taken on the files over the WhatsApp. But it's not easy out there, and we as a startup, we need to understand this. My journey starts where Arun sir visited us somewhere in 2017 in our 1200 square feet office. And that was the time I had just come back from Netherlands. I decided I'll come back again to India because I had gone to Dutch and said India mein kuch nahi ho payega. And we got a grant, but then I realized I have to come back to India, and I came back here. And Arun sir visited us in the morning, and he Googled on Google, and it said top 10 startups of the country in robotics. Somehow Sagar Defense came, I don't know why. And that interaction from there, it started changing. And that really brought in a change, brought in a confidence into small team. We were a team of just 8 people there. But he is a person, along with his seniors and then his juniors, who believed in actions and just not my bare words of putting across. And there was a struggle. It was not easy. Mind you, till 2019, we did not have a contract from the Navy. So that's where it takes, there is a lot of struggle in this, and it's not easy. So all startups out here, people who are trying to come across, the way the scenario today is changed is due to people like them who brought in a change where we are no more a vendor. We are not looked upon as a vendor, I would say, where a vice chief would come across.
We have banned the use of vendor in the MOD. We call them industry partner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an industry partner, and I would say at times much more than a partner. So this is the most beautiful part, which is the change which has been brought in. And a company with a turnover at 1.5 crore, then today sitting at a turnover of a 40 crore, and then looking at doing around 300 to 1,000 crore in coming 2 years. This is a change brought in by these people sitting, sitting here in the audience, sitting on the dais. It would have not been possible without them. The most important part for any startup, sir, I would say, is maintain your integrity. You have to maintain your integrity. You have to have the grit, the passion and the perseverance, because if you have the grit, passion and perseverance, you have people like them backing you across. So that's where it's a hand-in-hand approach which you have to go in. It's not that you would go across and say, hey, look, this is what I can do, and they have to do the rest. Imagine people sitting in the headquarters, and I said there's another story to this, and the most beautiful part is INS Kolkata action. And I don't know how many of you know there was a drone which was used and which was shot down. Now this was a drone which was built at 9 lakh rupees, which lands and take off from a warship, just in 9 lakh rupees. Trust me, and we exported one system at 42 lakh rupees. But to the Navy, we sold one drone at 9 lakh rupees. Now, the beauty was the officer who was, running this whole project actually went on to command the ship. And he was in real action. So when I spoke to sir, he came back and I said, how was it, sir? He said, Nikunj, your drone is going to get a gallantry award. So this is how the forces are changing in today's time. And we have to be positive. You would have these up and down cycle. But if you're looking at making India a global drone hub, India a global player in this market, you have to put your foot forward. You have to put in your grit, your perseverance and passion. You will have to do your sacrifices. And as long as you are ready to do that, the opportunity is humongous here in the country. I can myself see it through, since 2011 I started, 2015 I formed a company, 2016 I actually started working with my 3 co-founders.
What made you come back to India?
So people like you also. It's the honesty is मैं बिहार का हूँ, गाँव में रहा हूँ. So and dad is a Fauji. Younger brother, sir, so the back end is my younger brother is crazy like me and he went to become a captain too. At 25 he quit and he said I'll do UPSC. बिहारियों को 3 ही चीज़ पता है, IIT, UPSC या BPSC. So after becoming a captain, earning almost 12 lakh rupees a month, he said he wanted to do UPSC. So he came to Karol Bagh, quit much before me, stayed here in Suwarwali Gali for 5 years. And on the last attempt, he cleared it. He became a civil servant in 2016. I said,
where is he right now?
Sir, बता नहीं सकता. आप वहीं बैठते हैं. So the point is, I saw him. If he could do it, why not me? And that brought in. So I quit and came back here in India, and that brought in a change that we have to give back to the country. So a notion, yes, we all have to make money, that's for sure. That's what we all are working for. But certainly it's a way also to give back to the country. This is the right brother moment here in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikunj. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, we're going to author a book on the various aerospace startups in India. It's from drones to space, and Nikunj is also being a part of that. And Commodore Golaya was also saying that, Sarita Lawat, is she here? Or Sarita is gone. So I hope there's no repetition in that book. But anyway, so coming back to the theme today, and Nikunj is not his usual self. जो निकुंज आज मैंने देखा है वो मैंने पहले नहीं देखा है. Probably he's got very emotional today, and I'm sure, yes, the person whom he looked up to, who got him all that success, what he got, for the kind words to Commodore Golaya. So Commodore Golaya, the first question on the floor to you. So what do you think are the specific constraints in the maritime environment as far as the unmanned aerial systems are concerned? In your view, how has the Indian defense industry solved the Navy's challenges in the domain? You have been heading Sprint, Swavlambam, you have been all over the place. I've been watching you for the last 3 years. I've been watching you over Dronacharya and over Satyam Kushwaha, so many groups, WhatsApp groups. You're all over. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think it's okay. So before I answer the question, since you said Nikunj is not in form today, and you also mentioned that today is my last day in uniform, 3 days of holidays after this, and I retire. So I'll do 2 things very quickly. I know we're behind time. One is my task for the last 3 years was to interact with the startups. So I'm very happy that the last thing which I'm doing in uniform is to interact with so many startups. And I can tell you this, that I know quite a few people here. Thank you very much. You've all been wonderful. It was absolutely wonderful being here with you and working with you. And since he couldn't give a share, I will on his behalf. That would be nice. So,
that would be nice.
So, अर्ज किया है, रुदादे गमे उल्फत उनके, हम क्या कहते, क्यों कर कहते, एक लफ्ज़ न निकला होठों से, पर आँख में आंसू आ ही गए. इस महफिल कैबो मस्ती में, इस अंजुमन इरफानी में, सब जाम पक्का बैठे ही रहे, हम पी भी गए, छलका भी गए.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, so with that he asked me what's peculiar about the Navy. So first thing peculiar about the Navy is that naval officers sit in uniform and crack shares. No,
I'm sure all these guys are wonderstruck as to what these 3 military men are doing.
So being the smallest of the services, the Navy is different. You mentioned about the vice chief giving approvals on WhatsApp. It actually happened. I can tell you this actually happened because you cannot, if you do things the conventional way in a world which is very rapidly changing, you will keep a file which takes 6 months to go up and 6 months to come down. Startups can't work that way. So what was implemented when NII was started was I used to send a WhatsApp message to him and he used to not even approval. He used to just give that smiley of thumbs up and which meant go ahead and do it. So that I think being small, the Navy had that advantage. But I think your question was more about what are the peculiarities of the maritime domain when it comes to drones. The Admiral already mentioned about the maritime environment, which itself is quite a unforgiving environment. But I'll very quickly give the things. One, the area. Area is huge. The area is huge. That means if you're talking about drones with 10 kilometers range and 5 kilometers range, it does not really matter in the Navy. Though you do need spotters which take off from ships, but otherwise the area and the distances are huge, which also means, and this is equally true for somebody making HAPS here. So if you're talking about HAPS or you're talking about satellites or you're talking about long-range surveillance drones, in the Army you would want... HAPS is a high-altitude pseudo-satellite. He'll be speaking about it. He's making it. So what happens is that in the Army or the Air Force, you would want high resolution. In the Navy, you want a wide coverage. And this is normally inversely proportional. I would be very happy getting 20 meters, 30 meters resolution as long as I can get a wide coverage. So that's peculiar to the Navy. The next thing peculiar to the Navy is that the target is moving. To target something which is stationary, even a GPS can go in. Even the launch from a ship which is moving becomes difficult. Targeting a ship which is moving becomes that much more difficult. So that is one thing. The wind speeds. Since the ship is moving, what happens is most multicopters can take, say, about 18 knots. So if the ship is moving at 18 knots, if there's no wind, the relative wind is 18 knots. And if the wind of 18, that becomes 36. So that's a peculiarity which you have to cater for. So there are minor things which actually, when they come together, you do find that things become complicated when it comes to the maritime domain. Having said that, the good thing about the Navy is that the scope is much wider. Though we need the drones, which I said, with the very long endurance, but we also need drones which are launched from ship with very short endurance. You mentioned Sarita Lawat is not there now, but they're doing a IDEX sprint case for disposable drone, a lightweight drone. So we are having everything from this big handheld disposable drones to the spotters to the HAPS. So it's a very wide range, and it is not limited only to aerial platforms. We are then talking about airborne, surface-borne, and subsurface. So the scope for the startups for innovation is that much more. And I will just make one quick point. You asked me what my experience was with Sprint and Swavalamban and all that. One, my experience, and two, what we learned. If I can give the statistics for Sprint, total number of applications from firms 1106, winners declared 118. When Sprint was launched, the total number of successful IDEX cases, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and 16 DPSUs combined, which means about 20 agencies in 4 years had achieved 4 successful cases. So when we said we'll do 75 in 1 year, people thought we were crazy. The fact that we did achieve it is because of...
You just tell how you handle the 1,000 cases we were telling me in the break.
Oh, that will be a story in itself, so I will not go into that.
Okay, I'll give you the gist. Okay.
But my lesson learned is it is okay to fail, but if you don't deem big, you already failed.
Correct.
You have to say that you aim for 1,000, you aim for 100, you aim for 75, and if you fail, it's okay. I mean, that's the nature of the beast when it comes to innovation. That's one. And the second lesson which I've learned, if I can say, is, and this is the last point I'm going to make, innovation is a team sport. It is not an individual sport. Having said that, it does not mean that you don't need individual brilliance. Even in cricket, you need a Sachin Tendulkar or a Virat Kohli, or in a football, you need a Ronaldo. But the individual brilliance also needs the team sport to be there. Now, very correctly said, we don't talk about the firms as vendors anymore. We talk
industry
about
partners.
So it is the users, the DRDO, the academia, the industry, the startups. Everybody has to work together. This attitude of us versus them can't continue. And that is something which has to be done if we have to meet what you kept inquiring, what was the aim, making India a global drone hub in the Amrit Kaal. Thank you.
Before I go ahead, it's a tribute to him and his personality. I've interacted with so many startups in the country and the length and breadth, and whenever in the Ministry of Defense I used to take a feedback, so this gentleman was really, everybody was gung-ho over him that if there was a facilitator, it was Arun Gulaya. Okay, so now coming to Ramit. Ramit, we congratulated you today morning on the WhatsApp group of Dronacharya, which has got the entire drone industry of this country, including policymakers. So, high altitude pseudo satellite. So, New Space has carved a niche for itself. Since my focus would be on niche technologies in this segment. So, could you just let us know as to, how, I know you guys are dealing with the higher MIT, the DoD in USA, and so how does, your space startup, which is actually growing, is into the various capabilities which you bring to the Indian Armed Forces? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, sir. It is good evening now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm representing New Space Research and Technologies. And yes, thanks a lot for the high altitude satellite, pseudo satellites success last week. And this success, I was talking to Commodore Gulaya a little while back. We want to send, in simple terms, a UAV to an altitude which is near space. It is not space, but near space. Let's say about 50, 60 kilometers. And at that altitude, it remains there for, that is the final aim, for months. And once you have a platform that is staying there for months, which is solar powered, and it has got a payload which can beam down to the Earth, you can imagine the possibilities. That is why the Navy was so excited that they would have this platform over the Indian Ocean, and the payloads can do a wondrous job. So we have cleared one of the first milestones, that was a 24-hour flight. And 24 hours flight was important because it involved a day cycle and a night cycle. In the night cycle, the day solar cells had got charged and they were used to power the aircraft. So that was the crucial part. After that, it is a matter of scaling and it is a matter of battery function. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramit, for that.
You wanted to tell me, tell about HAPS or something else also?
No, it's fine. We can say the next time around. Okay, coming to Vishal Markande. So here we have the gentleman whose product had the proud privilege of standing along the fighter aircrafts at the Aero India 23, because these guys are making, I think, India's first UCAVs. Very passionate about his job. He's part of our think tank at the national level, and he's advising us on various issues and challenges which the Indian industry is facing. So Vishal, what do you think are the issues and challenges for the Indian industry to reach a global leadership position in the uncrewed and the autonomous innovation and products? Should I repeat the question?
No, I understand it.
Okay.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So to answer the question, I don't think that anything is holding us back. We just started. We've not been
closer to the mic. Closer, yeah, please,
we've not been at the job for a long time. I mean, if you look at, we were talking about earlier the success of Turkey or Iran programs. I mean, those countries have a very different...
please switch off your mobiles or keep them on silent mode.
Different problems, and obviously their approach is very different. I mean, we are not really a militarized society as probably they are. And in a way, it is good that we are not. But we are a society of innovators and entrepreneurs, and I think nothing is holding us back. We just need a little bit of support from the government and the armed forces.
So can you out a SWOT analysis of the drone industry?
The drone industry?
The SWOT analysis.
Okay, so the strength is that we have large number of entrepreneurs, innovators, engineers,
The intellectual capital is here.
Yes, intellectual capacity is huge. And our biggest weakness is that we still haven't learned to collaborate and work together. But slowly, because of these kind of forums and discussions, I'm sure that can be resolved or will get resolved. Threat, we are the biggest threat to ourselves.
No,
we
think...
We can end up shooting ourselves in the foot, by just trying to emulate something for the sake of it and, not really focusing on the innovation part, where engineering or the design or the requirement is kept into mind. And opportunities are unlimited.
Okay. Commander Golai, same question. A SWOT analysis. Now, don't put your naval cap on. So I want you to do a SWOT analysis of the Indian drone industry as on 28th March 2024.
Strengths, I think he's very aptly said it. Our biggest strength is the fact that we have an innovative mindset. Our education system, due to whatever reasons, makes your foundation quite strong. But the weakness, and I will not go into the rest of it, but if I can just add to the weakness, and that's one thing which is changing. And in fact, we were discussing this outside also. The weakness which we had is that the Indians who go abroad do well, quite often. If you see the CEOs of all the multinationals and everything, but yet the enabling ecosystem which is required here was probably not there. Which means that though your education system, which focuses more on, people crib about learning by rote, but that has advantages too. We have the foundation to build upon it, but the system was not enabling, so that's why people had to go out if they wanted to do well. But that is something which I think you'll all agree is something which has changed and is changing.
I like to differ. I know so many startups who are coming back to India.
Exactly. So now people are coming back to India because, as I said, the things are changing. And the thing which I mentioned that we were discussing outside is that let's not see things in terms of good or bad. There's the things which are
shades
good
of grey.
No, they see things as better or worse.
Okay.
So are things good now? Debatable. People can have different opinions. Are they better than they were 20 years back? Yes, they are. Will they be even better 20 years from now? They would. So it's a question of things are getting better and better.
So what do you think are the threats to the drone industry?
The biggest threat to the drone industry is though I've got nothing against it, that's got advantages also, but the biggest biggest threat as of now, as per me, and I may be wrong, is what they colloquially call screwdrivergiri.
What does that mean?
Which means that you assemble things from outside and white label it and brand it as yours, because anytime when you're starting off, the cost would be high. The cost obviously has to come down with numbers. So if in case there is, especially for the defense, if there's no dual use application, then you will find that the cost would be high. So somebody else, if it is an L1 driven market.
Are RFIs realistic? Are they capturing the indigenization thing? Are we telling the industry actually are we promoting indigenized technologies by way of RFIs?
I cannot answer for everybody. I can answer for the NIIO, and I think the industry is here. I think they were realistic, and I think we achieved more than what we set out.
Are the RFIs promoting indigenization?
Again, maybe not to the extent that they could have, but it's not a question of good or bad. It's a question of better or worse. I think it is much better now than it was when I joined the Navy.
Well, I would say that a lot needs to be done.
Agreed, and a lot has been done.
I will quote one RFI of the canister-launched loiter munition. I've got no doubts naming the officer, Colonel Rishi Diora of Mechanized Infantry. The way this officer made this RFI, and it is just a treat to watch, and I think all service headquarters should just capture that thing as to how an ideal RFI is there. Because unless we tell the industry fair and square what we want in a realistic fashion, then only things will improve. And here I think we need to really get an act together. Thank you. Coming to Sai. Sai, how do you see the impact of the drones panning out in the civil domain? What are the new use cases you see? We're talking of urban air mobility. Time is not very far that you'll go on a UAM from Connaught Place to Cyber Hub for a party in Gurgaon and come back after a good drink. So how do you visualize a UAM corridor being established, say in Delhi or Bengaluru? in times to come? And there are no questions coming. So I take it you guys are all okay. There's not even a single question which has come. Not even a single question. I had 10 questions by now.
So
No, you have to write a parchi पे लिख के दो मुझे. You come and give it. एक किसी को बंदों को भेजना मैम. Can you send somebody? Just collect all the questions and give it to me. एक भी question नहीं आया मेरे पास अभी तक. Either you guys are totally wonderstruck or enamored by what's happening on the stage, or I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's an absolute necessity because the way the drones are shaping are projected to be coming into various applications both in the civilian and the defense side. There is bound to be a decent amount of clash that will come, especially at the lower airspace, which may be closer to the airports, closer to strategic.
So,
areas.
what do you think?
So
We'll have
I think,
vertiports and all. You think vertiports would come to India sometime in the near future?
Yeah, they would. The way India is adopting technology, obviously these things would come in. Now the question is when and how. And I think today one of the issues that is there is that first of all there is the UTM, and UTM is an issue that needs to be solved, and that has to be solved. And urban air mobility is something that can come only after that is solved. Without that being solved, I don't think you're going to be heading anywhere really in terms of urban air mobility. And without a traffic management, you're going to be practically lost with so many flying objects all over the place. Apart from that, you would asked about how I think the drone industry will pan out. I think we can draw similes from from the mobile or from even the laptop and other computing devices. At the end of the day, a drone is an electronic device. It is a computing device, and it is a real-time computing device. Where all other devices, you take the decisions. Here, a lot of decisions are taken by the drone itself. So there is a lot more autonomy in this computing device than other devices. So that's also another reason why a good deal of traffic management would be required. But the way the future would pan out, as I see it from all of the computing devices going forward, is that you would have, at some point of time, a lot of the hardware and a lot of the form factor as far as the drone is concerned would get standardized. And a lot more of scaling and a lot more of growth and a lot more of applications will start panning out on the application, the use cases, and softwares related to that, then data management and security of data. And I think security of data going forward will be something that will become quite critical as far as the drone is concerned, because it has the potential of being used in a negative way as well, if remotely commanded. So these are all things that are going to be the future where drone would head. And that is where I see particularly the application layer, the software layer, and the processing layer, and the computing capability.
Okay, we were talking of urban air mobility. Thank you. Yeah, Ramit. Okay, Vishal first. Vishal, the question is very clear. I'm talking of urban air mobility. Okay,
yes,
one second. Just hear the question. I want to know, is urban air mobility in India going to be a reality soon? If yes, when and how? And same after that to Ramit.
So urban air mobility or the advanced air mobility is going to be a reality when, I can't really say, but probably by 2030, not before that. It's not happening before that. Why I wanted to take the mic, one of the things that you asked about the threat and that we are not paying attention to at all is the AI part of it. We as a country of so many software engineers, we have lagged behind significantly, on that front. And, so that's one of the threats that we need to recognize and probably do something about it. Because all the systems that you see, all what Sai was talking about, and a lot of these, new age technologies, as we are looking at, including autopilots, will not actually be running any kind of gains in future. There are autopilots which are being tested currently, which can actually do the coding or write the codes on the fly by taking the feed from the sensors. We are nowhere there.
Yeah, Ramit, urban air mobility.
Okay, sir. I'll just take this question in two parts. I'll talk about urban air mobility first. And second, I just want to talk about where we are heading. Where we are heading, urban air mobility in drones is the civil aspect. I'll just talk about the military aspect also.
Civil session also, so we have to take care of a civil counterpart.
I'm talking about where we are heading.
Yeah, okay.
So first about the urban air mobility, I say that urban air mobility is going to come. And it is upon all these young people who are there in the audience, you have to think, what is urban air mobility? Don't think about it, don't get constrained by things like, we need a very good UTM, UTM has to be perfect. We will never have perfect solutions. We can have mobility corridors with drones for logistics. I had talked about it in this thing with sir a few months back. Think about Delhi and Bombay. You have got highways. We can have a dedicated corridor for logistics, and in that you have got drones going one after the other. The way cargo containers go in a ship. Drones taking cargo containers, and because you have got a dedicated corridor, your things about the security of areas which are going to fall under in the flight path, those are taken care of. These things are possible. I'm talking about urban air mobility first in logistics and later on in passenger travel. Passenger travel also, strides are being made. We have got eVTOLs and urban air mobility will come, and sooner than we think. The second aspect which I wanted to talk about was, where are we heading? We are talking about uncrewed vehicles, I would say. There is no crew in them. So these uncrewed vehicles is what we are making, whether we call them drones for the air. We're talking about underwater drones. We are talking about drones which travel on the seas or even launch from undersea. So these are the uncrewed vehicles. These are the first generation of things which you are seeing happening in our times. After this that is also happening. What will come is swarm of drones. Swarm of drones is also, we were one of the first companies which has already delivered a swarm to the Indian Army. The swarm of drones will come.
When are you showing the prototype?
Pardon me?
When are you showing us the prototype?
Swarm?
Yep.
Swarm is delivered. It is
no, the high altitude.
It was shown to the Prime Minister, sir.
High altitude swarm drones.
High altitude swarm drone has not been placed on order yet. If there is
my question is, when are you showing us the prototype? You already bid for that, right?
Sir, okay, that is a challenge which is told me. We will show you the first prototype on 31st May this year, Army Commanders Conference. We are putting a high altitude logistic, and that drone will
I am noting down your words.
Please note it down.
Yeah.
He threw a challenge, and I've taken that challenge in front of this audience.
Because there are people who already said
31st of May. This
there
month.
are people who have said 7 months extension.
Sir, I have taken this challenge. We will show it on 31st May, and I take it as an open challenge for new space in front of our audience. 31st May, and I am telling you, we will take it to, you want to take us? You will take it to 5,500, sir. Kandhare, sir. I will take it next month. Next month, we will go to 5,500 and we'll demonstrate
Great.
A logistic drone with more than 30 kg.
No, swarm. Okay, let's go.
Swarm comes in. Swarm is not a problem.
Oh, great. 31st May, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have given some questions.
So I was just coming. Swarm of drones is the next step. After swarm of drones, what are going to come are autonomous systems, and then we are going to get to
30 seconds.
30 seconds, sir. Then we are going to get intelligent systems. That is man-unmanned teaming. After man-unmanned teaming is the flying wingmen, and after flying wingmen, we have got, what have we got? The last thing? Anybody? Intelligent robots.
Great. Okay, Nikunj, somebody has put a question, so please read out the question and the answer, and after that, the question what has been posed to Commander Golaya. Yeah, so what is the question?
The question across to me is, how will drones impact human life? I think this is a very apt question. I would like to answer August 22, 2nd of August. In 2022, I got a heart attack sitting in office at 10:15 in the morning. It took me 51 minutes to reach the hospital. By the time I got a second attack, for last 12 minutes, I was not breathing, and CPR, they'd given me in the car. But it was that time Swavlamban had happened just, and organized by sir sitting here. And we were all over the paper and we were very viral that time. We had showcased the 150 kg lifting drone to the Honorable Prime Minister. And I realized about this from the pictures which my teammates had taken in the ICU. The nurses came there and they asked me that, why did you not come here in Varuna? And we calculated the time distance from our factory to the hospital. It would have taken me 9 minutes. So when we look at urban...
So that is the origin of the use case we showed to the Prime Minister.
That is correct, sir. So the reality is, it's going to impact our life in each and every way, right from our groceries, depending on where we are going in, to hub and spoke deliveries in a logistic chain supply if you're looking at. So if you're working in an MIDC, that means I need a hub and spoke delivery across. That's where it will come in. Secondly is our highways, the airspace above every land, every road is what is monetized, but the airspace above our civilian roads is not monetized. So in coming times, I would like to monetize the airspace above my road to use it for my urban air vehicle for delivery purposes, for medical purposes. I come from Bihar, still you find these ladies who are pregnant and they pass away even in the deliveries. So imagine having of these vehicles placed in the rural areas and at a push of a button you put in the patient and it flies back to the nearest health center. It's going to impact a life. Now, how fast? I think the semiconductor industry needs to come up. Because our dependency of having this impact will depend on the control of semiconductor systems level what we have in. And that would accelerate the whole technology aspirations across the country. So 5 years down the line, if you see the growth rate of what we are looking at, it's going to double up in coming time. And that's where the real technology spree will kick in.
Okay, I'll just add something to this question. Thank you, Nikunj. And who asked this question? You asked this question? No. Please, who put this question? Okay, fine, good. Let me add you further. There are 14 ministries in the government of India, okay, who have got drone applications. I've got a report which was made by FICCI, and you can go through that report. It's of September 2022 on the drones. Drones is everywhere. Chicken भी लोग drone से transport कर रहे हैं आजकल, which I think is quite crazy. But anyway, that's the application. Anyway, Commander Golaya, the question. Could you read out the question first?
So I've got two questions. Both are related in a way. One is more of an observation. That's from Mr. Utkarsh Ahuja. And the question from Mr. Vipul Bhalla says that whilst we have come a long way with IDEX, the requirement for collateral limits the real innovation. How can this challenge be circumvented? And the second one is also about funding. It's more of an observation. The point is noted, Mr. Ahuja. But if I have to answer the question, I'll answer it in just one line, and after which I can give 2 lines about what they have said.
Absolutely, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one line answer is, I can assure you of one thing at least, based on my experience in the last 3 years. If you have a good idea today, funding will not be a problem. Funding, the strength in the idea, if it is there, for your collateral or your matching contribution or the venture capitalists, I think the country is changing. There is enough infusion of funds. I don't think there's been any case which I have come across where a firm has said that I don't have funds for, it's difficult, it takes time. But then eventually, if the idea has strength, funding is made available. That was my very quick point. 2 points I wanted to make about what they have said. Everybody is discussing urban air mobility, but I think the real difference will come from the rural air mobility. Because that is where the numbers are, that is where the real impact would be there. Urban air mobility is good, it is cool, it sounds nice. If it's 40 minutes, you can go in 9 minutes. But where you cannot even go in 40 minutes and where... So that, I think, is, especially in the Indian context, that is where the difference is.
Business model. Business model
plus the real impact.
No, do you have a business model for the rural?
I will come to that. That's a separate question. The second thing is, which he promised now in a public forum, that by the next so-and-so timeline, this would be delivered. My only observation would be, if you don't, it's okay. In innovation, you cannot have rigid timelines. And if you have rigid timelines, then what will happen is, then people will say that, why didn't I have a Varuna when I had a heart attack? So the startups will keep having heart attacks. You cannot pressurize yourself. Innovation does not work that way. As long as you know where you are heading.
No, they were supposed to show it on 1st May. It's gone to 31st May.
It's great. If it goes to 31st May, if it goes to 1st of April, if it goes to 1st of April next year, that is, doesn't matter. As long as it is moving in the right direction, it is okay. Innovation takes time. Real innovation takes time, otherwise you'll come back to screwdriver-giri.
We're going to push you hard, don't worry. Anyway, okay. Madam Anita Pandit, that question I think I'll have to answer. So she says that what can the government do to, as a fillip to the industry, one-stop center, promoters, investors, innovators, clusters. Ma'am, can I just know what's your background? Are you an academician, or can you just give the mic to her? Because I just want to know the genesis of this question before I answer this. Are you an academician? Are you just the background, please?
So I am a consultant actually, and I have a law firm also, and we are doing some financial consultancy.
Okay, great. Yeah. That's why I want to know. That's why the question. Well, I would tell you, being part of the government for the last 3 years, there could be no better time for the startups in India right now. You can ask them. I am part of so many groups. Komodo Galai is a one living example, which I said. So why is this happening? Who's leading the event today? It's the government which is leading the event, right? It never happened in the past. You have so many people sitting here, if you talk to them as to how the government has been responsive. In the morning, I was telling Mr. Amitabh Kant that, sir, yes, the DAP 2020 was formulated, and I have lost sight of how many amendments to DAP have happened in the last 2 years, all based on industry feedback. The government today wants, we're talking of the ease of doing business index in the morning. Even General Khandari referred to that, and the gentleman, Mr. Sinha, I think he's left. Sir? Abhijit Sinha. So he was here, and he said he's taken note of all the points. Everything is being done. Okay? I put so much of information in the open domain, if somebody sees on the LinkedIn, okay, and on the WhatsApp. Here, Admiral is giving financial approvals on WhatsApp. Okay? What more else do you want? Right? We in the government are telling each and every one of you, today's event, I told Bhavna, I requested Bhavna that we wanted all the young boys and girls to be part of this setup, and we want to work in a whole of nation approach. I'm part of the National Advisory Committee on Drones, and we have a think tank. Vishal is part of the think tank. Sai is part of the think tank. Group Captain Pallav of New Space is part of the think tank. Anas is part of the think tank. Whether Abhishek IIT Kanpur is a think tank, Zeus Numerics is a think tank, Prudvi Sitting is part of the think tank. Everybody is collaborating. Yes, investors is an issue, I guess. My personal take that the government has to take ownership for at least where the niche technologies, and that's what I keep telling General Khandare also, and today morning also we were having this thing, whether it is space, drones, we have to take ownership of niche technologies and ensure that the investors like Anod get support. Otherwise, if you leave it to everybody. So yes, I talk of investors is one issue which we need a lot of things to go, but rest apart, I think the ecosystem is well taken care of. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Nikunj, now how do you see the roles of IITs, ISCs in developing the critical technologies in the US domain? I carried out a study with these IITians, which we are going to present shortly in the forum. Do you think we need to leverage the capabilities more? Oh, no, I'm not finished. Hold on. Hold your horses. So, is enough already being done? Can we improve it? Do you think that there's need to synergize the efforts across various ministries? We talk of nice, good words in English, whole of nation approach. So what's your comment?
Sir, if you're looking at academia industry partnership, academia forum think tank partnerships.
I'm specifically talking of IITs, triple IITs and ISCs, which are supposed to be the cream, the Ladi cream of country.
So it depends, and now you're asking a person who has a very different opinion on this. But when
you're
you look
entitled to say anything.
But when you talk about IITs and ISCs, yes, important is when they are at the academics level, it's very great. It's important from academia, it should convert into a product or technology which should go into commercialization. This is very important. And this is somewhere things miss across at times. If you see, there's a lot of grant which gets pushed into IITs and ISCs. How it is translating into the commercial side is also equally important. Secondly, if there is a way of transfer of technologies from these academic institutions to private industries, this can really act an enabler for smaller organizations also to take the leap of faith and grow much more faster. I feel there is an isolation there in that section in terms.
I think we can do a lot more, right?
That is correct.
To integrate the IITs. I think all the entire panel is nodding its head that probably we are not leveraging the capabilities. There are so many drone startups in India who are in these campuses. Why can't they be encouraged to take on this indigenization drive? IIT Kanpur. They have a strip from where drones fly, right? Well, IIT Kanpur is a center of excellence. So I think we need to push that, and we are going to recommend to the Ministry of the DST and the METI to have a look on that. Okay, now one more thing. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't talk of counter drones. Right? Drones are proliferating all over the place. Even last year, when General Khandare was chairing an inter-level ministerial meet on drones, there was a reported violation of drone over the South Block, where we sit, the seat of power of the government of India. So how serious is this counter drones threat? And we see from across the border, a lot of things happening, narcotics, smuggling, and with these non-type certified drones, Commander Golaya, Ramit, Vishal, Nikunj is not on the group, Mridul Babbar is there. Every day we know how many people crib on the group, isko kyun udane diya ja raha hai, ye type certified nahi hai, kuch nahi ho raha iska. So how serious is this threat, and should something be done about it before another 26/11, 9/11 or something takes place? Yeah. Nikunj, okay.
So type certification is great. Now important is...
counter drones.
Okay, counter drones. I thought you were on the type certification. When we are looking at counter drones, there are technologies, there are companies from IDEX who have really come up and doing well in this regard. And deployments have happened over the different big exhibitions and expos happening across here in the country. Zen Technologies, especially, again, doing very well.
How serious is the counter drone threat?
Also, it's extremely serious, and depends what kind of kill technology, a soft kill or a hard kill. For example, we were in an ops where we used to see a Pakistani drone coming up all over the camp and sitting at 500 meters for 30 minutes. And you could do anything and everything with it, and then it goes back. So it's need of the hour. It's very important across if you're looking at an organizational perspective. It depends is what kind of technology and what is the aspect we are looking at. Are we looking at the soft kill or the hard kill? And hard kill, are we looking at ranges or short ranges? So even
are we geared up for it as of now?
Please, sir?
Are we geared up for it to counter this threat?
Sir, not fully. Absolutely not fully across. We know RCI Lab, DRDO, which is doing the laser-based counter drone with the bell.
I think we need to make the threat library first in the country.
The risk assessment is very important, which is being done at different levels. We are part of one risk assessment with DRDO where we are doing it. So it depends across is what technology. Again, it all depends on the technology aspect which is being put across there. And right now we are more in terms of soft kill at a short ranges and not for long ranges across. And that is fine to start off with, but as we grow up, we'll have to go for long ranges kill, especially in the anti-drone system across.
Commodore Golaya, this is the last question before I give one advice to everybody, then we'll wind up.
Same question?
Yeah.
Same question?
Same question, yeah.
Same answer.
Nothing more to add. Okay, then I will give you my perspective. I think this threat, the MOD advisors here, this threat is very real and valid. We need to take a stock of this. Counter drones systems need to be really scaled up in this country. We need not allow the type certified drones to be flying. Penal action should be taken, including lodging of FIR. And Because if these non-type certified drones fall in wrong hands, we saw what happened in Bengaluru some time back. It was a shock after so many years, a blast in a cafe. So if we should not be caught napping, that's what my concern is, and that's what I want to bring to the audience. Okay, now, before I wind up, and I hand you over to Admiral Ghormare for the summing up, I'd like all of you to see the Make in India Defense Portal. Okay? If you just Google Make in India Defense Portal, now this is the portal which the Ministry of Defense is, a lot of people tell me, you know, sir, हमें पता नहीं चलता RFI कहाँ है. मैंने कहा, Google है ना, उसमें सिर्फ Make in India Defense कर लो. And all projects now of which Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Defense, you know, space, their listing is there. What is the current status? कब RFI submit हुई है, कब उसका RFI close होगा, कब उसका EOI generate होगा, at all stages. So please, those who are wanting to work with the armed forces of India, want to create defense products, please have a look at the Make in India Defense Portal of the Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. With this, I will wind up, and I will request Admiral Ghormare, sir, for his closing remarks and summing up. Admiral, sir.
So you had a very, very interesting discussion and points. I think we've had excellent panelists here. Why startups will be successful? I think that's very, very clear, that you need to have sincerity of purpose, you need to have honesty, integrity, and teamwork. And that's important. And why Nikunj is successful, actually, that's one of the quality which we saw very early. And he's really done well in whatever work he was doing. There was merit, there was hard work, there was some commitment, and you will achieve. So the startups have to look at long term also. There will be lots of hindrances, and was brought about fail. Abdul Kalam had said fail stands for first attempt in learning. It's not, there's no failure. There are only learnings. And therefore, do not worry about setbacks. If every situation you're learning, you will progress. And if that is what is conveyed, and like we have brought up that there is so much of transparency and the government has taken a lot of initiative. I have been in acquisition for a long time. I was there in 97 to 2000, and now again, there's a sea change in thinking of the government. There is so much of interaction between the armed forces and the users, and similarly, all the ministries. Therefore, this is a great time for the startups. I think we should look at that. It's a very promising. It is India's future. We have to take hold of it. And for the drone technology, the next 2 years are going to be very, very critical. I think we need to progress at a very rapid pace. There are many, many things to be done, as was clearly brought out by the panelists, Sai Pativaraman, Colonel Ramit, and Vishal Markande. That really brought out, there are issues which we need to address, that we need to look at. In the maritime environment, Golaya really brought out, I think, well, there are challenges which need to be met. And I would say why Commodore Golaya was also successful, because of his innovative mind and willing to do something. He came out with brilliant ideas, and if he came to me with brilliant ideas, I had to accept it. There is no way. I think that was the best thing about it. And I was very fortunate to have such an excellent team like Commodore Golaya, and also Rahul Verma, who's here. And a very small team, but very, very efficient, very hardworking, burned their midnight oil, but got out results. I think that was right. And I'm really thankful to General Khandare, because he was there in the MOD. And when we went with him, to him, for discussing that we want to take up these challenges which we want to put up, the Navy should take on. So he himself said, why not more? Why not more? And I think the amount of encouragement and support he gave us, that helped us take it through the MOD. The best thing we found was, like even Colonel Manik brought out, was that DAP 20 is a guideline. And I always said that. And that, therefore, it is not restrictive. You can do anything in the MOD if you want to do it. You have to just have the perseverance. That means you have to never accept no for an answer. If somebody says no, you go back again and do it. And again he says no, again go back. And the perseverance works. And I think the amount of amendments Commodore Kulaya and our team were able to take on were quite many, and we could take forward things. So that's very, very important. I think a great success of HAPS by Colonel Ramit Arora. Vishal Markande brought about the innovation and entrepreneurship and how to focus on innovation and the strengths. We actually have an innovative mindset in our country. When we said we wanted 75 challenges, we got 1106 proposals. That is the might of our industry. I think that's the might of you all. And I think you need to take note of it. Take it forward. There will be very, very much. This is our time. I think Sai brought out that there is an absolute necessity to deconflict the environment. There will be this environment which will come up. We should look at very, very... urban air mobility, rural air mobility is very important. I think we need to pay attention. We need to pay attention to the AI part of it, and eVTOLs or something. Entrepreneurs will work. The government is giving a great thrust to semiconductor industry. I'm sure that will also come through, and the drone industry will come up. So for us, drone technology is a sunrise sector, and it's poised for exponential boom worldwide. And India finds itself to be in a critical juncture of this evolutionary timeline of drone technology, wherein we have a time-critical window, actually. We really have a time-critical window of 1 or 2 years as the drone and to internalize, we need to capitalize on the drone technology and then emerge as the drone manufacturing hub of the world. Thank you. All the best. And you are all the ones who are going to make it happen. And thank you for PhD CCI to conduct such a beautiful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all our panelists. May I request Dr. Jitendra Singh to please felicitate our panelists for taking our time and being, I think this was the most interesting session with all the intellect and the Sheroshari. Thank you so much, Vice Admiral Ghormade, sir, former Vice Chief of Naval Staff. Can we have a big, big round of applause for our panelists, please? Commodore Arun Gulaya. Thank you, sir, and thank you for taking our time on the last day of your service to Indian Navy. We look forward to more inputs from you in the civil sector. Captain Nikun Parashar, sir. Sai Patipuram, sir, thank you so much. Mr. Vishal Markande, sir. And Colonel Ramit Arora. So requesting the panelists to come in the front for a group photograph. We'll start away with a fireside chat with IFCO. And we have with us Mr. A.K. Gupta, Director IT Services, Member Board IFCO, who would be sharing the innovation that IFCO has done and showcasing the new innovations in agri-drones. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Das, Assistant Editor, Financial Express, Agri Sector, and Mr. Chirag Sharma, CEO, Drone Destination, requesting them to please join us on the dais. Thank you so much. Who are into agri-drones to also please join us so they can learn how IFCO has taken this forward. Thank you, sir. I think sir has a presentation also. Please. So I hand it over to Sandeep Das sir to take it forward.
Hello everyone, it's quite good evening to all. We should start this particular session on basically new innovation in agri drones, the use of drone in agriculture. As you are all expert, most of people are associated with the drone industry. Now currently, it has a multiple use of drone in agriculture, but largely at present, it has been used for use of applying pesticides, fertilizers and all. And also there are multiple use of drones, and I think the guideline came up was 2.5 years back by Ministry of Agriculture to use of drone. And we have two distinguished the IFCO, you know, one of the biggest fertilizer cooperatives in the world, essentially, and they are majorly invested in this drone part. So we have a colleague, Mr. A.K. Gupta, who will be presenting on the use of drone in fertilizer sector and other challenges. And we have Mr. Chirag Sharma, who is into training sector of drone destination. He's the CEO of Drone Destination. So over to Mr. Gupta. We should start the presentation. And we have, I think, 10 to 15 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes of presentation we can do. After that, we can ask questions from the audience, essentially. And we'll start with Mr. Gupta. And you have a presentation. We try for... Should I come? Achha, dikhiye.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I am going to give you a very groundbreaking and most innovative presentation, the innovation in agri-drones. First, I would like to share that very recently there is a great innovation in nano fertilizers. IFCO has innovated nano urea and nano DAP. Now, in the same period, there is a lot of development on front of agri drones. Now, the drones available in Indian market, they are viable and capable of spraying the fertilizer on small and marginal land holdings. Spraying of fertilizer using the agri drones is not a new in developed countries like in Malaysia, New Zealand, Canada. They are using quite extensively, but it was not coming to India in that way. The only reason was the small land holding by 70 to 80% of our Indian farmers. Now AI-powered drones have come, which are quite effective and viable for such kind of fields. In the meantime, there is a lot of development on the IT front. There is a concept of cloud computing, well prevalent in our country. So the combination of nano fertilizers, agri drones and technology, IT technology, they can bring a transformation in the agri sector. That's how we look at it. So coming to drone, first a bit, this is just a glimpse of agri drone. About IFFCO, I will say it is a world largest manufacturer and marketer of the fertilizer. About why I am talking about nano, because I will speak about drone, agri drones, and agri drone viability has come because of the liquid nano fertilizer, one of the key factor for industry to survive, to grow, and to have the ecosystem. Same time, when the drones have come, same time this innovation has also come. Just sharing with you, कि nano DAP and nano urea, these are almost 1/5 of the cost to the farmer. There are many benefits. I am putting it because of the time. I will not narrate each and every, but very easy to transport. And this is the kind of thing. Half liter of bottle is replacing 45 kg bag of conventional urea. That is the scale of innovation. Easy to transport. So this is just I am telling you these why IFFCO has gone for it. IFFCO has come out with the nanotechnology, nanoliquid and urea and DAP. Now to put into use, we need drones. So IFFCO has come out with the IFFCO Kisan drone. We have placed an order of 2,500 agri drones of medium class, along with carrier, three-wheelers, and additional items that I will tell you. And I will like to share here, when we have placed the order, by that time in the entire country, there were only 800 type certified drones were there in the entire country in the agri sector. So the need of the drone in agri sector, all you know, it is for a very precision farming and the effective use of the fertilizer. The benefits of the agri drone, since there are 2 days session, you know the benefit of the drones, but some of the benefits I have put it over there. The drone feature here, when we selected the drone, the main point was how to make it workable, meaning by the entrepreneur who is going to use in the rural area the drone as a service, how it is going to become a viable solution for him. So we have gone for 25,000 mAh battery. This is a key feature. In one charge of the battery, he can spray and he can cover 3 acres of land, 3 acres of crop he can cover. In 16,000, he can cover only 1 acre at a time. So it gives to the operational efficiency. And while deciding the specs, we have gone for hexacopter for having the more stability. But here the key feature for any agri drone, what we understood at that point of time and after its uses, is the object or the obstacle detection system. That is the key thing. Like while flying, there are trees in the field. So it should detect as an obstacle, it should not hit the tree. There are wires, transmission lines. These are two most common items available in the field. So we have to safeguard our drone. So for that, we'll like to share with this house कि I will say 80% it is addressing the technology in agri drones which is available today with a combination of software and the hardware. We have put 200 set running in the field based on that experience and number of crashes which we have observed. So these are the areas where all the drone manufacturers who are here, my request to them to improve on this front. And next is the terrain following. So there is just, I want to share, time is very less, I will go fast, but here, like we have experience by practical. So there is a well in the field. So while following the terrain, the drone started going inside the well. Okay, so this issue has come. So these kind of issue, maybe our new startup or the drone manufacturers, they have to come with some kind of very efficient system on this front. So we are addressing presently in different way. So these are the things, these are the drone specs which we have floated, and the drone and combination of three-wheelers and nano fertilizer. This is the idea which is coined by our Honorable Managing Director and MD and CEO, Dr. U.S. Avasthi. He has taken and put around 500 crores of rupees for the drone, for deployment of the drone. So now to make it as successful in the field, in the village, so drone itself is a big item and it has to be carried to the field. So either three-wheeler or four-wheeler is must if we want this R&D project to go as an innovation. Means people start using it. So there is a need of carrier transportation should be. So we have devised this and fabricated this auto. We are purchasing this electric three-wheeler 2,500. It is housing all the necessary items required. Even we are putting 100 liters of water, which is going to be used for spraying of the fertilizer. And because otherwise, if the water quality is not good, it will choke the nozzles. Okay, and the entire operation will stop. So we are putting 4 sets of additional battery, so that once he goes to the field, he should be able to cover at least 10 acres of land in one go. And in one day, the average is coming around 20 acres per day. So these are the things. These are the just snapshot. So IFCO has come out with a rural entrepreneur scheme wherein we are all the items putting together costing around 13 lakhs of rupees. We are giving free to the rural entrepreneur. We select the rural youth and give all the items free of cost to him, all 13 lakhs rupees item, with a maintenance for 5 years AMC and all the policies, insurance policy. He has to run, he has to do the spraying activities for the farmers, and if could not charge even a single penny from the rural community. These rural youth, they can cover the 20 acres per day. That I will show how it is going to put. This project we have rolled out, started in June, conceived in June 2023. Today, where we are, there are many challenges. To be very frank, we were also new to it. We don't have any experience personally, IFCO team or AK Gupta and team. So we were new, so we started this journey. But here today, you can see already we have trained 1,058 pilots have been trained on medium class of drone, and already the drones which have been allocated 893, and recently there was a program Namo Drone Didi, and it is being launched on 11th of March by our Honorable Prime Minister Modi Saab. So they are in that 1,000 ladies have been given the drone. So out of that 300 was from IFCO. So it was a program we have already handed over to them, and they are already using it. So this is a just progress report. But here I will like to share here, if you see the economics, how it is going to change the rural economics. The rural youth who is today maybe earning 500 rupees a day, by getting into our scheme, he can make around 5,000 rupees per day. And let me share honestly, if not 5,000, it is varying from 4,000 to 6,000 rupees. And already, particularly in the state of Haryana, UP and many states in the south, okay, we have already rolled out 200 sets. So they are making, it is changing the life. And above that, more than it, I will say, if you see for women, they in the rural area, they earn nothing or very meager. The women, now they can earn up to 3,000 rupees. And rather, I will say they are already started earning in reality. So it is going to be a game changer for the rural, and this will result in non-migration from rural. Today, any youth who is educated immediately move to the urban area, so this will stop that. So time is less. This is all the more thing. All our suppliers, 6 drone supplier and auto supplier, all are integrated with the cloud system. These are the, we are tracking so many parameters on this, and these are our mobile app. For Kisan, for the farmer, there is a app, IFCO Kisan, where he can place the order for servicing. He wants service in his field, he can put his requirement, and there is an app for our entrepreneur. They will see what are the requirement in which village, and they will confirm and they will do the spraying. So these are the 2 apps over there, and this is all. Time is short, so I am giving. Thanks a lot.
Just a bit of clarification. You are promoting drone for use of conventional agriculture, as conventional fertilizer. When you say nano urea, you cannot be using nano urea in a drone. It's used for, so that clarification you can give.
This is primarily for nano urea liquid and nano DAP liquid.
For drones?
For drones. It is having a tank of 10 liter capacity, and that is called its payload. In 10 liter water, you will pour in half liter of bottle of nano urea or nano DAP, and that is enough for coverage of 1 acre of land for the spray. Presently, this is the use. There are many other applications for agri drone, like for fishery feeding, we can use it. For pesticide, we can use it. But for putting any further attachment to the existing drone, there are DGCA guidelines. So we cannot do it our own, but it has been deliberated by 5 ministries, and they have requested further DGCA to look into it in time to come to increase the income of the entrepreneur and to cover 365 days work, so they may increase the attachment further on it.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta.
Should I come over here now?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for sticking to the time. And now I request Mr. Chirag Sharma, who is the CEO Drone Destination, who is into training, and perhaps he will be the more the key person to explain exactly the challenges currently in the use of drone, and what he is doing to train people, and also a little bit of touching on the agriculture part of it, use of drone in agriculture.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. I'm sure it's 5:45, so if drones were coming to deliver tea, coffee to your seats, it would be wonderful. So I'm sure half of us would be hoping for something like that. But on that note, just to give you a quick introduction, so my name is Chirag. I'm the CEO for Drone Destination. We have another group company called Hubblefly. So from a clarification perspective, we manufacture drones in one end. So we're a DGCA authorized manufacturing company making drones in the survey mapping, precision agriculture and agricultural spray space. And on the Drone Destination runs the largest network of DGCA authorized training schools in the country. And we're also a drone service company. And when it comes to services, of course, with IFCO, we, over the last 2 years, we've predominantly been part of a scheme called Swamitva, where we've been, partnering up with GIS companies and doing survey mapping work, which will enable creation of land records, digital land records or property cards for people under a scheme called Swamitva. And more recently, we partnered with IFCO under the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, where our type certified drones and pilots went to do drone demonstrations and probably for the first time introduce what drone is like a machine to the farmers, and then also introduce them to the fact that how can you use fertilizers, agrochemicals, and the benefits of this technology. So this happened for a period of 2 months. It was a great show. We did about 50,000 demonstrations in total as an industry, covered 10, this was predominantly in Uttar Pradesh. But coming to the agri sector, so today on many forums we talked and heard about the whole notion of financing. I want to just address something real quick when it comes to funds for our sector. So having seen this closely on both spectrums, on the manufacturing end as well as on the training and service end, the Indian drone industry particularly is one industry where so far government has been the market maker. So predominantly all government-run schemes have funded drone projects. And that is one of the reasons why institutional investors or private equity guys have not really taken fancy, because anywhere they see just predominantly government-funded projects, they get wary because at any time the plug can go off because of many reasons. So they want to ensure that enough private participation starts coming in. And this is where I would like to, personally thank IFCO on behalf of the entire drone sector, because until last year, from a civil drone player, I'm not talking about defense, but purely from civil space, our sector was kind of going on a nosedive direction just because there was not enough funds or not enough orders coming in outside of government schemes. When IFCO came in, it came in with almost like a messiah to the drone sector, giving such a massive order that can give some impetus. When we talk about investments, everybody is looking at scale. But starting with let's say, smaller order relatively, but at that time, 2,500 was a mammoth order, like sir said. The total number of certified drones in India were 800. So an order of 2,500, 3x of what was there in the current capacity, was a huge kind of step, and we would like to definitely thank IFCO in anchoring this sector. And of course, once IFCO picked it on, then other LF fertilizer companies came on board, and they all want to proliferate this technology. But why I'm giving this background is because for any technology to be successful, to scale, unless private participation comes in, it will not be as successful. And this is where the role of agriculture, being an agrarian economy, if we're able to digitize our farms, we'll start off with spray, but tomorrow you'll see health scans and soil scans happening to exactly tell farmer what to grow, when to grow, and ensure that from that same land parcel they're able to give more than what's happening at this moment. So imagine we all discuss of doubling farmer income, but how these are all statements. Drone is one technology that can definitely have an impact in terms of doubling that farmer income, because from that same land parcel, if you're able to cut down the cost of input, which is what's happening in the case of a nano urea or other agrochemicals, and increase the yield, you've done that, the job is done. On one side, cost is reduced, on the other side, you have revenue that's going up. Now, if investors see that kind of a scale, we have 6.5 lakh villages in India, and farms, of millions of acres or hectares which still need this technology. Now that is a number that can catch the fancy of anyone who's looking at this technology. And I think we're very thankful again to fertilizer companies to make sure that if nano has to succeed or any other agrochemical has to succeed, this mechanization of drones also has to succeed. Now, coming to the training aspect, just to touch base upon there, of course, we were part of the Namo Drone Didi scheme also. Out of those 1,000, more than 60% of the Didis have been trained by us. So there was always this question of how would these women who have come out from their households, maybe never seen books in, last 15, 20 years, how are they going to pick up something like drones? Which up front, even to the Didis almost seemed they had a perception ki chalo, khilona ye na remote control hai, ud jayega. But when they actually came to the training aspect and realized the kind of things they need to know behind the scenes, so they were just not attuned to the idea कि यार ये तो हमारे को एक तो शुरू में, and I can share this example. So the first 2 or 3 batches of these Didis, when they came in, they were in for a cultural shock. Of course, they were coming in from backgrounds where कोई पढ़ाई करी नहीं इतने टाइम से, नया टेक्नोलॉजी हाथ लग रहा है और कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. और हमने भी ये फीडबैक दिया, हमारे इंस्ट्रक्टर्स also had a culture shock because they had to change the way they've been teaching because this audience now, you had to change the script कि ये किस तरीके के audience को पढ़ाना पड़ेगा. तो हमारे instructors ने भी improvise करके घर के examples, household के examples से drones को parallel करा ताकि उनके दिमाग में logically connect बैठ पाए. But anyways, those were initial challenges. The moment these ladies got on the field, the moment they had the drones in their hands, to our surprise, the way they picked up this technology and how quickly they were able to, get on board with this technology was something very inspirational to see. So definitely there is a huge future coming up from the scope of women empowerment, women entrepreneurship, women taking up these drones, helping their own villages, running their own entrepreneurship shop. So we foresee this technology and the adoption of this technology in hinterland as an extremely scalable and thankfully this is one of those technologies जो शहरों का फायदा ही नहीं कर रही. ये क्योंकि 80% से ज़्यादा हमारी जनता आज भी बाहर ही रह रही है, रूरल में रह रही है, तो उन्हीं को एम्पावर करने के लिए वहीं पे ही है. तो ऐसा भी नहीं है वो डेटा के there were forums where we discussed of threats of the drone, counter drones coming into play. But this technology particularly, where the drone is going on the field and there is a visual line of sight where you can do these operations, thankfully is one technology where the risk is a bit hedged and the impact could be multifold. So we are very excited, someone who's in the training and service business also understanding the nuances. And once again, thankful to all the fertilizer and agrochemical companies for coming in at the right time and identifying the benefits of this tech and how this could be a match made in heaven. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the quick response. The two aspects essentially, it's just not about application of fertilizer. I think drone use can be for other aspect as well, essentially. And that's evolving. I think the guideline on use of drone came in if I remember correctly, it's 2 years back, 2.5 years back it came. So it's evolving situation, and obviously currently the government intervention is much more than the private sector intervention in that. Strictly drone in the agriculture essentially, and it's an immense benefit in terms of increasing the yield and rationalizing the use of fertilizer and other input essentially, and contribution of both the organizations basically is immense essentially. And now I'd like to ask any questions of the audience, like you can ask, or I know it's very late in the evening and it's quite tiring also. Can you? Yeah, thank you.
Experience. Hello. Of this training, first thing, this Namo Drone Didi program. So, 1,000 Didi have to be trained. So, one of the, I will say, main contributor was Drag and Company Drone Destination. That was a big project. But just sharing, we started a batch of 20 the ladies with the NRLM tag. Okay, so from rural background. So the batch was from Bihar, and the training was happening in Phulpur, Allahabad, near Allahabad. So 20 ladies, first batch. The test has been taken after 3-4 days of training. So 18 ladies failed out of 20. So it was a big shock. Then we thought why the Chirag and party are all Sharma. They said our trainer are expert. There is no problem with them. It is with the ladies. Then we have gone extra mile. What is the real problem? So first thing, the minimum qualification is only 10th pass. And with the rural background, they are not good in English. The test is mandatory from DGCA to be in English. All the course material, everything. So then, here I will really appreciate also. We requested DGCA and other forum has also requested. And they agreed in the vernacular language, that test. So that the DGs or the young entrepreneur from the rural background, they can take the test in their own language. So that was a big change from DGCA, and that was thereafter the result has improved manifold. So hats off to DGCA and the ministry who has done such a fast change in a lowest time. And one more thing, there was a obstacle in the entire project to get a youth from rural or particularly a woman. So for training of a pilot, the passport was necessary, mandatory. Now all of you can think of to have a passport, a rural person, unless or until yes. So there was virtually, we were failing literally. We are not getting any candidate from with that. Again, you will be surprised to know of this government and DGCA. We requested them explain to DGCA, and trust me, within 15 days, they have changed the policy. So this is how the entire country, the entire ecosystem is working. So what I feel, I believe also, sir, कि अगर हम किसी काम में शिद्दत से लग जाएं, अगर हम honestly, passionate होकर अपने काम में लग जाएं, तो बाकी लोग भी, all other system will come to help you out. I will say this thing.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I think this is the new innovation which a lot of people will take forward. Requesting Dr. Jitendra Singh, sir, to please felicitate Mr. A.K. Gupta for taking our time and being here and for showcasing the innovation of IFCO in agri-drones. A big round of applause for sir. Requesting everyone to please stay for just a short while. We just have 2 short, very interesting sessions, which is on skilling, which will be beneficial to you all. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thanking Mr. Chirag Sharma and Mr. Sandeep Das for a lovely, interesting session. Thank you very, very much, sir. Requesting the panelists for a group photograph, and we straight away start our panel discussion on the sectoral application with a focus on healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. Requesting Mr. Saugat Chatterjee, Executive Director and CEO, Abhay Health. Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Dr. Vishal Gandhi, Founder and CEO, Indian Healthcare Angels. Dr. Ravi Gaur, Founder and Director, DRG Path Labs. Mr. Nageshwar Singh, Chief Government Sales Head, Sky Air Mobility, and Gaurav Asudani to be a part of this panel. So thanking all the delegates to please stay with us, and a big round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Vishal Gandhi, Dr. Ravi Gaur, Mr. Nageshwar Singh and Gaurav Asudani for this session. Thank you. Can I request everybody to move down a bit? And just requesting you all to stay for another half an hour so that we can have an interesting discussion on the healthcare. This is such a vast sector that I don't think one day is enough. I think we will need 2-3 days next time. So thanking you again for staying and requesting everyone to move a bit forward so that this, and we have a capacity building session with QCI after that, which will be beneficial for everybody. So thanking you all again, and I hand it over to Saugat Chatterjee, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good evening to all of you all. And I know it's been a tiring session for all of you all today. And the day has been great. Otherwise, we had some very, very engaging sessions with respect to multiple sectors which we discussed of. We spoke of agriculture, we spoke of defense, we spoke of communications, we spoke of technology in various parameters. But you know, as they say, our country's well-being lies in health. And unless and until probably we are good in terms of our mind and spirit, all the great things which we are pursuing to do may or may not plateau all. But having said that, technology in the health space has gone through much. You know, we spoke of drones since morning. But a very, I would say a very sly fact, on a recorded note it says around 200 BC, the first drone was so-called conceived. It was conceived way back in Egypt. There was a bird designed by the name of Saqqara, you know. And if you go back still in back of mythology days, India as a country probably had drones way, way back. So technology is kind of taking a round shape, and we are engraving the shape and size of it. So here we are talking about the impact of drones and the sectoral challenges in the healthcare and the pharma industry. And some very, very dignified dignitaries here who have been the respective stalwarts in their own field. And I would like to start with Mr. Harbindra Narula. Mr. Harbindra Narula is the CEO of Business World Health, and he has seen the healthcare industry for a long, long time. So, Harbindra, you know, from your perspective, what are the various healthcare innovations which you think will be leveraging in the drone technology in present and in the future?
Thank you, Sagat. So, you know, the first time I ever thought of drones beyond its defense use was when Amazon started talking about it as a delivery mechanism. And, you know, and the first, so that's the cue from where I'm going to begin. But let's understand our nation from the perspective of healthcare. One, we are a country which has a very varied terrain. You know, we have the mountains, we have the deserts, and we have people living in these areas. Second is, we are a very socio-economically diverse nation. You know, we have pockets which are extremely rich with access to everything, while we have pockets where it is even difficult to reach. Forget about having access to healthcare. And third is, it is a fact that in our country, healthcare is inequitable. We have metropolitan cities where we are living in, where we feel that, you know, hospitals are struggling to fill the beds. Whereas if you go to the interiors and maybe just 200 kilometers from where we live, where they would have not seen a doctor for maybe a decade. So once we keep these parameters of our country in our mind, is when we can think of what is the possibility of what we can achieve and what we can do with this technology of drone available to us. You know, one is, can we make delivery of healthcare products, medicines, etc. available in these areas? Absolutely, that's a basic that we can do. But when? You know, it's not that किसी को बुखार हुआ है तो उसकी दवाई पहुंचा दोगे वहाँ पे. But we are always seeing emergency situations. Some of these situations get reported. Many of these situations do not even get reported. But in these times, like, you know, I think in a panel before us or one before our panel, there was an example of a lady passing away because she could not reach the help because she was pregnant, she was due for delivery. Can these situations be avoided? Of course, these can be avoided. There are, I mean, I remember I was working on a, you know, in Northeast, we were talking about PHC, CHCs, etc. We were talking of areas where a doctor has to walk. They can't even cycle because cycle puncture हो जाएगी वहाँ पे जाते हुए. ठीक है ना? So can we create access of these doctors in those areas? Absolutely. More than that, if you look at the disasters that happen in our country, we do not even know what kind of medical help is required. So the basics of what is already available, I mean, a drone with a high resolution camera can at least quickly go understand what the situation is, help the doctors assess the requirement in that area and give relevant help to these places. And since we are talking of disaster, I mean, you know, we have heat maps with the help of these imaging cameras which can be done to even detect if there is a human life under a debris. So, you know, these are all the areas in which I feel healthcare can benefit from technologies. I mean, we were talking about transporting humans, transporting patients. I mean, you know, why do we have to wait for air ambulance? उनके लिए तो landing की space ही नहीं है. So can this technology help a patient get transported to the nearest medical help, or at least have the doctor be transported to an area where there is a group of people who need help. So I think the possibilities of what a drone can do in the field of healthcare is immense. I mean, it is only limited by our imagination. That's what I feel.
Very pertinent, Harbinder. In fact, as he was saying, in our country as on date, the bed to human ratio is 1:10,000, which means for every 10,000 people, there's one hospital bed dedicated, which ideally should be around 1:3,000. And that too, it's only great when it comes across in terms of the urban population, the tier 1. In the tier 2 and the tier 3, it's far more worse. Indeed, if somebody has any life-threatening problem, any cardiac issues, anything which is emergency, it's a trouble. It's a hell of a trouble even being up there. So going by that, I would ask Dr. Gaur, probably if you can, help understand in the tier 2 and the tier 3 markets, essentially, how do you think this technology of drone will, because you come from a strong diagnostics background, you know how the ecosystem works, and you know how important it is to kind of figure out and understand the impact. So what would be your views on how this technology is going to transform the healthcare ecosystem in the tier 2 and the tier 3 markets?
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I think thank you for the patience for me sitting till the late evening. Well, I think first and foremost, when we talk about drone, the first thing which strikes me is kabutar. That pigeon, right, The pigeon used to take some of our letters altogether. Now that it's been replaced by somebody else. And it could be a drone in the shape of pigeon itself. So that is something, like, the idea was there and something we had. But when it comes to, I'll say another aspect, let's make a little lighter session here, because when we talk about the poets and the romantic shire, they're going to say like, "Ye kaun aa gaya hamare aur aasman ke beech mein." I know these are, I think, challenges. Of course, these are things. But the fact is, during the COVID, something which I come from a diagnostic background, we have a chain of labs across India. The biggest challenge what we faced was the sample transportation. Now, before the sample reaches us, 4 hours reporting was a big issue. How do you save the life? So I think that whole exercise of logistics, actually, it really come up. How to have the best, the way of logistics in healthcare, whether it's a medicine, whether it's a diagnostic sample, whether it could be, I think organ transplantation later on came up. So I think when you come to tier 2 and tier 3, there's a small study the World Economic Forum did some time back, and there's the data right there. They say that today, almost like 85 million packages are delivered per day worldwide. And out of that, 50% of these efforts cost in the last line delivery. The same cost and effort. Imagine the 50% effort of the last line delivery of these packages. The drone actually fits in there. The last mile delivery, which can actually be very, very helpful, because a similar study was done by, we have an ICMR, called Digital Sky study using a drone Shakti. This is a northeastern sector. It's just recently one done sometime, a few months back. They had about 17,275 packages in northeast, and they were delivered in 12 hours over almost like 735 kilometers. And had they been done by road, it would have been 2,000 kilometers and over 50 hours. So I think these are the actual facts and figure what we can do in healthcare, probably in tier 2, tier 3, where we have healthcare. I think probably we not even reached there. What about talk about a healthcare facility? But tier 3, tier 4 probably it is much more relevant. And when we come to diagnostic, for example, we have critical samples. We have bone marrows, we have tissues, we have which is supposed to be transported at a specific temperature. When it comes to accredited labs, and that tissue is like lost. Once it is gone, it's destroyed, but tumor is no, because you remove the tumor. It has to come to a location in a temperature within a time frame. If it doesn't reach it, then what? That's a diagnostic challenge. So probably utilizing these kind of a thing. From Kathmandu, we get samples from across Aizawl, Mizoram, Tripura, J&K, remote Ladakh. I myself have been in the Indian Army for some time back when 84, 85, when the Indian Siachen war started. And I was an RMO sitting in one remote post, and we never had medicine for the loose motion finished. Weather was packed up. For 2 days, what do we do? There's nothing, because choppers can't land up there. People have to walk through. But I think this is, I think, tier 3, tier 4, probably areas will be much beneficial. We can use blood products. Blood samples sometimes can be sent, blood, especially the blood transfusion. We already talked about organ transplantation because that could be in urban area. We don't define the role in urban and this, like heart transplant and the kidney because they have to reach within time frame. If you go by the traffic from here to even next to Ames, you will take maybe 2 hours to reach some time. But in this, it's just you zip, they're out there. Diagnostic specimens, when we talk about critical medications. In Andhra, we have done a study, I've been a part of the team where we have snake bites. In northeastern sector of Assam, there's snake bites. Snake venom is finished. And what do? You require 2 hours, but by the time it takes 12 hours to reach, the venom reaches there. Why can't? The critical medicine, the snake bite, the dog bites, this is something which is important. Emergency material. We are talking about emergency medication. Probably in a cardiac arrest, ambulance have to reach. But before that, a drone can deliver an automated defibrillator. It can reach there faster. And probably the telemedicine, teleapproach, all this can be adopted. And these are, I think, important part in tier 2, 3. And I think there are always a positive side. Probably at the end I'll talk about something negative sides too. But most important is the privacy when it comes to healthcare. Because that's something we got video sitting on your head altogether. Whatever the camera is out there. So I think regulations have to be put into a place. System has to be put into a place where there's fear. And then new diseases coming up, I've just read it, this already there, called anxiety and a fear, because drone anxiety. There's a person who's sitting in US. He was traveling with his mother, probably going across, a drone fell on mother's head, and mother died, unfortunately. This person now wishes all throughout their life that there should be no sky, it has to be cloud all throughout the day. Because in cloudy season, probably drone can't fly. So that is anxiety and the fear, we are going to address that. So I think there are challenges, and probably we look forward for the innovators and probably the entrepreneurs to look into it, and probably more as we go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. That was well structured. And now that, we understand that there is scope, we understand there is a need. And it's something which we have been talking on since morning, and many of the startups have been asking about this question about the funds, where the money is coming from, how it's going to be. So now that we understand that there is a definitive scope and a possibility of this industry to emerge. So Dr. Gandhi, having been at the forefront, and being the founder and CEO of yourself or Healthcare Angels and along with BioRx. So what's your version? How is the startup industry poised to handle this section of challenges?
Thank you, PhD, for having me. It's a wonderful question, and I was just thinking that how do I sort of narrate? And so I think what AI was in 2015 or 16, and this is where the drone is today, as far as healthcare is concerned, because we thought that AI and healthcare may not really go hand in hand. But today, can you think about delivering healthcare to 1.4 billion people in the country without AI? And it's not going to happen. It's not going to be a viable model. And I think Harbinder and Dr. Gaur really touched upon many aspects. But one thing I really want you to understand that, the maturity of drone as a technology enabler in healthcare, I think its use case is pretty good. The unit economics have not really worked so far, because whatever companies we know of, including one we have funded and they had a collaboration with TSAW, we still felt that it was solving a problem of accessibility. So I think the metrics to look at from an investment perspective right now from a drone, as an opportunity, I think is too premature. Maybe after 3 years we may have the right answer, because there will be many more newer models to talk about unit economics and the scalability. But today, I think it's too difficult to talk about the viability. But I think it's solved the problem of accessibility. Now, a country where we have 1.4 billion people and where the rural population has access to only 20% of the infrastructure and where 80% people live, how do you enable it? So from that perspective, I think there is an accessibility, there is a viability to an extent possible, and a drone is going to be an integrated part of the overall healthcare management management. Because can we think life without drones if we were to really create an impact in healthcare? I think the answer is that we cannot think without them today, right? Because, if organ donation has to really, go to the level where it is supposed to be, I think drone can deliver. If healthcare models in tier 2, tier 3, where the infrastructure is already created, but there are not enough patient samples, how do you bring those patient samples, right? How do you create new markets, right? People didn't think about going for wellness test in a place like Uttarakhand, but how do we enable that today? So I think there is a lot which has already happened, and I feel that there will be some evolution, but it has solved some part of a problem. But to give a clear matrix, I do not have the right answer, and I'm sure this will be another thesis topic for somebody to work upon, but I cannot imagine healthcare for 1.4 billion people without drones in next 10 to 15 years. I think drone is going to be a part of the overall healthcare management in India specifically.
Add one figure, like approximate diagnostic industries will be about 80,000 samples, packets being shipped across India from various locations. And when they reach us, there's a 7% approximate sample rejection. Because those samples are not reached in time, or the temperature, or something has gone wrong. Imagine the kind of rejection we have. So probably the quality, the timing, and the load. Probably all this is very, very important. Drone can probably address all of them.
Yeah, so thanks, Dr. Gord, to talk about diagnostic. Now, I'm going back to 2020. So I remember in normal vaccine supply chain, if you look at 30% is normal disruption. And while Indian government was funding development of vaccine for COVID, and they thought that if 30% disruption is normal, and can we afford COVID vaccine? So that's when I think they started even using drones to see that last mile connectivity, what Dr. Gord also talked about, we do not actually have 30% disruption. In fact, there was hardly a report of less than 3% disruption, which I think clearly established that how pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies could also, tag along with the government to ensure the effectiveness of any program, whether I think it is to do with TB or whether it's to do with any vaccination program. I think the efficacy of vaccine, can really improve if there is a larger, infrastructure leveraged through the drones, which probably what we call as it has not reached, but it has now reached because of the virtue of drones being there. So that is a second use case apart from diagnostics. So the other one, I think we can also talk about, a startup that I supported called Meadowland. And so this startup is based out of Hyderabad. And so this guy comes up with something, saying that, Nizamabad, which is 200 kilometers away from Hyderabad, people have not seen medicines in their life, right? And how do you create access to that, right? And this is where they started a wonderful collaboration with another drone company called TISA, which is incubated at IIT Delhi. And we got really excited to see that this is an opportunity to not only look at from a perspective of, ROIs, but let's see if we can actually create a social impact through this venture. And I'm proud to say that, they do make money, but in the drone analysis, we felt that there's no point analyzing today, but they could improve the accessibility of drugs, organs, and every aspect of the medical value chain to Nizamabad, and that created an at least 5x social impact, and which to me, at some point of time, it will be break even, and then further it will start giving a viability business model, right? So this is what I wanted to share with all of you. Yeah.
Wonderful. I mean, thanks, Dr. Gandhi, for highlighting, three things. One, coming from an investor, what you said is very assuring. When you say from the future point of view, it's actually fluid. We cannot say that it's a predictable future. So it's going to grow in many folds. There'll be polishes, shaping, and multiple things. So very insightful. Thank you so much for the insights on this. With that, I'll kind of, Gaurav, ask you something. And you, being a startup, and heading the strategy and the business operation of the startup yourself. So, and you've been closely involved with the healthcare ecosystem, right? You've been working with AIMS in the hills of Uttarakhand. So what has been your experience and observations from the way drones have adopted itself into the healthcare ecosystem?
So, good evening to everyone. So, yeah, drones are already making lives a lot easier in a lot of these places. As you rightly said, Uttarakhand, so we were the first company to partner with AIMS Rishikesh. We demonstrated our capability there back in January 23. And now we have started full-time projects with them where we have started with delivering TB medicines to remote locations. And that is in line with the Prime Minister's vision of TB Mukt Bharat also. So all those initiatives we are driving already. And we are so looking forward to the Char Dham Yatras also, where in those yatras we will have drone pods in between where medicines will be delivered to any patient in case of any emergency. So there are a lot of use cases there in the hilly regions. Like we created Asia's first drone delivery hub in Meghalaya, where on daily basis 8 to 10 flights are happening from Central District Hospital to 25 PHCs we have connected using drones. This we did in November 22, and it's been over 18 months now, and it has shown very great results. So a lot of those use cases where there were pregnant ladies, anemic, they were having trouble during pregnancies, those emergency medicines could be delivered just in time to save lives of the mother and the child. So a lot of use cases there where drones have actually saved lives, and I think each life saved is tremendously valuable, right?
Absolutely,
so, yeah.
absolutely.
So a lot of lives are getting saved as already, and these are initial days. So we are very, very positive.
Very heartening to know that, Gaurav, as a startup, when you impact lives of human forms in any which way, as we always say that many of us, we work to sustain, but very few work to sustain human lives. So healthcare professionals happens to be one of them. With this, Nageshwar, if you can just kind of share a thought. Today, we heard about, not today, in fact, we heard about some time back when the Prime Minister announced the Drone Didi project, where the rural females were asked to fly drones, right? At the same point of time, there's also under the Ayushman Bharat another project coming up, which is called Arogya Mandir, right? Where at the block level, healthcare infrastructure is getting developed. So we all understood and spoke of the dimensions of the 1.5 billion population which we live in, right? 80% of them into the rural segments. We heard about the scope, the probability, the potentiality. How do you think the ecosystem of the rural is or can be enhanced, right, using drone technology in terms of skill development or in terms of training?
Thank you, sir, for this. As a company, I'll just take an example. As a Skyer, when we pitch for a project, when we pitch in a region, we usually talk about local empowerment. Like we did some projects in Uttarakhand, like we are doing in Himachal. So we start with employing local people from their ITIs, from institutes who are eager to work with this technology. We train them. We partner with RPTOs. We train them on a platform. We train them with all the safety mechanisms, how to handle emergencies, how to take up this BB loss operations. Because all the training institutes, what are there right now, are training only for VLOS operations. But for this BB loss, there are no regulations or nothing like that. But as they get certified on the basic aspects, we train them rigorously on field with our trained pilots. And similarly, like Gaurav said, even we have been a part of some projects. We have backed also a few contracts with Ministry of Health. And there, the ministry has taken up an initiative where they have got drone Didis trained. The healthcare people are trained. So now how we are leveraging them on field is for retrieval of the parcels and loading of the parcels. Because at the same time, we are also giving them handhold on the particular drone which is being deployed, because it's a different aspect to handle a separate drone. When, getting a RPC license is just like having a normal car, vehicle license where you know how to put a gear and how to drive it, how to handle a steering, that's it. And BVLOS is altogether a different kind of applications where, within seconds, the drone goes beyond your eyesight. So you need to understand where it is, how to track it, what are the parameters to be, seen or watched during flights and all. So with this, we have learned, with the kind of deployments we have done, we are also learning, and we are making process very simpler so that when we are interacting with these kind of people, they hardly take few days to get hands-on with that, and they also have, they maintain their patience and everything during handling these kind of operations. Ultimately, if we see, that number of certified people are very less. We know we need, local people to get trained with basic qualifications and everything. The same we have been doing it. And at Sky Air, we have also employed, female pilots, whom we are using them on, daily basis for doing some flights and some demonstrations. So we are also empowering the other sector of the industry.
Wonderful. That's very nice. In fact, so we had a diverse range of perspectives. We heard from the healthcare media lead side about the scope and the potentiality. We understood from the healthcare diagnostics lead side about how important it is from the reach and accessibility. We understood from the healthcare drone impacted investors led side that what the investors industry segment mindset is. We understood from a startup, and we also understood from the skill development part who is the resources who will be skilling and developing them. So just to end this session, and before we end that, just from each one of you all, in 2 points, only one single question, challenges.
So, there are two things, like since you said we should complete it only in 2 points. The first point that I want to make is that, we must, when we were looking at technology a couple of decades ago, it was all about ki technology kya kar sakti hai. And, gradually we evolved to understand that technology is an enabler, right? It will do what you want it to do, right? I would think that when we look at drones, we think of from that perspective. The tool is there. What you want this tool to do is dependent on what we think it can do, right? So I think we have to start looking at applying these technologies, this tool, to what possibilities it can create for our industry and for every industry. But while I say that, since you're talking of challenges, my challenge that comes to my mind is that, look at the possibilities from the combination of drone as a tool combined with what AI can do. What we are seeing today is not artificial intelligence. What we are seeing today, for me, AI is augmented intelligence, because there's still a human interface in between. What we are seeing as generative AI is an output which is being thrown to us based on whatever the data the machine has been exposed to until now. But we are not very far away from actual artificial intelligence. Now, if artificial intelligence is to be seen the way what it truly means, then we will have very little control over what a technology or what a tool powered by AI could do, because it will artificially be intelligent enough to take its own decision and also produce further technology based on what its capability is. Now, that is a very dangerous thing. So while we are looking at all these possibilities, we know that we have control over what the drone can do, but we are heading for a time where we may not have control over what the drone could do. So I think that's the challenge that I think the technologists, engineers, scientists need to focus on.
So I think skilling and capacity building, very wonderfully put by Nagesh. I don't see any sort of vocational training, like there are skill sector councils. So I think there is a need to have a skill sector council for robotics and drones, and maybe this could be led by CI or FICIs of the world. But unless we don't have a capacity, there is no scalability. And if there's no scalability, there's no investment. If there's no investment, there's no impact. So I think I would like skilling to be the main focus. And second is that for any technology, we have seen technology adoption, and we have seen the degree of adoption. So for drones to be adopted as a mainstream to address healthcare, not from just the viability or a business perspective, but from the overall social impact perspective, and which is around GDP. Because if you take care of a life, right, which was not taken care of. There is a GDP per person that earning happens. And if you see that as a sort of a mechanism to see whether GDP growth will happen, because the people who were earlier not taken care of, now they will start taken care of by the government. And I think government must create some kind of a mechanism or SOPs to be able to empower people to use to use drones. Now, you know, we had one challenge where I can call it more like a medical legal challenge. Now, I think some of you mentioned about that there was a small accident. Now, how do you address this because when it comes to healthcare, you know, one is, of course, the positives. But there's also another aspect that how do we address medical legal challenge, because something happens and it falls on your whatever, and then that attracts. Now, how do you cover startup, like by way of director and officer insurance? In the same way, government must come up with the clear guidelines. So the policy infrastructure should be so transparent that adoption of robotics or drones becomes a kind of a not merely just a fancy thing to talk about, but actually it becomes a part of the mainstream thinking of delivering healthcare to rural area. I would not say that we should think only from tier 1 perspective. We should actually think that it is a problem that it can solve to an extent in tier 3 to tier 4. But while there are specific use cases, because organ donation in tier 1 is very critical, it can be used. But I think we must also be mindful that where government should come and really spend money. And at the end of the day, I think government has to subsidize this. There is no way that private players will make money. The government must come up with, like the way government is incentivizing people to do R&D. In the same way, government must incentivize people to adopt drone as a way of life while securing the interest of everybody, which is army and of course civil and of course the defense, right? There has to be a great balance, right? So this is what I wanted to talk.
Well, I think when you talk about healthcare, I think healthcare today is not really like the treatment for a disease. It's prevention, in fact, a lot of environment type. This holistic approach to health. Now, I think, let me talk about, there's an opportunity here for improvement and the challenges what we face in drone. And something like when we talk about the drones, there's going to be some definitely pollution. There's a visual pollution. Who wants to see, like you see people staying next to the airport, they don't want to open the windows because every 2 minutes the aircraft is flying. So do the rural people like to have every 2 minutes a drone flying over them? Probably need to take care of that visual pollution. That probably affects their mental peace. It could be a noise pollution. It is very well known that if in this study which was done, which said that if you fly the drone in the metro cities versus in the smaller areas where traffic is not much, the 6 times is the noise pollution. It adds to that. Now, what are we doing for that? That's something very, very important part of it. What will happen to probably the trees? Probably they're going to crash in the tree. You don't like, sort of mango hanging, some drone hanging out there. Do you like to see that? Probably not again. You like to have probably bird friendly because they may crash on the birds. Probably they will have ecological imbalance might come up. All these things have to come up into that. And lastly, I think one of the applications somebody was asking is, we have seen this. There's a study that in the bigger buildings, multi-storied buildings, the older buildings, there's a pigeon nuisance. The pigeons are there, probably they splash, they split, and they have sitting out there. So the use of drone they have started. I put all kind of nets and nails and everything, but they're not working. So they okay, every 3, 5, 10 minutes of drone flying. They found that the pigeon averagely flock of pigeons spend about 2.5 hours on the building. After use of drone, it came down to a few minutes. And pigeons are nuisance for infectious candida and a kind of a fungal infection. So probably another aspect to the utility we can make use of it. And I think there are multiple, I think we need to improve upon. What I'm trying to say is innovators, entrepreneurs have to come out with all these answers, keeping it in mind, making it environmental friendly, health friendly. Of course, come what may, knock, knock, knock. You can't get away with the drone technology, they're right. We have to find a way. That's what it is. Thank you.
Sir, if we understand, India has a various kind of terrain. So as far as operational aspect is concerned, we get to learn a lot when we operate in mountains, when we operate over water bodies, when we operate over plains. So this is something, it's a great learning for us. But as far as if we talk about challenges, we are talking about BB loss operations, which is going to kilometers. And we are at the same time we are also talking about going green, carbon emission saving and everything. So this can only happen with battery-based platforms. But with battery-based platforms, there are limitations to it. So there are companies who are putting in efforts to understand the aspects, how to improve the efficiency, how to improve the range, how to increase the payload capacity, because the drone carrying a 5 kg payload in Northeast from one location to another, how much flight it has to do. There is a cost to everything, because India is a cost-sensitive market, and we are not only fighting, we are empowering the ecosystem with a low cost. People are trying to, compare drone logistics with road-based logistics, which is a cost-optimized market. So I think that is one of the biggest challenge we as startups face on ground.
Valid point. Very, very valid point, Nageshwar. Gaurav, in one liner, your challenges.
So it's great that we have discussed the solutions and now we are closing with the challenges. So I have one concern and one challenge. My concern is that a lot of discussions and a lot of working that we are doing right now is looking at like skill development in a very short term. But I think if AI story is true, probably we will not require the kind of skill development that we are doing right now. If we have a vision for 10 years, 15 years, probably this kind of skill development is essentially not needed. We'll be requiring less number of pilots, more number of people who will be automating the systems at the back end. So a lot of those work will be done by the systems itself. AI will be doing it. On the other hand, I think the serious challenge from my perspective is a mindset that probably all of us need to have. So investors need to have a different mindset, because this is innovation. When they are investing into innovation, commercial viability will not be in real terms upfront.
Time generated.
Yeah. So from the customer's point of view also, they need to think of this innovation. They should be ready to invest into innovation, because this will transform the future. Probably in the near time, in the current present times, it will not see as lucrative as he correctly pointed out versus ground logistics. But if we have future highways, like in the previous panel also, if future highways are created for logistics, then it will be transformative. So having that long-term vision on looking, I think that mindset change in terms of commercial viability, and I think that aspect should be.
So, I mean, really, today, from the points which we have discussed and covered so far, a few things emerge very loud and clear. That apart from being a very good drone manufacturer and apart from having a technology base, there are a plethora of other service platforms which is required for the ecosystem to survive and the ecosystem to deliver. So, on that note, and the reason to have the challenges at the end of the session was to kind of have all of us thinking as we go, and not to kind of just clap around. But yes, it's evolving, it's progressive, but at the same point of time, it needs a lot of collaborative support from every sector to make the things and the platform much more sustainable and growth much more economical for a Viksit Bharat. With that, thank you so much, gentlemen, for being a part of the session, and thank you all for patiently hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. And thank you for a very interesting session. I think this is the upcoming sector, and we all look forward to more innovations in this sector, sir. And thank you for putting things in perspective. Can I request Lieutenant General Kandare, sir, to please present mementos on behalf of us to the panelists for taking out time. They're all busy doctors who've taken out time to be here. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sagar Chatterjee, sir. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? Mr. Harbinder Narula. Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Dr. Ravi Gaur. Mr. Nageshwar Singh. And Mr. Gaurav Vasudani. Mr. Gaurav Vasudani, thank you. Requesting the panelists to please join us for a group photograph as well. And one last applause for the healthcare sector. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you. Sir, please. So that brings us back to the last session for the evening before we go on for the valedictory session. Thank you for your patience. And this is one of the interesting and the upcoming sectors for the youngsters, but we are recording it and we will put it out on the domain as well for the youngsters. So requesting Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director, PAT, Quality Council of India, to join us for this. Who are talking about the next gen. So requesting Dr. Ashutosh Pastor, Senior Manager from FITT, to please join us. Can we have a big round of applause for him? And he's brought in 4-5 startups who have showcased here as well. We have Chirag Sharma from Drone Destination, requesting him to join us. We have Mr. Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director, Drone Pilot, Ease of Doing Business. I think he's the one who's going to make life a lot easier for the upcoming sector. Dr. Shankar Goenka, Chief Architect and MD, Wow, Go Green, and he's a TEDx speaker as well. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ashish Kumar, General Secretary, Association of Robotics and Drone Industry. He's also brought in a couple of startups, and they are doing a lot of work with the new people. Mr. Ashish Kumar. And we have Mr. Naresh Priyadarshini, CEO, IIT Delhi Incubation Center. So they are the ones who train the young people. They are the ones who train the startups. Requesting everyone to please just move down a bit. I know we are way ahead of our time, but this is the capacity building and the skilling session. And I hand it over to Sharma sir for taking this forward. Thank you.
Very good evening to all, and I understand that we are running behind the schedule, but since morning we are discussing a lot of topics in terms of enhancing the capacity and capability of this drone ecosystem. And one of the important aspect is competence. If we talk about the entire drone ecosystem, starting from manufacture to supply chain, then drone service providers, maintenance and repairing operations, data security, cyber security, and all other aspects of drone ecosystem has got different type of competence requirement. And recently, what we could understand, that entire globe is being shifting from qualification-based system to competence-based system. When I say qualification, it means acquiring knowledge or degree. And when I say competence, it means competence to practice. So we have to see that how those competences are being identified in the drone ecosystem. What are the capacity challenges right now in the drone ecosystem with respect to industry and academia, including incubation and research aspects. And we would like to see that how quickly and with a collaborative approach we can address those challenges. So without taking much of time, I would request each of my panelists that they can speak for around 2-3 minutes about their interventions in the drone ecosystem with respect to current challenges, skilling, capacity building, and competence. And at the same time, they can also highlight some of the key points where those challenges can be addressed with the proper interventions of policymakers or at the ground level implementation. So first of all, I would request Dr. Ashutosh Pastor to share his views.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Sharma. And thank you all for staying till this late. As part of the ecosystem where we work with a lot of startups working around drone technologies, we do identify a lot of gaps, but we also acknowledge the fact that a lot of these gaps are being bridged. And I think if you attended the session throughout the day, you might have learned in terms of the policies, in terms of the scaling, in terms of the technologies, things are coming up more prominently. I'll just highlight a couple of cases from IIT Delhi where in terms of scaling, in terms of technology development, we created something required for the drone industry. So IIT Delhi has a Center for Excellence that's called BIRD. It's biologically inspired robotics and drones. And this was started as an interdisciplinary center some time back. A lot of faculty members from electronics, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, applied mechanics, they come together and work on challenges and develop technologies around robotics and drones. So while the center worked not too many on like in terms of like UAVs, but then in terms of drones and robotics, they did develop swarm technologies and multiple other things that can be utilized in a UAV as well. Likewise, recently at our extension campus in Sonipat, we have our iHub for Robotics that established a drone technology park. So both these centers are primarily helping in terms of also doing research plus skilling of various researchers and students, and also a lot more on the technology and component side so that we can indigenize. So earlier, a lot of people are also, I mean, our drone startups in the early days, they were sourcing components from outside and then assembling those. But now a lot of them are having indigenous capacities to even develop every single component of a drone. And we have startups like Zero Drag who are actually like building those components to supply to a lot of drone startups in the country. So that's the situation. But again, like in terms of challenges, I think we still need to go a long way. And all this R&D actually needs to culminate in a really useful product. So I think that's the opening. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, for your initial remarks. Now I would request Mr. Abhijit Sinha, who has got, I would say, a wide exposure in terms of whether various policy level interventions in EV sector. You have worked on various projects with respect to financing, with respect to ease of doing business, not only EV sector, but you are also working on drone sector as well. So I would like to ask you that what challenges you see in terms of capacity building, competence requirements, and how those challenges can be addressed.
थैंक यू शर्मा जी. गुड इवनिंग, आप सबको नमस्कार. ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का सेशन लास्ट में है. ये 6 महीने के अंदर बदल जाएगा. 6 महीने के अंदर फर्स्ट सेशन ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का होगा. दिस आई एम गिविंग यू एज एन ऑन रिकॉर्ड. व्हाई वी कुड नॉट ब्रिंग commercial angle of electric mobility or any emerging tech is a very crucial question we all need to understand. And for me, I am here to listen more, speak less, because once we have understood the problem, what I tried to understand from beginning is how regulatory, administrative, technical, and other part of our regulations work in an emerging tech is a long way to go. But it depends on us how many years you want to waste on it. 16 months, 18 months, 1 year, 2 years. It is good to understand a tech which is called emerging tech, and it is good to develop an evidence-based policy which keeps on changing itself. It does not stand still that, okay, एक बार बना दिया तो अगले 10 साल तक नहीं चलेगा. For this, we need to understand our position in the economy, and this is what ease of doing business does for any emerging tech. It's not you who is going to ask. आप सिर्फ जाके ये कहेंगे हमें सब्सिडी चाहिए, हमें रिलैक्सेशन चाहिए, हमें GST में आप कम कर दो. This does not work. Most of the chances this does not work. And live example before you is electric mobility, then hydrogen. That they keep on asking subsidies and softening of taxations and softening of relaxations. How do you place yourself in front of the overall economy? This is what I wish to spend a minute to explain you. Is we are a economy which has two very revolutionized stories. One of them is the story of mobile phone. 800+ million mobile phone we have here in India. And one other story is how we have done the UPI and other thing. So today, if you will see somebody talking about Indian economy, he will definitely bring these two. UPI and the revolution that Reliance India Mobile did in the mobile sector, or the telecom, which also includes. Look at these two, how these two has happened. A company comes in at its own, gives you a mobile phone in 500 rupees at the same time when mobile phone cost was 28,000 rupees. And we never heard mobile phones at that time. And in this new tech, which was not GSM mobile, that you can pull up the SIM, throw SIM out and you can use some other connection. You are bound to take subscription for at least next 2 years. And then the next story of UPI, of course, you all know. Both of these has a very factored element of non-beliefment, or I can say complete ambition of impossibilities. First meeting of $5 trillion economy, I remember in 2016, we were told, do not share pictures, because it was written there, $5 trillion economy. People will mock around you. And the meeting was on what? Is how this large and very lethargic banking system need to be brought on your phone. And how I'm not discounting the contribution of banks into it, but I remember how banks reacted to it, that हमें पता नहीं होगा और हमारी दूसरी ब्रांच को पता नहीं होगा और एक आदमी दूसरे आदमी को फ़ोन से 50,000 ट्रांसफ़र कर देगा. And we will get to know on Monday, and this transaction will happen on Sunday. Or in UPI, you can do transfer up to what cost? Up to at least 10 lakh rupees you can do transfer. So this element of impossible ambition is also there in drone. In drone, we understand it is unsafe. It is very difficult to adopt or to hire or to lease or to get a hold on it. And third, it is also very difficult to control. It may not work the way you want. And the last but not least, you don't know how it is going to impact on your pocket. It is going to reduce. Then there has to be a defined commercial equivalence placed in front of you. And this commercial equivalence is the need of the hour for the entire economy. The third revolution of decarbonization, mobilization, or you say transport, drone is going to play the most important role. Because if we do not get the bus of our decarbonization rally, which is saying by 2070 India will be 100% decarbonized. The economy which is measured is around $10 trillion. $10 trillion is only the climate economy. I'm not talking about the mainstream economy, which will be around $35 trillion at the other side. And how this has to be achieved is by reducing the cost of logistics from 17% today in our GDP to at least 8 to 9%. Will you be able to do on the hydrogen bikes or electric bikes? No. 93% of our e-commerce delivery is below 3.5 kg. Why we are converting Zomato and Swiggy on a two-wheeler? Why not directly jumping to the drone? So that's the leap, that's the jump which India has to take now or never. If we will not be able to pick this up, we will not be able to bring all stakeholders together to make drone use on the lease, on the pay-per-use, as easy as Ola, Uber, or you are taking a YOLO bike, then we will not be able to catch this bus. So I'll save my drone pilot for the other round of conversation.
Right.
But
Very well said, yeah.
I'm sure that next time when we are meeting, we will have first session of Ease of Doing Business. We'll giving you an opportunity to deep dive into it and put your product, your technology, your service in our pilot projects.
Sure, sure. Yeah. Great. I understand that ease of doing business is the key word which need to be replicated across the sectors and subject to the essential requirements like compliance and quality. Now I would request Dr. Shankar Goenaka. He is also heading one of the company which is manufacturing drones. So I would like to understand that we are talking a lot about drone pilots, but what are the other skills you see in the drone ecosystem? What gap you see in terms of current challenges as far as skilling domain is concerned, and how those gaps can be addressed?
Thank you very much, sir. So, Namaskar. How are you?
Hello, sir. All you awake? Yeah. So thank you very much for the evening. So, ड्रोन का जो इकोसिस्टम है सर
जी,
उसके पहले मैं आपको एक छोटी सी 2 लाइन की कहानी बताना चाहता
आइए आइए।
हूँ। एक आदमी था, रोड पे जा रहा था, उसने देखा कि एक आदमी गड्ढा खोद रहा था, उसका नाम राम था, और दूसरा लड़का गड्ढा भर रहा था, उसका नाम श्याम था। तो उसने कहा, यार तुम क्या कर रहे हो? बोले, सर मेरा नाम राम है, मैं गड्ढा खोद रहा हूँ, और इसका नाम श्याम है, गड्ढा भर रहा है। तो यदि गड्ढा खोद के भरना ही है तो भर क्यों रहे हो, खोद ही क्यों रहे हो? तो बोले, नहीं सर, इस काम के लिए 3 लोग हैं, मैं राम, मैं गड्ढा खोद रहा हूँ, ये श्याम गड्ढा भर रहा है, और तीसरा आदमी मोहन है जिसको पेड़ लगाना था, वो आज छुट्टी पे है। तो ये गड्ढा अपना काम कर रहा है और मैं अपना काम कर रहा हूँ, काम दोनों कर रहे हैं, पर उसका आउटपुट कितना आएगा, दैट इज व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो यदि हम ड्रोन की बात करें तो ड्रोन इकोसिस्टम के अंदर पहली बात तो ये है सर कि भारत के 70 साल के इतिहास में इससे बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है ये काम को लाने के लिए।
ठीक है।
2021 में जब हमने शुरू किया, हर पॉलिसी 15 दिन से लेके 30 दिन 40 दिन के अंदर आई। नंबर 1 रहा पायलट की बात, तो शुरू में हमें तो पता था नहीं, मैं तो गोइंका पब्लिक स्कूल चलाता हूँ, पर यह पता लगा कि 90% बच्चे जो पढ़ रहे हैं वो काम जो कर रहे हैं वो पढ़ नहीं रहे, और जो पढ़ रहे हैं वो कर नहीं रहे। और उसी समय बात चली एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की, तो ये भी स्कूल इकोसिस्टम में रह के समझ में आया कि इस दुनिया में जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पढ़ा रहा है वो एंटरप्रेन्योर है नहीं, और जो एंटरप्रेन्योर है वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पढ़ा नहीं रहा है। सो देयर इज अ कंप्लीट मिसमैच। फिर आई ड्रोन की बात, तो ड्रोन में जो कुछ हमने समझा उससे ये समझ में आया कि ड्रोन में खाली 5 दिन का आपने जो लाइसेंस लिया दैट इज नॉट इनफ, बिकॉज इट्स अ फ्लाइंग मशीन। और एक 30 किलो का पेलोड, यदि मैं एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन की बात करूं तो आदमी सीखता 2 किलो की मशीन पर है और उड़ाता 30 किलो का ड्रोन है। 10 लीटर पानी, 15-17 किलो का वेट, इतनी सारी बैटरी, और मैंने सर अच्छे के हाथ पांव फूलते हुए देखे। तो ये ड्रोन इकोसिस्टम में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जो ट्रेनिंग, जो स्किलिंग की बात है सर, उसके ऊपर बहुत ध्यान दिया जाए। तो खाली एक ड्रोन पायलट नहीं है, आपने ट्रेनिंग करी, आपने मेंटेनेंस करा, रिपेयर्स करा, उसके बाद में सर्विसिंग करी। और एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि चूंकि ये गांव सिस्टम में, यदि एग्रीकल्चर की मैं बात करूं तो ये गांव में ज़्यादा काम कर रहा है, तो ड्रोन पायलट का व्यवहार बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
राइट।
जो ड्रोन दीदी की बात करी सर, तो हम लोगों ने अभी जो पीएम का प्रोग्राम हुआ तो 102 ड्रोन दीदी मेरे पास भोपाल में 5 दिन रही सर। तो जब वो मेरे पास आई तो चूंकि मैं एक वक्ता हूँ, स्पीकिंग मेरा मेन काम है, तो मैंने उनको कहा, देखो ड्रोन पायलट तो कोई भी बना देगा, आत्मविश्वास कैसे सीखना है, दैट इज व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टीच, टॉक टू देम। एंड बिलीव मी सर, जब वो एक 5 दिन के बाद वो जब महिलाएं वापस जाने लगी, उनका विश्वास, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस, और जाने से पहले सबकी आंख में पानी था। तो मेरा निवेदन ये है कि जो लोग भी इकोसिस्टम में काम कर रहे हैं, इससे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं हो सकती सर। एक इंजीनियरिंग का बच्चा 4 साल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ता है, लाखों रुपए खर्च करता है, और वो 15 से 25 हज़ार रुपये की नौकरी के लिए धक्के खाता है। IIT के बच्चे को 1.5 करोड़ मिल गया, 2 करोड़ मिल गया, पर मैं चूंकि एजुकेशन बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, मुझे समझ में आता है कि कितना मुश्किल है। एक लड़का MBA करता है, लाखों रुपए खर्च करता है, शायद 20-25 हज़ार रुपये की नौकरी पाना मुश्किल है। यदि आप एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन सेक्टर के अंदर कोई काम आ रहा है, खाली वो पायलट का काम करता है सर, तो एक 5 से 7 या 10 दिन की ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद में वो आदमी 15,000 या 25,000 रुपये से लेके 50,000 रुपये महीना बहुत अच्छे से कमा सकता है। मुझे लगता है, आधा मिनट और लूँगा सर जी, और मुझे लगता है कि दुनिया में ड्रोन इकोसिस्टम से बड़ी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक्टिविटी कोई है ही नहीं। एक आदमी ड्रोन ले, उसको 90% पैसा फाइनेंस मिलता है, खाली 6% ब्याज के ऊपर। यदि ड्रोन, 5 बैटरी, ये सारा इकोसिस्टम बना है, 10 लाख रुपए का है, वो खाली 1 लाख रुपए लगाता है। और सर 1 लाख रुपए लगाकर यदि वो ड्रोन ले और अपने मार्केट में काम करे, तो सर वो महीने के 50,000 रुपये से 80,000 रुपये महीना बहुत अच्छे से कमा सकता है, यदि वो कमाना चाहे तो। और ड्रोन का सर 3 सोशल एंगल है। भारत में 58,000 किसान सांप के काटने से मरते हैं, 4 लाख लोग दवाई के सूंघने से बीमार होते हैं, और हमारा गांव का यूथ इसलिए घर छोड़ता है, अपने पेरेंट्स को छोड़ता है कि मैं शहर जाऊंगा, पैसे कमाऊंगा, माँ बाप की सेवा करूंगा। जब वो कमाने लायक होता है तब वो 40 साल का होता है, जब वो पैसे वापस देने लायक होता है तब वो 45 साल का होता है, तब तक माँ बाप चले जाते हैं। फिर उसको गया जी, गंगा जी, हरिद्वार, ऋषिकेश, बनारस अपने माँ बाप को फोटो के माध्यम से ढूंढता है। तो मुझे लगता है इससे बड़ी मानव सेवा हो नहीं सकती है। एंड आई इन्वाइट एवरीवन We manufacture drone here at Faridabad. We are in this ecosystem for last 3 years. And I'm into this business, how we can serve society and how we can serve environment. हमारा drone ecosystem 12 SDG को cover करता है. Any one of you, sir, we have a system जहाँ बच्चे आ सकते हैं, हमारे यहाँ free training ले सकते हैं. We have created a space, जो भी वहाँ है अपने आकर अपना काम शुरू करें. हम उनको पूरा जो कुछ हमसे support रहेगा, समय का, जगह का, infrastructure का, पैसे का, we are going to do that thing, and that is what the small value addition we are doing it to the society. Thank you very much.
I suppose डॉक्टर साहब आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली. एक तो आपने बताया कि धरातल पे गैप है, ट्रेनिंग का जो ड्यूरेशन है और एक्चुअल जो कॉम्पिटेंस निकल के आती है उसमें, सो उसमें सुधार की आवश्यकता है. साथ में एक बहुत अच्छा आपने प्रपोजल भी दिया. तो बहुत सारे यंग प्रोफेशनल्स और स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ हैं और वी होप दैट बहुत से लोग आपके पास जुड़ेंगे आपसे और इस ट्रेनिंग का फ़ायदा उठाएंगे जो कि आप फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दे रहे हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. या
सर मेरे को कहना कि जितने भी सीनियर यहाँ बैठे हैं सर, जितने भी सीनियर मेरे सामने और स्टेज पे सब बैठे, मेरे ख्याल से सब एग्री करेंगे कि हमारी एज में हमारे जो बच्चे हैं सब बड़े हो गए, 24, 25 प्लस हो गए. तो जितना यूथ यहाँ बैठा है मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमें आपकी उम्र में आपसे पैसा नहीं चाहिए. खाली शाम को आप पूछ लोगे ना कि पापा आप कैसे हो. आई एम टॉकिंग टू योर पेरेंट्स ऑल्सो, यू नो देयर लाइफ इज डन. सो आई बिलीव रिस्पेक्ट योर पेरेंट्स एंड रिस्पेक्ट योर एवरीवन अराउंड यू. और ड्रोन एक आपके सामने ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, इट गिव्स यू एन अपॉर्चुनिटी सो दैट यू आर विद योर पेरेंट्स. यदि मैं मेरी बात करूं, हेडिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, इतना कुछ काम किया, आज सब कुछ है पर माँ बाप नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है ड्रोन एक ऐसा मौका है कि आप अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ अपने गांव में रह के ये काम करा जा सकता है सर. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच.
थैंक यू. सो एज यू राइटली सेड दैट along with this technical skills, behavioral aspect are very, very important. Now I will move to Mr. Ashish Kumar, and during my interaction with him during lunch session, I could understand that he is also doing a wonderful job with respect to integration of different technologies, whether it's AI, robot or drone technology or cloud computing. So I would request him to share his experience with respect to integration of those technologies and how competence can be also integrated in terms of enhancement of this entire ecosystem where all these technical innovations are being integrated. Yeah.
Thank you. As discussed, my name is Ashish from Association of Robotics and Drone Industries. अब जब हम कहते हैं it is an industries and association, it clearly means we want to create a mesh, a thread, a fabric of people who are actually contributing in this particular industry. So far as the stage is concerned, it is very initial state. And so far as the global perspective is concerned, India अभी बहुत पीछे है, बहुत पीछे. अगर हम globally देखें, हमारे पास बहुत सारी opportunities हैं, but silos में जब हम operate करेंगे, कहीं AI बन रहा है, कहीं पर कंपोनेंट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो रही है, इंडिविजुअली हम सब लोग वो नहीं कर सकते जो हम ये मिल के कर सकते हैं. दिस इज़ व्हाट आई हैव सीन RF इंडस्ट्री, जो RFID बनता था वो ग्रो होती हुई. आई सॉ द ओला उबर इंडस्ट्री, जहाँ पर स्किल डेवलपमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बताया जाता था मुझे. हम जब फर्स्ट टाइम सोल्यूशन लेके गए ओला से पहले, मेरू का सिस्टम होता था, कहते थे आशीष जी ये नहीं हो सकता, आप नहीं उम्मीद कर सकते कि एक ड्राइवर एंड्रॉयड पे ऑपरेट करेगा. इस कारण हमारे सॉल्यूशंस रिजेक्ट किए जाते थे सर. उस वक्त ड्राइवर एंड्रॉयड पे आएगा ये तो एक कल्पना से परे था. और जब पहली बार हमने 400 डिवाइसेस लगाए तो कई चोरी हुए, कई ड्राइवर लेकर उसमें गाने सुन रहे थे और उन्होंने कहा था देखो ये बिग फेलियर है, ड्राइवर कभी एंड्रॉयड पे नहीं आ सकता, वो भी हिंदुस्तान में जो पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है वो अपना फ़ोन यूज़ करता है. आज वही चीज़ स्किल डेवलपमेंट में बोली जाती है फॉर ड्रोन्स कि बहुत सारे लोग कैसे ऑपरेट करेंगे. आई नो इट इज़ इक्वली इम्पॉर्टेंट कि जैसे आज पायलट की ट्रेनिंग होती है उसी हिसाब से इसकी होगी, बट आज भी बच्चे ना जॉयस्टिक बड़े अच्छे से चलाते हैं. थोड़ा सा मौका चाहिए, इनिशिएटिव चाहिए, लोग चलाते हैं. अब RFID बिजनेस में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ देखी गई. RFID एज ए टेक्नोलॉजी कभी भी सक्सीड नहीं किया जब तक उसे प्रोसेस से अलाइन नहीं किया. प्रोसेस से अलाइन करने के लिए मल्टीपल टेक्नोलॉजीज़ का साथ आना ज़रूरी था। वहाँ ये बात आती कि एक डिवाइस है, एक सिस्टम है, सेंसिंग होगी, पूरा प्रोसेस बदल जाएगा, कंपनी में कुछ नहीं होगा, चोरी नहीं होगी, ऑटोमेटिक हो जाएगा। नहीं हुआ जब तक कि उसको CRM से, उसको ERP से, उसको बहुत सारे डेटा एनालिटिक्स से जोड़ा नहीं गया और उसके लिए अलाइन करने के लिए प्रोसेस को चेंज नहीं किया गया। आज सारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ में जब भी हम कोई भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी बनाएंगे, वी नीड टू थिंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ इकोसिस्टम इज जनरेटिंग एन इफेक्ट। इट्स लाइक कि आपका सोल्यूशन एक डेंट क्रिएट करना चाहिए ओवरऑल, और वो तब होगा जब मल्टीपल टेक्नोलॉजीज और मल्टीपल टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर्स एक साथ इंटीग्रेट करेंगे। आज IIT की बात लो, IIIT लो, कहीं पर भी टेक्नोलॉजीज फाइल्स में रखी हुई हैं, उनके पास अच्छे एल्गोस डेवलप हैं। यहाँ पे एक कंपनी सफ़र कर रही है, उसके पास वो रिसर्च करने के लिए ना भी पैसा है, क्योंकि अभी गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर मिला नहीं, इन्वेस्टमेंट मिली नहीं, वो करे कहाँ से? हार्डवेयर बनाने के लिए भी उसके पास डाई बनाने के लिए पैसा नहीं है, प्रैक्टिकली एक फ़ैन कहीं से लेके आता है, वो एरोडायनेमिक्स में फिट नहीं होता, किसी के पास नीड है। सो आवर रोल इज़ टू एनेबल, एम्पावर इंडस्ट्री स्टेक होल्डर्स कि आपके पास जो है, जो अच्छी चीज़ें हैं, ब्रिंग ऑन टेबल, लेट्स कोऑपरेट, कंट्रीब्यूट ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म एक दूसरे के लिए, सो दैट वी कैन रियली स्टैंड अप। भारत ड्रोन हब बनने वाला है, ड्रोन कैपिटल बनने वाला है, अगर हम सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज को इंटीग्रेट लेके चलेंगे। सारे टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर्स कॉम्पिटिटर बनने के बजाय एक दूसरे को इकोसिस्टम बनना चाहेंगे। जैसे आप सब लोगों को पता है कि चाइना कैसे काम करता है। चाइना में ऑर्डर किसी को मिले, अचानक बाकी लोग जो बिड कर रहे होते हैं वो उसके कंपोनेंट प्रोवाइडर हो जाते हैं। आज भारत सबसे ज़्यादा जो सफ़र कर रहा है वो कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री से कर रहा है। जब सेमीकंडक्टर ऑन हो जाएगा रियल में, तो भारत छोटे कंपोनेंट्स जो आपको ड्रोन में चाहिए, अभी फ़ैन की प्रॉब्लम है, मोटर इंडिजीनियस नहीं मिल रही है, सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बट आप में से कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योर एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करके छोटे कंपोनेंट्स लाएंगे। और वो कब होगा? जब सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को इंटीग्रेट हम कर सकें। एंड ऑब्वियसली AI विल प्ले द रोल। जिनके पास कोई हार्डवेयर कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है, वो सॉफ्टवेयर कैपेबिलिटीज़ आपको इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस से मिलेंगी, आपको सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर से मिलेंगी, सब कुछ एक थ्रेड बना के चलेंगे। इट विल बी अ ह्यूज शिफ्ट। अगले 2 साल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है इस इंडस्ट्री के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू आशीष जी। और आपने जो अपनी बात रखी कि इंटीग्रेशन इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू वेरियस टाइप ऑफ डायनेमिक टेक्नोलॉजीज, सो दैट इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर. Now we have with us Shri Naresh Priyadarshi, who is CEO of Incubation Center at IIIT Delhi. So I would request you to please let us know that how these incubation centers are working to serve as a capacity building tool within the ecosystems.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. As you mentioned, I represent IIIT Innovation and Incubation Center. It is a company promoted by the institute, and particularly within the drone category, I think we were the first incubation centers in northern India which could install, put up a significantly well-equipped lab for drones. So it was supported by DSIDC, and we have set up the lab where we encouraged the startups right from students or faculty or external general public outside IIIT Delhi to start coming up and tinkering or like converting their ideas into reality. So we have entire designing and 3D printing and electronic testing, right from blueprint to drone output, complete value chain over there. And currently we have 12 startups in the drone category. And one of them, which started about 2.5 years ago, with 2-member team, today is having 30+ member team, significantly well funded at the valuation of close to about 50 CR. We have been able to make people try out their ideas. And also, as Ashish also mentioned, there is a pocket of research, there is a pocket of industry statement or industry capability or industry problem. That is where we become the matching ground for these capability as well as the problem statements. We bring in faculty, we bring in industry partners who support or guide the startups, or will, like they come back with their problem statement. Like for example, IFCO was saying that they are facing problem in a particular format or dispensing. Now that is where we engage the faculty to solve such kind of problems. And of course, the challenge what we are now facing, that startups in the drone category, like if I take the analogy of .com or whatever earlier waves, now drones are having a lot of Me Too kind of startups also coming up. So they look at incubation centers as a funding channel rather than an R&D support mechanism. Now that is a big fallacy which needs to be corrected. As an incubation center, particularly backed with IT or engineering capabilities like IIT Delhi and us, we can handhold them significantly in a way that they become investable. So don't look at incubation centers as for money, but come for intellectual capital. That is important. And secondly, again, across the incubation centers, we are seeing more of a competitive tendency rather than a cooperative tendency. Now, each and every incubation center can have a unique capability or competency profile. They cannot have every equipment and every kind of development capability in every. So that is unnecessary replication. We see a lot of expensive equipment sitting idle. Now that is where the institute-based incubation centers can have co-incubation. That is, again, we are working on a co-incubation portals and policies. We worked with IIT Delhi also, Ashutosh and his team, that when they were developing their lab, we could share our experience and how we have done and all that. So this is the way I think cooperation will really help the sector. But again, people should come out of the subsidy or the valuation mindset. If we are giving them some grant or funding, they expect the valuation to be something like 50 crores, whereas there is just on a paper. So a lot of opportunities are getting lost by having that imaginary valuation mindset. I think startups should come down on the ground level, start and have that kind of persistence that they should reach certain stage and then they should grow up and they should handhold or be partner with somebody in the industry and then ride along rather than just looking at a quick exit. That is where, again, we are failing compared to the US and Israel. We don't have large, successfully, organically grown startups because of lack of persistence. We still don't have a global outreach. We are still looking at, I'm not saying that ignore rural India or rest of India, but at least have some partnerships. Again, incubators can help you there. We can have partnerships with certain other incubators in other parts of the world and bring up that benefit to the startups and to the policy and to the government ecosystem. And also, as you mentioned, develop the Make in India competency. As of now, again, particularly in drone sector, a lot of dependency there is in China and all for components. Coming back to that, we should be having self-dependence in that space. And training and education, of course, we are looking at skilling, short-term skilling or pilot training, but is any particular, I would say, vertical within the ecosystem, whether the government or non-government, are you looking at developing a course or a content which creates the innovation and intellectual capital in drone sector? I think that is important. Instead of looking just at vocational training, look at that, bringing the education to that level that we are really creating unicorns or very successful innovations or disruptive startups here. I think that was my input.
I suppose these are the very valid points. We have Chirag with us, and he's one of the biggest operators as far as drone trainings or RPTO is concerned. So I would like to understand from you that within this current drone training system for RPTOs, what are the challenges? Whether scope is sufficient with respect to VLOS, or there is some possibility for BVLOS as well, or some other enhancement are required. And other than these pilot training programs, what are the competence which are needed in the drone ecosystem, which are not visible currently?
Thank you. Yeah. So first off, I'll start off with slightly on a positive note in terms of what's happening in our country. When we talk about drones and skilling, I would like to say this is probably, and Dr. Goenka mentioned about entrepreneurship also, so I'll bring that in as well. One of the lowest entry points for someone to be making, he mentioned 20, 25K. So if today's eligibility lies at a class 10th pass who's eligible to become a drone pilot, and a class 10th pass after doing a 5-day course and then maybe a 10-day additional training is on the field and making 20-25K, whereas you burn, lakhs of rupees on other sophisticated degrees and end up landing at the same pay scale. So I think that opens up avenues for a completely new set of audience, which either was looking at relatively low-lying menial jobs. The way we are seeing this ecosystem maturing, we want to ensure that the drone pilot or a drone operator is looked at as something aspirational. So in the mindset, this person who's in the villages or even outside has to be looked at from a perspective where this person feels pride in being a drone pilot. So there's a mindset change that we're seeing on field now, where this is becoming an aspirational role. Because if people, you can keep creating pilots, but if they don't want to work, then, and it does not convert into employment, then these are just skills, just like you have digital skills that you get online. This becomes just one more skill. But for this to actually take fruition on ground, it's important that this person ends up, he or she, because it's gender neutral, ends up taking this role as something that's a matter of pride for someone who may not be very sophisticated in terms of background education. So that's, the positive side. And the second aspect here, where how we see this, we talked about drone, India becoming the drone capital by 2013. Everybody's touching on indigenization, on how do we ensure that we make world-class drones in India for the rest of the world. But we foresee a phenomenal opportunity coming from creating a bench strength of drone pilots and technicians who will be running shows across the world. Basically, so I'll give you an example. We had certain pilots that got trained at our place. Some of them are now placed at armies of different countries. Some of them are in Japan, doing spray on tea gardens. So imagine if this technology is porous and goes across borders. This skill is not something centric just to India, but it's applicable worldwide. So if there were Wipros and TCS of the world who could create IT behemoths by simply benching IT guys, we foresee that this whole drone force, that could come into play in the next 5 years, will be serving the rest of the world. And thankfully, India is one country from a positioning perspective also is diplomatically, better positioned than many other countries. So the other countries will respond better to us and our people with the trust that we have built with the IT ecosystem also. So we can leverage on that play. Now coming to the challenges, when we talk about RPTO specifically, of course, there is one big challenge of the lead times. If you had to think of starting an RPTO today, it will take 4 to 6 months for many reasons, including reasons where there is shortage of manpower at the regulators and they don't have enough sufficient time to cater to opening of new RPTOs, conducting audits of existing RPTOs. So there is, of course, a resource constraint at the regulators' end, and countering that issue is something that's beyond the industry's control, but the ministries are looking at relevant. They're taking relevant steps to increase the manpower, especially, let's say, at the drone director, at DGCL level, and at ministry level, to fasten this process, to open RPTOs. But simultaneously, it is very important that, so we are foreseeing this as more like a, we'll see about 200 RPTOs over the next 2 years. And then we'll realize there isn't enough demand for these 200 RPTOs, and there isn't enough quality being kept in check. At the same time, there are people who would just probably issue certificates even without the pilot showing up. This used to happen in the flight training organizations, and there were certain, scandals also at that point where a commercial pilot, if they had to do 200 hours, they would do 100, and the other 100 would just be documented on, a simple logbook. We have started to see these patterns in RPTOs also. So how do you ensure, that loss does not happen, where आपने बोल तो दिया कि एक ड्रोन पायलट को 10 घंटे उड़ाना चाहिए, पर वो 2 घंटे उड़ाकर वो लाइसेंस पायलट बन गया, and now is at the risk. So how do you curtail that? So one of the inputs we have given from our end is to start a process of digital logging. Currently, all logging of flights happens on manual logbooks, just like the traditional ways, and there is no accountability. So we have gone back to the regulator. Look, our drones are type certified. They're capable of sending you flight logs real time. So why don't you actually track the actual flying hours of a pilot, and let's tag them to the relevant pilot. So उससे क्या रहेगा, एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ जाएगी. अभी आप जाते हैं, कोर्स करने जाएंगे, थोड़ा उड़ाएंगे, थोड़ा लिखेंगे और बस हो गया और आप पास हो गए. So एक चैलेंज वहाँ है. और दूसरा, I would also like to, there are many people who comment कि 5 दिन का ही कोर्स क्यों, और उसमें क्या पायलट बन जाएगा, क्या आप सिखा पाएंगे. एक चीज़ I want to clarify, this 5-day course is actually a 40 hours course, equivalent to an elective of a college जो 3 महीने में पढ़ाया जाता है. तो of course,
कोई रूडिमेंट्री सा आदमी आएगा 10वीं पास, वो शायद 40 घंटे में ये नहीं समझ पाएगा, और हम ये समझते हैं, इसीलिए उन लोगों के लिए हमने 5 का 15 दिन ले गए। बट जो एक ठीक ठाक साइंस बैकग्राउंड से आ रहा है, वो इतना केपेबल है कि आप मैन्युअली गाड़ी चलाना सीख गए। अब उसके बाद आप कितने अच्छे पायलट ड्राइवर बनेंगे, दैट विल ओनली डिपेंड ऑन द आवर्स यू बिल्ड after you've done the training. So because it's an expensive affair, keeping a drone in the air is similar to aircraft or anything else, or a vehicle. Every time it's moving, there is fuel that's getting burnt, right? So it's an expensive proposition. At one side, we are talking of curtailing the cost of training. On the other side, we want them to gain more flying experience. Unfortunately, both of them cannot happen at the same time. And in our scenario, particularly in the drone sector, just like in driving school, this is a one-on-one training. My DGCA certified flying instructor of a 60,000-70,000 rupee, drawing that salary, is dedicated to one person at a time only. So unfortunately, there are concerns of reducing the cost, which there are RPTOs who started to do that also. It's going on the commoditization side, but we know they will not be able to survive the run of reducing the cost, keeping their operational cost up. तो वो सब taper off हो जाएगा, ये industry दोबारा थोड़ा सा streamline हो जाएगी. Some quality standardized players will remain, and I mean we know that this is a natural journey for any new tech to come in. तो एक ये challenge address करना ज़रूरी रहेगा, थोड़ा transparency लाने का. और दूसरा skill set, of course. So our own analysis suggests around every 3 drones, eventually if they're on field, on ground, 3 to 5 drones, you'll need at least 1 technician in a hyper-local environment. So which basically means if you're estimating 600,000 drones over the next 5 years, hitting the hinterland, उसका आप 1/4 या 1/5 रेशो भी लेंगे तो मतलब 1.5 से 2 लाख टेक्नीशियन भी चाहिए रहेंगे। तो उतनी मैन पावर टेक्नीशियन की प्रिपेयर भी होनी रहेगी, क्योंकि ड्रोन्स अगर ग्राउंडेड रहेंगे, OEM बैंगलोर में है, आपका ड्रोन पंजाब में उड़ा रहे हैं और आफ्टर सेल सपोर्ट नेटवर्क नहीं है, तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी फेल हो जाएगी। सो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू इंश्योर दैट मैपिंग हैपन्स। सो द होल आइडिया ऑफ routine maintenance for these people has to come in. That's a skill set that we're lacking. But we on our own personal end are starting and kicking off a technician course. There are sector skill councils also talking to us to maybe take inspiration and develop some courses, especially for these kids. And one more important element that I would like to highlight, I know I might be jumping the gun, ये थोड़ा time ज़्यादा ले रहा हूँ.
Yeah, we have to.
Just one last parting. इसमें field पे काम करना है ड्रोन पायलट को. एक शहर का इंजीनियर ये कभी काम कर ही नहीं पाएगा। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी और ये ऑपरेटर बना ही गांव वाला है, जिसको वापस शहर नहीं आना। अगर वो गांव में 25,000, सर बोले, डॉक्टर गोयनका ने बताया, मैं आपको शेयर करता हूँ, हम तो हायर करते 200 पायलट हमारे खुद के इन हाउस हैं, उनकी सैलरी 25,000 है, पर जब वो फील्ड पे है तो उनका सारा खर्चा भी हम ही उठाते हैं, तो उनकी कॉस्ट टू कंपनी 50,000 रुपये हो जाती है, और वो 25,000 भी उनकी सेविंग है, क्योंकि सब हम ही को खर्च करना है उनका जब वो फील्ड में है। सो इट्स एक्चुअली 50,000, सो इमेजिन 25,000 रुपीज ऑफ सेविंग and 25,000 of just salary. So I mean, you're talking of returns which are massive for someone not as well qualified, but having an opportunity to stay within their own neighborhood and do service as an incredible task. So I think so we are very excited of how this technology can create a massive on-ground impact versus the bubble.
So thank you, Chirag. So what I could understand that there are certain challenges with respect to current ecosystem for RPTOs, where we have to improve further. There is a challenge with respect to other competencies which are not being identified formally, and no independent ecosystem has been created for those competencies. And right now our system should be self-sufficient and effective enough so that we can attain this cross-border employment as well. So this is the need of the hour, and that's why we have to move from qualification-based system to competence-based system. And before closing this session, I would ask Mr. Sinha if you can have some final comment which you can complete within 30 seconds or maximum 1 minute.
Not now, final comment. We will do it later. But
okay.
What I was supposed to share is the details of the commercial pilot project. Is हिंदी में बताता हूँ, आप सबके लिए आसान होगा समझने में भी। 16 मिनिस्ट्रीज 12 महीनों के लिए PPP मॉडल पर 8 स्टेट्स में 16 कमर्शियल यूज़ केसेस लेके आएंगे। ये 16 मिनिस्ट्रीज ऑलरेडी अपना इंटरेस्ट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन को सबमिट कर चुकी हैं। ये 4 टाइप ऑफ यूज़ केसेस होंगे, जिसमें A इज़ मैपिंग, जियो मैपिंग, B इज़ लॉजिस्टिक, C इज़ रेस्क्यू एंड सर्विलेंस, 4th इज़ एग्रीकल्चर। ये 120 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर अपना यूज़ केस बिल्ड करेंगे। 12 मंथ्स तक हम लोग इसको हैंड होल्ड करेंगे, उसके बाद स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देंगे। इट विल बी डन इनटू 4 phases, जिसमें से एक फेज़ पूरा हो चुका है। फर्स्ट इज़ नीड असेसमेंट, सेकेंड इज़ आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ पार्टनर्स। आई थिंक 16 के आसपास पार्टनर मिनिस्ट्री ने भी डिसाइड किए हैं, अभी उनको आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, बट उनकी प्रॉपर स्क्रीनिंग नहीं हुई है। नीड असेसमेंट इज़ द क्रूशियल पार्ट, बिकॉज हमें 1 साल इस प्रोजेक्ट का नीड असेसमेंट करने में लगा। वाई इज़ बिकॉज वी वॉन्टेड टू बी 20,000% श्योर दैट मिनिस्ट्री वॉन्ट अस टू डू दिस, because it is also going to involve us, our time, our energy, and if there is no intent, there is no content, there is no fund to do this, it will all go to waste. Second is identification of partner. किस पैरामीटर पे पार्टनर्स चूज़ किए जाएँ, उनको क्या benchmarks दिए जाएँ. This is also we are trying to figure out with Quality Council of India, and very soon the parameters for selection will come out. Third is prototyping. प्रोटोटाइपिंग आप अपने अपने प्रोडक्ट की अपने अपने प्रीमाइसेस में करते हैं, लेकिन जब आप उस प्रोडक्ट को लेके यूज़र्स के पास जाते हैं तो सबसे बड़ी डिफ़िकल्टी ये होती है कि यूज़र्स के रूल्स अलग हैं, मार्केट रूल्स अलग हैं, रेगुलेशंस अलग हैं, सेफ्टी है, बहुत सारे प्रोटोकॉल हैं। और ये सारे प्रोटोकॉल या तो आपके पास 2 रास्ते हैं, या तो आप कहीं यूरोपियन कंट्री से कॉपी पेस्ट करके लेके और पेस्ट कर दो, या विच विल टेरिबली फेल एंड देन यू विल टेक अ यू टर्न ऑफ 4 years 5 years। दूसरा रास्ता ये कि आप लिमिटेड पीरियड के लिए लिमिटेड लोकेशन पे एक कंफर्ट लाइसेंस करो। दैट इज़ व्हाट अ कमर्शियल पायलट इज। सो प्रोटोटाइपिंग इज नॉट व्हाट आई मीन इज व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, इज अ कमर्शियल प्रोटोटाइपिंग। एंड लास्ट इज द यूज केस। यूज केस इज नाउ टू बी गिवन टू फ्रॉम एविएशन टू टेक्सटाइल टू लेदर टू माइनिंग टू स्टील, all 30 sectors of our economy are having 3 things common: power and transport. All of them, they are looking forward to you, that you will be able to give them a cleaner, greener and less expensive version of transport of their goods and material. So these use cases will work out, and the results which will come out is complete single window regulation for onboarding a drone for commercial possibilities. It will also have the certification processes, and I'm thankful to Quality Council of India that they have done a lot of work on this. We just need to sync together and publish it for all. Second is the funding model and the instruments. जब तक आपके पास फंडिंग मॉडल नहीं है, बैंक के पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं है, आपको बैंक देखता भी नहीं है, पूछता भी नहीं है, आपके प्रपोजल पढ़ता भी नहीं है. This is what I've already been knowing. Last is the model RFP and the procurement process. ड्रोन जैसी चीज़ L1 L2 पे नहीं खरीद सकते हैं, शुरुआत में तो नहीं खरीद पाएंगे, तो मॉडल RFP बनानी ज़रूरी है, एंड फॉर दैट वी हैव बीन वर्किंग विथ नीति. सो नीति हैज़ डन लॉट ऑफ वर्क विच इज़ like annuity hybrid and the ham model. So they have a long exposure and experience of bringing a tech which cannot be bought on L1 L2.
So basically, sir, these are the important and critical parameters and aspects of pillar and for your initiative with respect to drone pilot project in the drone ecosystem.
I think that is what planned as of now. Anything we missed out, we are very open to take your inputs. I sit at KG Marg. The office is open for you. You can get my number from PSD or Quality.
So anybody can contact
Please
you and they can give you input.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to all the eminent speakers. Now I suppose we can close this session. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, and a big round of applause for this panel. I think we need a full day to learn from all of you and to learn from Sinha sir also to how to take this forward. So we will be working on that. May I request Dr. Jitendra Singh sir to please present mementos on our behalf. So to Dr. Ashutosh Pastor for bringing in all the youngsters from FITT and for guiding them, and as he was sharing with us, he has loads of people. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part. Mr. Chirag Sharma for building the new training drone pilots in India. Mr. Abhijit Sinha sir for graciously accepting our last minute invitation and being here. Sir, thank you so very much for being a part. Thank you. Dr. Shankar Goenka sir for motivating the youngsters. Thank you so much, here, sir. Mr. Ashish Kumar, for bringing in the component manufacturers and for giving the robotics industry a big push via the association. Thank you so much. And Mr. Naresh Priyadarshini, sir, CEO Triple ITD Incubation Center. And Mr. C.S. Sharma, sir, from Quality Council of India, for moderating the session. Requesting everyone to come in the front for a group photograph. So we'll just be winding up with closing remarks from our advisory board. We have been lucky to have, yes, let's have a group photograph in the front, please. A big round of applause for the session, for people to, for them to share their knowledge and being with us for the full day. And thank you everyone for your patience. We just have closing remarks from our advisory board. We have Group Captain R.K. Narang, sir, retired Senior Fellow IDSA, who would be sharing his thoughts and the way forward. Colonel Manik Anand and Mr. C.S. Sharma, sir, for closing remarks. So inviting everybody for requesting Colonel Manik Anand and Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, sir, to please wind up this session. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being patient. I have most qualified people on my side. One is handling India's most challenging job of certifying a drone. It's an emerging technology. And on the right side, I have Colonel Manik Anand. He though belongs to Ministry of Defense, but he wants to change the trajectory of Indian drone industry, both civil and military. So we have to create an ecosystem and find a way forward to make India a global drone hub. So I have been a student of Indian aeronautics and drone industry, and having people around me, it gives me an opportunity to ask critical questions on where and what interventions we need to do to make India a global drone hub. So I start with Mr. Sharma. He has been in certification. So when we talk of pillars or ecosystem, ecosystem comprises R&D, testing, certification, standards, and standardization. So if I leave R&D, the three aspects belong to Mr. Sharma on my left. He has already been involved in all the three activities. So I would like to know if India has to, let's say tomorrow, certify drones components, and go to higher category of drone certification, what should be India's approach of, let's say, certification? Then remember, to give you background, in the past, we used to imitate the standards of Europe and America. Now, drone is not a technology which everything is developed in the world. They are also struggling. They are also refining their standards and coming to some certain level of standardization. So we have come to standards, but standardization is still a challenge for us. So I think on all these aspects, I will request Mr. Sharma to share his views.
Thank you, sir, for asking this particular question, because I suppose this is the need of the hour. Already we have defined bare minimum standard requirements for certification of drones. Now we have to move ahead with respect to defining certain basic requirements or minimum requirement for drone components. Few requirements are already defined in the current drone certification scheme. For example, battery, safety and performance related standards are being defined, which are aligned to BIS requirement, and those are also aligned up to certain extent as far as global protocols are concerned. When we are going to do this exercise, definitely this need to be done through a voluntary initiative where there is a representation from industry, standard making bodies, academia, and the manufacturers should have a equal stay in those committees. And through those committees, we have to identify certain minimum standards for drone components. And those standards should align to not only ISO and IEC requirements, but as far as Indian drone rules requirements are also need to be addressed in those standards. BIS is already working on certain component level standards, and definitely whatever has been defined by BIS, that will be also added to those minimum standards. So this is the course of action. Right now I see that through this multi-stakeholder engagement, which we have done in the case of drone certification as well, we can move ahead with respect to defining certain requirements for drone components.
So, there was a question in the morning. Every component, if it has to be certified, you have to go for recertification. So there was an apprehension among the component manufacturers. What is the role of standardization where we can avoid or reduce recertification or reduce the requirement of number of tests? What needs to be done?
So if we talk about the current ecosystem, as I told in the morning itself, if any drone is being certified for particular parameters which are related to performance, whether it's a weight, range, endurance, all those parameters are being defined on the type certificate. If there is a change on those parameters, then definitely they have to reapply for that particular model. If there is a nominal or minimum change with respect to change of equipment, and the performance and specification of those equipment remains same, then they can go for delta change. For delta change, they need not to repeat the entire process, and with minimum efforts, the delta change can be validated by certification body. So this is one of the options they can explore right now.
So I want to understand, tomorrow I have a particular weight category of drone, and I have one drone, one motor manufacturer. Tomorrow there is another drone motor manufacturer comes, and there are similar drones being used. How much time will it take where we will have 5-6 drone component manufacturers, let's say motor manufacturers, to supply the same drone, and it becomes acceptable? Have we reached, or what we need to do?
I suppose there will be minimum efforts if the specifications remain same. Because in some of the cases we have seen that if the specifications remain same and there are those are within the tolerance limit, then the efforts may be reduced up to 1 man day only. Because normally man days defined for type certification are 16, 8 man days for on-site assessment, and 6 man day for document review. But that efforts can be reduced up to 1 man day if there is no major change in the specification. So for example, if a component is being supplied by one of the supplier and the same specification is being supplied in the absence of that particular supplier, so efforts will be very, very bare and minimum. That is for sure.
So in future we will be looking after, we may not need that, but I think this is what is an ideal environment. I also want to know one more part, BVLS. What challenges we expect, and what is the timeline we look at it?
So I suppose this topic was also discussed in the morning by Mr. Piyush Srivastava as well as DGCA. The biggest challenge as far as BVLOS is concerned is remote identification and tracking and UTM. As far as RIT is concerned, a lot of work has been done. We are in close coordination with DGCA, and shortly within next 3 to 6 months, we'll be able to resolve this particular RIT issue. UTM is something which will take some more time, and policy level interventions with the respective stakeholders, whether it's MoCA or AI, they have to take certain initiatives in that regard.
One more question. I'm not going to leave you easily. Today we had Sarita sitting here, E-plane and other people are coming with innovative drones. So, bigger drones. So, how does QCI prepare for that? What changes would be needed?
So right now, there's no restriction with respect to type of drones. If drones are, even if in the large category, which means that those are beyond 150 kg, still they are subject to the certification on case-to-case basis approach by DGCA. So it is not the case that certification is not possible. Certification is possible.
So, but overall will be below 500 kg?
Overall below 500 kg.
So beyond 500 kg is?
Beyond 500 kg, aircraft rules will be applicable.
So will it be a QCI role or somebody else?
Then directly it will be done by DGCA.
DGCA, okay. Thanks a lot for clearing. Now I come to Colonel Manik Anand. Colonel Anand, you have been, before I come to ecosystem, you have been a IDDM, we spoken. Now Indian government changed the policy of IDDM. The definition has been changed to, materials, components, and software, 3 things. How are you going to check material components and, software? Who will decide the percentages? How will we check, let's say, one drone made by one company, by the other company, and the third company? How is it going to differentiate between the two and find indigenous content?
Thank you, Group Captain Narang, for your question. Well, as part of the National Advisory Committee on Drones, we did IDDM check of IdeaForge in July 23. And this was presented to that time Deputy Chief of IDS, General Manjinder. So we already tried, the test bed has already been done nearly a year back. We have a SOP in place. And right now, we have also issued advisory to all the service headquarters last week only, where we have said that the IDDM stands for indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured. So how do you check it? So it's very simple. You ask the industry partner to give his bills of material. You ask him for his computer-aided drawings, the CADs, the design, the iterations, and see, does he have the requisite manpower? Whatever he's claiming. If IdeaForce says that, yes, I made autopilot, or Zupa says, oh yes, this is indigenous, which as of date, I don't have any confirmation on, because we've already asked, we have got a pool of independent auditors now, lined up, so that to really have a look at this, because of, as for the defense is concerned, it's damn serious business. Because if your command and control devices or your communication or the data relays are compromised, then it could happen that we pump in thousands of crores, but the data relay is going across. So this SOP has already been issued. We also want to check the drone for the aerostructures, the vibrations, whether the composite materials are actually, which the drone claims, because there have been instances where during trials, the drones have actually lost touch, right? So already a trial with IdeaForge has been done at the test bed, and actually whatever is getting inducted into the armed forces will go to a very, very thorough scrutiny.
Thank you very much, but I will still leave food for thought. Vishal is making some innovative drones. He is going to the chip level, or rather PCB level, and there is another guy who's probably doing lesser, kind of indigenization. So I think we will need some kind of further technical nuances to really look at the IDDM part. And now I come to the ecosystem. Ecosystem. What is ecosystem? Do we have a drone ecosystem for civil drone? Do we have a ecosystem for military drones? Military drones, we have, national public sector units and DRDOs. Are they, let's say, first talk about defense and then talk about civil. What kind of ecosystem we need from now onwards? What we have, let's leave it. What we need to create. Where are the gaps?
Okay. On 17th February 23, when the Aero India seminar happened at Bengaluru, in the presence of the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri and Air Marshal Krishna, who was the sixth that time, the recently retired Joint Secretary Ambar Dubey was also part of the panel. So I am of the firm of belief that it has to be, and Ambar had used a phrase that time, whole of nation approach. So that caught my imagination. And I think I don't agree that the civil and the defense can be, seen in compartmentalization. We were briefing Mr. Piyush Srivastava yesterday with my think tank for 1.5 hours. And he also agreed that the civil and the military cannot be divorced. You may have a company like NewSpace, which is only going to defense, but you have companies like IdeaForge and Rafe, M-Fiber, who are going both sectors. Now, the Prime Minister's clarion call for drone hub, manufacturing hub by 2030. So I see this as an ecosystem issue. I personally don't believe in civil and defense. And defense has taken the mandate because we take our security job very seriously. And what happens in the civil domain has a direct impact on us. And the Honorable Raksha Mantri has been very clear. He's been driving the agenda, and he's been telling us that we need to enhance the indigenous content. For example, I'll give you an example of the Utility Hector Maritime project, where HAL was only about to ready to give 62%. He said, no, I want 70%, so try for it. So I don't see civil and military in isolation. I see this as an interministerial issue. General Khandare has been very kind, and he has been leading the interministerial consultations. He has chaired one meeting already. We have headquarter ideas. The NSCS has given the mandate. The National Advisory Committee of Drones has made a report submitted to the NSA, and we are working to implement that report.
So, let me raise a few issues about India has set a goal of becoming a drone manufacturing hub. We need to introspect how many drones we exported this year, how many we intend to export by 2025, how many we intend to export by 2030. Because when we enter the export market, civil drone export market will really come to know our worth. Military drone market may be small, so I think we may be able to do certain level, but it is the civil export drone market which will decide the trajectory of Indian drone industry. And that will happen when we come up with the standards, when we have a robust certification mechanism, and to do the certification of, let's say, advanced, let's say, remote tracking, UTM, we need to do trials based. So ecosystem, when we are saying we need to create an ecosystem of research, development, validation. And that requires some of the R&D programs, some of the validation program. Let's say we have a remote tracking facility. Already some people have the capability, but that has to be validated before he can really implement it. And that will require some trials and testing, and that cannot be done. That some initiatives are required in the valid thing. So that's point one. Now, Atmanirbharta policy, civil military fusion, I have already spoken. We need that kind of thing. The gap has to be bridged. The way we have Atmanirbharta plans in the defense drone industry, because Meher Baba Swarm competition, we have a swarm technology because of R&D initiative taken by Indian Air Force, and then followed by the Army and Navy, and so many. Similar initiatives if we take in the civil industry. Today we are talking of import of large number of components. I think we can fill large number of gaps. Third part is academia. They have number of centers of excellence have come up in the last few years, but project-based, component-based, subsystem level, critical subsystem level-based things have not been done. And I was talking to one of these drone startups. Vishal was telling me, even today startups are dependent on critical machines. Let's say CNC machines. can, instead of funding them with the, making center of excellence, let's create those manufacturing centers which can be given on rent to the startups to develop those components, develop those systems. Can we create those kind of things in India? So I think the center of excellence definition has to change. We need to find specific technology gaps if we really have become a high value, high technology, innovation based drone industry in India. UTM challenge. So he asked me in the morning, what can we do? So I think UTM can be a Ministry of Civil Aviation, METI, Ministry of Civil Aviation, DST collaboration initiative, and BVLS initiative, remote hiding. These kind of initiatives can be done with certain funding, and with the partnership of the private industry, we can do it. And I want one pledge for the civil, our innovators, 20% R&D pledge. Yesterday I was attending a seminar where Saab said they spend 23% of their sales on R&D. Now, that made me realize if we really have to become globally competitive, we have to focus on R&D. So I said 20% R&D pledge. Two more points before, she looks at me. Second is acquisition. The way positive indigenization list has been incorporated by the Ministry of Defense, the way we have a IDDM procurement policy, I think there is a case for adoption by all the ministries to start with agriculture and health. I think they are the biggest users. Swamitwa, morning, I think somebody, did not understand the question. Swamitwa, we are just using the drones, certified drones. We are not using the indigenous drone. I think these are the really use cases where indigenous industry can be supported. Drone integration roadmap we need. And I think we need a holistic drone preparation policy. That's all from my side. Any last minute, one line point from Colonel Manik and Sharmaji.
Okay, my parting words and my parting comment is, when General Khandare was my DS in Staff College, I learned the word synergy, right? So let's synergize as a nation. When we make, when I started in the morning, if this country can make LCA Tejas, drone should be walk in the park. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would like to only say that we want to attain volumes, we would like to attain speed, but if we would like to attain sustainability, then we have to club speed and scale with quality. Then we can attain sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. I wrote a paper, Anusandhan-led Atmanirbhar US Industry. I repeat that, Anusandhan, जब तक हम अनुसंधान नहीं करेंगे, हम वर्ल्ड लेवल पे नहीं पहुंचेंगे. आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बनेंगे, तो हमारी सप्लाई चेन सिक्योर नहीं होगी. तो अगर हमें फ्यूचर बनना है, ड्रोन हब बनना है, ग्लोबल ड्रोन हब बनना है, तो अनुसंधान कीजिए, आत्मनिर्भर बनिए और ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव, जैसे शर्मा जी कहते हैं, क्वालिटी जब तक नहीं मिलेगी, जब तक आपकी सप्लाई चेन नहीं बनेगी, you cannot compete globally. All the best. Thank you very much, PhD. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. And thank you, my fellow panelists, for being wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our advisory committee. This program is a success only because these three people have been working with us tirelessly and, just bringing this together and bringing the expert minds and everybody together. So a big round of applause and a big thank you from PhD to all of you, sir. To close up, can I request Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, sir, to please come and give the closing remarks, and then we'll invite all of you for cocktails. Thank you, sir.
My appreciation to all the people who have the stamina to sit through. It's quite late. I'm not going to be speaking too much. But again, a big thank you to the advisory committee which was here. And when we talk of Drone Manthan, the actual Amrut was what they spoke. And all three of them brought out very well. We started our discussions today when we spoke of what our Honorable Prime Minister's vision is about making our nation Viksit and Surakshit. विकसित और सुरक्षित देश आवश्यक है अगर आपको दुनिया में कुछ अपनी इज़्ज़त बनानी है तो। यदि इज़्ज़त नहीं बनानी है तो पुराना गुलामी वाला ही समय ठीक था। तो हमें देखना है कि हमें अपने भविष्य के लिए, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमने क्या छोड़ के जाना है। There are a few things which I felt are important which we must mention. Group Captain Narang is very right. Atmanirbhar program should be there in practically all the ministries. Otherwise, we are not going anywhere. And one example I can give here is when we talk of drones, there are underwater drones also. And there has been less mentioned about the underwater drone, although in the exhibition there was one model. And I particularly feel that one ministry which has not been mentioned today is the MOES. MOES needs these kind of drones to do underwater seabed mining. When we talk of rare earth, rare materials, and cobalt is one such material which is required for the batteries. And that is there in the underwater seabed, and that needs robotics, that needs the kind of underwater drones which can go thousands of meters below. The Seabed Authority, the International Seabed Authority has already allotted a seabed in southwest Indian Ocean region where we have not done much, while the Chinese have done a lot. So I think when we start comparing the performance, we should not be comparing with what I did in the last quarter. We should be comparing with what Chinese did. And that is the only way that we will become competitors. Otherwise, we will be passengers. So we have to decide. पैसेंजर रहना है या कॉम्पिटिटर बनना है, और बाद में आपको नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे आना है या नंबर 2 पोजीशन पे आना है. एंड एज वी से इन द मिलिट्री, in war there is no runner up. Either you are a winner or a loser. So let us all look at being winners. So that is one more thing which we should focus on. The nation's responsibility is to provide niche technology to all the contributors to the national economy. And to my mind, 1.4 billion people are the contributors to the national economy, either today or tomorrow. Even the pensioners, the veterans, they are also contributors, and we have to rope them in based on their wisdom. We have had very eminent people speaking here about agriculture. We have had people speaking about health sector. And we realize that we are still in a state of confused mind about our colonized past. I could never imagine and understand that someone can expect to ask someone कि आप passport लेके आइए so that you can be enrolled for training. I could also not understand कि why is English so important for being a drone pilot. So I think we need to change fast, and nobody needs to tell them. We all need to get out of that Macaulay mindset. So that is another thing where if somebody tells you to change, is that the only way to change? I think we all need to reimagine our charters, and we need to be leaders for change. People say thought leaders. I think what is more important is action leaders. And we have good thoughts. We must definitely look at changing ourselves. There may be multiple ministries which have not been represented here, but what is extremely important that the organizers got all of us today here. We've had a long session, interesting session. While most of us in the armed forces, we are able to endure such long hours, but you all sat through, you all have been very active in engaging with the thought leaders who are on the stage. My little request to the organizers is, if we have to make this report again rich in content, we are a digital country now, digitally connected. You have the addresses and the email IDs of all the participants. We definitely should take more inputs because everyone may not have been able to speak here. And if we can ensure that they are connected, a lot of good ideas can come. Thank you so much. And yes, the best part is this lady, Bhavna. She's been extremely good, and I still see her smiling, although she must be dead tired. but you have applauded, and I think she deserves the applause. Jai Hind, thank you.
And thank you for being here with us, sir, the whole day. Requesting the advisory committee and Dr. Jitendra to please come up for a group photograph, please. And my team, please. Siddharth, Kiral, wherever you are.
She should be in the center. Oh, yes.
Ramesh ji, Vinita, Manju ma'am, please. Sarabjit, Vasudha, Kiral, Siddharth, just call everybody.
Thank you very much, sir.
Kiral.
Sir, definitely will heed to your advice in terms of getting everybody.
Before we have the group photograph, we have 3 exhibitors here with us. So requesting the Association of Robotics and Drone Industries to please come up and just take a felicitation from our side. Thank you for being a part. Requesting TSO to also come on the stage and Sky Air Mobility. I think TSO drones and Sky Air Mobility, please join us on the stage. Thank you for showcasing. And a big thanks to all the delegates and the experts who have been here with us, sir, and being a part of all the question answer sessions. Look forward to your inputs, like sir said. Thank you so much, and my team to join on the dais, please. Rupesh sir. Sharma sir. सरफराज वगैरह को सरफराज पुष्कर पुष्कर
थैंक यू जैन साहब आप हमारे ड्रोन मंथन के बीच में आना रहे बिल्कुल आपका दिस इज समथिंग प्रोडक्टिव बिकॉज़ व्हेन ही केम एंड ही टोल्ड